Morning, Everett. 5 years old that little kiddie was, and they were shouting at. They should be thrown out the force immediately. Typical American cops. Bombastic. Don't engage brain before enlisting the help or not of 5. You can imagine speaking to a 5-year-old, and these are handcuffs. Okay, get my message. You do what we tell you. I'd have, if I'd been that 5-year-old, I'd have said, "You're in big trouble, pal. You're in big trouble. We're going to kick you out the force. You're not fit for purpose." Anyway, are you well? It's Sunday morning. We're all feeling tickety-boo, as they say. Matt Baker. You remember Matt Baker? He used to be a Blue Peter presenter. Then he got a job on the One Show. He wasn't particularly good at it because he's not an interviewer. He was better on the Country File thing, which was fine. But and then his TV work dried up. But thank God his mother fell ill, and so they've managed to persuade a TV company to basically devote programme after programme on working on his parents' farm. Well, that's a bit of a swizz, isn't it? Have you ever heard anything like it? So my parents' farm was going to go under because my mother's not very well. But don't worry, a TV company's managed to do something on it. And so consequently, we're now saved from extinction. God in heaven. Bobby Davro wants to make a telly comeback. Don't. Please don't. Please don't. We did this a few weeks ago, and we were all in total agreement then. We don't want him back on the television. He's been on the television. Give it to it. He said we're sick of seeing, all these other people. No, we're not. We're sick of seeing you on the television. But, admittedly, Joey Essex and a few other... I wouldn't care less if I never saw Denise Van Outen ever again. Or the same people. Or Katie Price. Couldn't care less. Or Gemma Collins. You notice they don't put her up for too many reality shows. Probably safer, I should think. Yeah, she's done all of them, including Splash, which is 1 minute a pool, the next minute nothing. No water in it at all as she leapt off the Top Gang. Uri Geller. Remember Uri Geller? Always tells you something after it's happened. Like when Big Ben stopped, Uri Geller goes in the papers the next day. I did that. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Okay? Don't tell lies. Now, he claims that with the power of the mind, he made that ship move in the Suez Canal. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. All right? Stop telling lies. Nothing worse. Mind you, talk about people telling lies. How many people do you reckon claimed they were abducted by aliens last year? In this country? 100 would be a good guess. 212 people claimed that they were taken away on a spaceship for sex. Unfortunately, the aliens brought them back again. What a shame. They should have left them where they were on the planet Zog, which apparently is the planet where you go to have lots and lots of sex. And you can stay there, as far as I'm concerned. Does anybody's food from these delivery companies arrive hot, or is it arriving lukewarm or stone cold? I saw somebody the other day, and he was riding on the 316 on a pedal bicycle. And I remember thinking, you're in the middle of nowhere, mate. By the time your food gets to where it's supposed to be going, it'll be stone cold. Do you have to heat it up again? You imagine if you've ordered McDonald's or something like that, and it gets there and you go, I don't think I want that anymore. That's freezing cold. Unless their little rucksack things have got heated batteries in or something, which I think is highly unlikely, I know. So what's the point of doing it? Why don't you just get off your fat bum and get out there and go and buy the stuff, as opposed to paying £2 to have it delivered by somebody on a bicycle who couldn't care less whether you have your food or they don't. Rishi Sunak is delighted. There's an actor playing him in a movie. And the actor who's playing it shows what rubbish it is nowadays. The actor is 6 foot. Rishi Sunak is 5'6". So he's all of a sudden increased in size, which is interesting. Corrie star Alan Halsall. Remember Alan Halsall? Tyrone. He's sort of going out with Fizz. I mean, she's actually quite sort of lively, and he's about one of the most boring characters you'd ever find anywhere. He's having an affair. And somebody said, well, he's actually said that the plot will make him hated. Well, no more than usual, I should imagine. The trouble is, it is only pretend. Coronation Street does not exist. It's just pretend place, okay? Alan Halsall is an actor. He's playing Tyrone. Tyrone, does he work in the garage? He works in a garage. Have you ever seen him with his hands dirty and a big of Swarfega? No, never. Never, you've never seen any of that, because the moment he gets a handful of Swarfega, look out, Fizz. That's all I can say, is because he's going to mess the sink up. I've never seen her cook, never seen him do anything at all apart from look very dreary. But he was the one on the show, and you remember him, because we featured him years ago. You know why? He was a bit like Ronan Keating. Ronan Keating couldn't shave himself, and so every time you saw him with an open shirt, the hair was growing up his neck. And Alan Halsall was exactly the same. Only not only was the hair growing up from his chest up his neck, it was growing up the back as well. I mean, seriously, he was Neanderthal man. There was no beard. Ronan Keating, in fact, it wasn't until I started, then all of a sudden he had the full body shaving going on. I remember thinking, oh dear, I mean, you could plait it. There was so much of it. Not very nice at all. I didn't try, but I did mention it on numerous occasions. And finally, it sunk in that, shave that hair off, you look a bit lazy. And exactly the same for Alan Halsall. Hair growing up the side. It's like people who have these tattoos all over their necks and faces. You ever seen such a bunch in your entire life? Also, Vernon Kay says his stomach hasn't recovered from I'm a Celebrity. I don't think we've recovered from you on I'm a Celebrity. It's because of all the different things. Everybody else seems to manage it except Vernon Kay. Everybody else was eating all this rubbish all the time. I mean, I'd never do it. People have said to me, oh, how much would you want to go on I'm a Celebrity? The answer is, I don't need the money, which makes me sound very grand. But frankly, I've never been that blooming desperate to actually go, oh, I think I'll do a reality show. What for? Show yourself up as an idiot? No, thank you. I can do that quite easily on the radio 6 days a week, thank you. I don't need to do it on the television. I can't think of anything worse, but it's the same people, isn't it? They go, oh, look, and here's Joey Essex again, or here's somebody who used to present on Blue Peter, in a nanosecond. The cops have quizzed the Queen's grandson. He apparently drove an awful long way to see a woman, 450 miles. He said it was a business meeting. Have you heard of Zoom, darling? Need to bring yourself into the modern era. And also, 8 out of 10 people take up a new pastime during lockdown. I mean, I thought they'd be going stamp collecting, building your own version of the Titanic, floating it in the bath and then watching it sink. But no, nothing like that at all. Walking, running, and what was the other? There was another one as well. I can't remember what it was. It was three things. Exercise. And I remember thinking, that's not a hobby. That's for sad, lonely people who can't do it. Oh, reading books. Reading books. So in other words, if you work in a library, you're top of the list. Top of the list. The hunters in the paper again. We found more of them. They kill exotic animals and they can win a trophy. It's a bit bad, isn't it, really? I don't like people like that. Tina Turner, as I say, unlikely to ever perform again. She's 81. What's love got to do with it? Got to do with it. We like her. We like her a lot. Brooklyn Beckham's still waiting for a job. He doesn't really do anything, does he? I don't think he's all there in the upstairs department. I was always sort of slightly worried. Slightly worried about Brooklyn Beckham. He has, what's he had? His wisdom tooth set into gold or something and set as a chain. That didn't take long. 13% of the over 50s have not had their COVID vaccine. Have it. Please have the vaccine. Makes it so much easier. So much easier. And Piers Morgan, the Daily Mail, have bought his story, breaking the silence on Meghan, racism and GMB. He's not taking any of it back. He still does not believe a word she says. He said, that's the whole idea of freedom of speech. I'm allowed to not believe it. Like you can listen to this programme and not believe anything I say, but everything I say is factually provable in a court of law. If you want to go down that route, I'm more than happy to do it. I'm very good. So he sort of talked about it. He quite clearly doesn't like her. And quite clearly, the interesting thing now is that Harry has got this job, which means that he sorts out fake news. Have a word with the wife, Harry. She knows all about fake news. Yeah, we actually got married 3 days before. No, you didn't. No, you didn't. Don't tell fibs. Nothing worse, is there, really? Nothing worse. Is Colleen set to throw in the towel on Wagger the Christie fight? Apparently, her lawyers, so we're told, whether you believe it or not, can't find anything that sways it in her direction. So there was a waste of money, wasn't it, really? Which means we have to sort of listen to Rebecca Vardy and these other... I mean, I'm so bored with these people. So bored with them. Sunday Magazine from the Sunday People. Melinda Messenger. Life gets better with age. Not for you, it doesn't do. Not for you. It's only a short while ago she was telling us about her new boyfriend and how marvellous it was. Now, she doesn't have any boyfriend. She was... No way, no. Wayne and her finished ages ago. She obviously thought she had more talent to share with the world, and it turned out she didn't. I had to explain to the producer, she wasn't a Page 3 girl. She advertised double glazing in Swindon. They used her as a pin-up girl for it. And then she got her boobs out because somebody said, listen, you haven't got any other talent, get your boobs out and then you can do this. And so she did, which is sort of something that men don't need to worry about. Here she is, 22nd February 1971. Yeah, they form a glamour model and Page 3 girl. Yeah, of course, dear. That means getting your boobs out, okay? No more talent than that. Anybody does it? Yeah. What do? Page 3 girl, Page 3 stunner. I used to like Gail Tuesday. She was my favourite. Also, EastEnders veteran Steve McFadden worked so hard he should be knighted. Says a fellow Albert Square bad boy. You think so? He should be Sir Stevie. He's 62. He's appeared in more than 3,100 episodes since first playing Phil Mitchell. So, give him an award. But, I mean, I don't think we should really hand these awards out. It's a bit like dolly mixtures, isn't it? And I don't think we should be handing these things out. It's totally a waste of time. Also, a boy gets stopped by the police, 17, spotted in a black Audi in Stockport town centre. He gave his age, though, as 43. It's obviously a bit simple. The officer tweeted, driver who's 17 tried to claim he was 43 years old. Nope, not falling for that one. He'll be reported vehicle seized. They like seizing the vehicles, don't they? How old are you, mate? I'm not telling you. Yes, you are, because otherwise we're going to lock you up. I love it. I love these people. They're so fantastic. They're so fantastic. The stranded Suez Canal cargo ship shifted for the first time. Nothing to do with Uri Geller. That's a load of old hogwash. Thank you very much indeed. He has no more talent in making metal bend. In fact, actually, you would have thought that the ship would have just folded in half. They could have tucked it under their arm and walked off with it. But no. Vernon Kay in the papers today. And smitten Brooklyn Beckham. He's not the brightest penny in the box, is he, poor old Brooklyn? As indeed Nicola Peltz's family will discover. He's apparently now laughingly down as a 22-year-old model. Yeah. So he either makes coffee, or he takes photographs, or he's a model. What is he? None of the above. None of the above. In fact, the embarrassing thing is, before we take a break, here you go. Here is your fact of the day. Victoria Beckham made more money last year from music than anything else. She made, and presumably this will be royalties of I'll Tell You What You Want, What You Really, Really Want, because she's a co-writer down on there. They managed to get that one done. 3.5 million quid, or 3.15 million, something like that, from music. How much did she make from fashion? Nothing. Nothing. She lost 16.5 million. Her fashion firm is a disaster, and that's why Dave, what Dave? Sell us your whiskey, mate. Sell us your whiskey. He said to her, listen, close the company down. You're losing a fortune. Losing a fortune. You cannot get. What's common, is like, anything that that Jordan touches. All disasters. Disasters. She's never had a business that's made money. Every single one has had to be closed down. It's as simple as that. She now has no businesses, and she's moving back into the mucky mansion, which she thinks is haunted. Well, it will be when you're back in it, dear, won't it?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Sunday morning. Welcome to the 28th of March. 28th of March. So we're nearly at the end. And then we get sunshine next week. Be stripping off kind of weather, sort of. Not for me, of course, and anybody else with a very unattractive body, which probably accounts for most of us, I would have thought, over the weekend. But then for Easter, the weather goes back to bad again. And they said we could have snow. We could have snow, but I'm hoping to see my godchildren next Saturday. It should be quite nice. So they're all talking about Alan Halsall on a surprise storyline. I know. I mean, how can the world's most boring man in Coronation Street actually find somebody to go out with? Because she was apparently living with them. And so Fizz has just had a bit of a mare of a day. Poor old Fizz, honestly. She wanted to get married, and he isn't keen on getting married. And you can understand it because he's having a bit of How's Your Father. Although he claims it's only been snoggy poos. But, I mean, as far as I'm concerned, that's just as bad. Just as bad. Well, on the show, obviously, well, it wouldn't be the actress, for goodness sake. He's married, Alan Halsall. As we all know, he's got children. But, no, I mean, to be honest with you, dirty people. Dirty people in Coronation Street. Honestly, there's nothing goes on there. They've got a little garage, little corner shop with some old bag running it. They've got a fish and chip. They've got that cafe with that peculiar man working in there, Roy Crop. You ever seen them cook anything? No. Ever heard the crackling of bacon? Nope. Ever heard them doing? We'll have toast. No, they'll just have a cake on a plate. That's all they seem to do. Have you ever seen him cooking anything? Never. You know why? It's pretend. It's not real. He can't cook in real life, and so why would he bother cooking in the programme? And also, you have to have different fire procedures in place. You can't just sort of start cooking on a film set, because it is a film set. Contrary to what some people think. They think it's real. I can remember years ago, Crossroads, there was a man in there called Arthur Brownlow, and he'd had an affair or something. People attacked him in the street. So this is nothing new. There are stupid people who think this is real. They probably think that Coronation Street exists. It is a little suburb of Manchester, which, of course, is sort of terribly multiracial in Manchester, Just not in Coronation Street. It's the only place which is sort of, it's almost like, enter here, provided you're just white British, because there's hardly anybody. It's like EastEnders. I don't know how they've managed to sort of get away with it for such a long time. All the other programmes are slowly turning around, very slowly. But at the moment, it's taken forever and a day. Also today, frontline workers. This is dancing, age 91. It's a woman called Irene Slavinsky, and she's donned some dancing gear to raise cash for charity. What is it with all these pensioners wanting to jump on the bandwagon? Listen, Major Tom did it first. Okay, stop jumping on the bandwagon. And Irene performs online in her tutu. Stop it now. She's 91. Performance in a tutu. You know what it's going to be like. Have you seen that programme on the telly, which is pensioners behaving badly in Ibiza or something like that? Benidorm. Oh, my godfathers, honestly. What a bunch of sad drunks. Really terrible. I mean, it's almost like, have you seen Ibiza Weekend? Oh, my God, you must have done. It's got that very big camp bloke called David, who is another one, Camp David, yes. I think Ronald Reagan knew him very well. And they've got all these other people out there. And basically, reps go out there and they've got these people. One of them's called Jordan and one's called something else. And it's their sole raison d'etre to, have as many relationships with these girls as possible. If their parents are watching, they must be so disappointed in the education their children had. I'm sorry you're out there and you talk about, I really fancy Jordan. Because we can't talk like that. We talk like 3-year-olds. I fancy George. He likes me. And then Jordan will come out and go, oh, I could really snog you. And then they go, he's a real good snogger. And I'm thinking, this is just tacky. Very tacky and not very good at all, I'm afraid. Really isn't. Ibiza Weekend. Don't ever go to Ibiza if you bump into people like that. One of the boys, 3 of them went over from Manchester, and one of them had obviously never been out with a girl in his life, and you could understand it was a bit dim. And the other 2 is going, yeah, come on, you want me, don't you? He's saying this seriously on a television programme. He's saying to this girl, you want me? And she's going, no. And I'm thinking, no, nobody wants you. That's why you're sad and over there. Parents must be delighted. Did you ever see that programme where they sent the kids on holiday and then they sent the parents out to spy on them? Did you see the people on that programme? You can understand where the kids got it from, can't you? And then the mother rounds on them and goes, you were just disgusting. Most of the girls in Ibiza Weekend spend most of their time being sick. And I'm not surprised seeing some of the blokes on it. It's Sun, Sex and Suspicious Parents. You'd think they'd twig, wouldn't you? It's a television programme, loves. But of course, they never realise that at all. It's a really dreary programme. Honestly, that's all we've got on the television now. Sex programmes. It's disgraceful. Isn't it? Can we have something else? Can we have a programme? I mean, I'm sick to death of whenever they say, oh, celebrity version of this. And then you look at the celebrity, you go, they're not celebrities. Who are they? Nobody knows who these people are. But the sad reflection of reality is they believe they're celebrities. That's why they've gone on a programme called Celebrity, Easter Egg Challenge. It sounds quite good, actually. I don't know why we haven't got it. I'm copywriting that one. Don't nick it. It's mine. But you get all sorts of these celebrity-based programmes. Denise Van Outen, whose answer phone must just say, yeah, she'll do it. And a few others of them. It's a case of a lot of people, and they stick them up on television, and they just embarrass themselves. You think to yourself, you really shouldn't be on it. It's this insatiable urge people have, I want to be famous. I want to be on television. Mind you, the good news we had the other day, and I shall tell you on a Sunday, because you might not have heard it, that Bobby Colnorith, from... He's walked off the show. He's had a bit of a tantrum and he's not coming back. So that was the best news we heard on the Friday. And the reason is that his ex-boyfriend, Harry Durbridge, who's related to, I can't speak properly, Amy Childs, pick up here, has been rewriting history about him. And so he's had enough. He's walked off the show. He said, I don't know whether I'll be back. So we've actually done him a favour on Friday. We said, don't bother coming back. Please don't bother coming back. You've contributed nothing to the programme. You're about as boring as they come. And we couldn't care less about you, Harry Durbridge, or anybody else in the show. OK? Stop trying to build yourself up. You're nothing. Nothing at all. We don't want to see that kind of thing. We want people who've got some sort of talent, not somebody who's sitting there stirring it for the rest of the show. As if anybody's ever going to go to Bobby Colnorith. He can't even keep his own relationships together, let alone talk about other people's. All very worrying. Very, very worrying. Other stories in the papers today. Happiness. This is, what do we like? What did I like the front page? Oh, I knew we'd have this one again. TV Abbey, My Agony in Fireball. This is AJ's girlfriend. Now, you remember this. She was apparently a dancer. They did a YouTube video, and it involved trying to cut a bottle in half with a piece of flaming rope. Now, I don't want to point out the patently obvious to somebody who's obviously really intelligent, but if you set fire to a piece of rope and you put it around a bottle and the thing explodes, there's only one outcome. You're going to be burnt. And so now, my agony in the fireball, well, it's not our problem. It's your problem. So she went to the hospital. She's scarred now. She will be scarred for life. On her face. I'm scarred. I've got scars all over my body, luckily not on my face. So all she can do is cover this up with makeup. Won't be difficult. But, I mean, fancy doing something like that and then being quite surprised that a fireball explodes in your face and you're standing there with a piece of rope which is on fire. I mean, I can't help feeling, some people are almost beyond help. Beyond help. So they've got lots of pictures. She says, "Will you still love me?" This is what she said to him. I couldn't even possibly comment, but I can't help feeling this is ridiculous. She suffered horrific burns. Of course she did. She set fire to herself. I don't quite understand why this would be such a surprise. So she's having grafts to repair her badly burnt skin. I mean, you're very lucky it wasn't worse. You're very, very lucky. Terrified plea to boyfriend. I'd worry more about how you're going to maybe live through this. That's what I'd worry about. Terrible. Don't ever do anything like that. And then filming it. It's not good enough. She urged fans to be careful when copying YouTube videos. Hello? So, Joe, if you were thinking about doing this, take her advice. Be careful. Okay? That's the advice from her. I get so annoyed with this. People start preaching to you and I, people far more sensible, and then sort of, and then they sort of worry because I think Claudia Winkleman sent commiserations because she had the same with her daughter. But if you remember, her daughter bought a little fancy dress outfit which was not fire retardant for Halloween. So nothing like this at all. She didn't know that it was going to burst into flames. This woman knew exactly what was going to happen because she's holding a piece of burning rope. What did you expect was going to happen? So annoying. So annoying. But don't preach to us, please. Really, I don't want to be preached to. We're far, far better. Far better. Tony Parsons talking about Sharon Stone, who crossed her legs and became a superstar. Do you remember that? Remember Sharon? Yeah. She uncrossed her legs. Yes. It's like what's her face? That model who went out with some, I can't remember the name, and she had the dress with all the safety pins down the sides. You know who it is. She's got a son who's a model as well. Yeah, somebody will text it. Go on, help us out. I'm having one of my blank moments this morning. Wait a minute, Elizabeth Hurley. She became famous through wearing a dress held together with safety pins. I walked in here with a pair of trousers and pants held together with safety pins because the elastic had gone. Nobody even bothered with me. Nobody took a picture. Nobody commiserated. Nothing at all. Goodness sake, honestly. Where is the... Oh, by the way, I've got a bargain for you, but I'm going to save it till after the news. How would you like to own... Shh, wait for you won't believe this. I've managed to find a place that's selling Victoria Beckham items for a fraction of the price that the poor old woman who can't sell anything was selling them for. I mean, you can seriously save a lot of money. Where is it and what is it? You will find out after the news.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the east of England. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-Levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Break. So where do you go to get Victoria Beckham cast-offs? And not everything. She's not selling the clothes yet, because believe you me, I shouldn't imagine they could sell. But leather boots. Leather boots. Okay. So let me tell you that they usually cost more than £1,000 in her London shop. But of course, the joke is they're not selling because she can't sell anything. They're now up for grabs for less than £200. Where? TK Maxx. TK Maxx have got 8 of her designs, including shoes and boots that are still on sale on other upmarket fashion websites. There's one here, a pair of boots, 1,390 quid. Small wonder they're not selling. TK Maxx has got them for 249.99. White leather heeled ankle boots, originally 850 quid, will sell now for 200. And she's got quite a few of them because her fashion is a disaster. And Dave said only a short while ago, that's the old man, the one who advertises pants and whiskey and just about anything else, he said, close it down. It's losing a fortune. It's never, ever going to change. And it's got nothing to do with COVID. It's got nothing to do with the high street being closed down. Her stuff does not sell. Why? It's too expensive. It's too expensive. It's Victoria Beckham. £1,200 we found the shoes here. Heel boots, 1,250 quid. Just a pair of boots. 200 quid, TK Maxx. Much better value. I mean, she obviously knows nothing about fashion. She can't do. She can't do. They have to sort of try and offload it. If she did it online, she could probably save a fortune. You don't need a flashy shop, which isn't working. You don't need loads of staff, which she's had to furlough, if you remember. They've had to cut back on flowers and all that. She thinks she's moved straight into the Versace thing. She's been a total disaster. You know, hundreds off the original prices. Now is the time to bag yourself a bargain. It's a shame, actually, all those poor souls who bought one beforehand, you didn't get a bargain. You just got royally shafted because you could get them cheap. If you'd hung on, you could have got them cheaper. You'd be gutted, wouldn't you? I've just spent £1,200 on a pair of boots and now they're 200. Why is that? Because she can't sell them. If only you'd listen to this programme, it would be so much easier. So much easier. Honestly, I do my best. Apparently a strong coffee 30 minutes before a workout boosts weight loss. Whoopee. Which is good news. Yeah, that'd be handy. Although actually I'm not really into strong coffee. I don't mind a coffee, but I'm not big into anything like that. Who's this a picture of? It's Paris Hilton. Do you know she's still going? I can't believe it. So funny. Paris Hilton faked her way to fame, playing up the dumb blonde stereotype in the Simple Life, and they're still sort of coming up with this old rubbish about she's heir to the Hilton fortune. She's heir to nothing. They sold the Hilton chain off years and years ago. She got nothing. Her parents are estate agents. They make it sound posh in America. They call them realtors. Have you seen it? Million dollar properties. And there's a couple of people of sort of dubious sort of everything where they go around going, but I think this is worth 8 million. I can only get you 8 million for it. And you think to yourself, my godfathers. That's a bit like Paris Hilton's people. She said, I've never done a filler, never done Botox, never put a needle in my face. I'm 100% natural. Yeah, just not bright. Just not bright. Poor old Paris. But as I say, heir to nothing. That's why she's working. Doesn't have any choice. Stephen Mulhern running riot on daytime television with Ant and Dec's blessing, pretending he was holding up all these cue cards to help them out, and they all fell for it, which is good. It's what we like. Easter egg time next weekend. And Paul Gascoigne still getting loads of coverage in the newspaper. For what reason? I've got no idea. Dreary old Paul's shoulder injury could be about to rule him out of Italy's version of I'm a Celebrity. He can't get anybody else's who has to go to Italy. What they make of him, God alone knows. I can't imagine. So, Kim Kardashian, as if you're interested. And will we get holidays later in the year? Well, even if you don't get holidays, you're certainly going to be getting musical tours. Most of the groups are back out on tour. I was absolutely amazed at how many were sort of going out. You know, everybody. Also, Scarlett Moffat buys wine that talks to her via an app, she's revealed. Have you seen the size of her now on the television? I mean, she sold you a video which showed you how to lose weight, and she became stick thin. Now she's enormous, doing this programme on the television, which I haven't quite fathomed out what it is. It's food, and she sort of comes up with hilariously unfunny lines. And she's not interesting enough. Not interesting enough. But this new book, talking about aliens kidnapping scores of humans for sex in the last 20 years. Obviously, aliens don't fancy me or Joe because we've never been called up to this one. One here, many recall close encounters of a sexual kind, says Jerome Clark, author of UFOs in the late 20th century. He tells of Aussie Peter Coorey, who met blonde beings in Sydney. Jerome writes he was shocked to see two strange women kneeling on his bed. Both were naked. One appeared Nordic and the other Asian. I know. Must stop drinking, mustn't you, really? The book says the Nordic woman pulled Peter's head to her breast 3 times and he bit her nipple. I mean, I don't want to laugh at the absolute ignorance of these people. She tried to have sex with him, but then she vanished. That's the trouble, isn't it, nowadays? Somebody appears in your bedroom. Yeah. Apparently analysis of the locks, obviously of hair, found them to be hybrid of Asian and Gallic advanced DNA. A woman from Indianapolis claimed aliens impregnated her aboard a ship, then returned months later for the fetus. These people should be looked after by the medical profession. I mean, I realise that they're not there. Apparently, the usual dress is a coverall or a one-piece jumpsuit, often skin-tight and so snug that they can appear to be nude. Yeah, as I say, don't drink before you go to bed. There's nothing worse. 202 people. That's in the entire universe. 202 people who really need to get medical help as quick as possible. Because they're too stupid for words, but we love them. Because people like that sort of make everybody else laugh. You know, but there'll be somebody listening this morning. I think you'll find that, you know, these abductions have been going on for some time. Yeah, in people's tiny little pea brain. That's what it is. Steve. Somebody says that Piers Morgan should apologise for what he said. And he's already said he's not going. Why should he apologise? He's allowed an opinion. Just because not everybody agrees with it. You know, we are in a free country. We are in the land of the free. And you can have an opinion, you know, and he had an opinion. And so why should he apologise? He's not going to apologise. He's already said he's not going to apologise. In fact, if you really want to know more about him, then you better read the Daily Mail today. And he's talking about Meghan, racism, the royals, and quitting GMB. It's very interesting. He's given us, you know, four pages. He's not going to apologise. You can stand there till you're blue in the face. And he's not going to apologise. Also, the glowing verdict on the teacher in the Hebdo cartoon Storm by his next-door neighbour who's Muslim. He says, Islamophobe? No. He gives us cards at Eid and hands my kids halal sweets. There you go. You know. Sadly, there's no hate law to protect burly lads from Backley. And, you know, so people are out there and they've been told, go away. He's apologised. The school will investigate. Don't worry. Don't worry. Whatever happened to turning the other cheek? I always thought that was something that was more interesting. You know, it's a case of if every time somebody said something that you didn't like and you went into meltdown, we're never going to get anywhere. Goodness sake, honestly. I mean, I've said things to the producer, not this producer, my other producer. I call him my other producer, keeps him on his toes. And, yeah, and we just have a laugh about it. He says I'm untalented and fat, and I go, yeah, tell me something I don't know. And so it goes on, that's it, turn the other cheek, stop making a big fuss of everything. But anyway, he's making an impassioned defence on free speech. He said within 17 minutes of walking out of GMB, he had an offer on the table. He said he was surprised it took them that long. You see, that's what we like. That's what we like. And on Thursday, March the 11th, Susanna and he agreed that they needed a boozy lunch. He said he had nice messages from all the other GMB presenters, apart from Alex Beresford. So, which is, you know, that's the way it goes. So Piers bit his lip and then decided, nah, sod it. Walked out the studio. Never went back again. Never went back. So we'll wait and see. He said it's time to cancel our cancel culture before it kills our culture. Plus 12 torturous weeks of full national lockdown finally come to an end tomorrow. Does that mean car washes are open tomorrow? Guess where I'm going tomorrow? You never guess where I'm going tomorrow. We can play this sort of guessing game. And Tuesday, having moaned about it for God knows how long, I've got a blood test tomorrow at the hospital. And I'm assuming that's to check that I'm okay to have the CTC scan on Tuesday, which I'm booked in for. So tomorrow I'll have the blood test, which just means you go in there and they'll see within 30 minutes, they'll take the blood and that will then sort of tell them, because I'm diabetic, they have to know I'm diabetic for the procedure on the Tuesday, which I'm having in the afternoon. And that'll be quite nice. I should be quite grateful, actually, to try and find out, you know, what's going on. April the 12th for hand car washes. See, I don't understand why. Why? Automatic car washes are already open and allowed to operate, but manual car washes, like your local hand one, about to remain closed over the nation's third lockdown. Do you think they know what they're doing? No, not a clue. Not a clue. So, in other words, you can go and visit people, you know, and sort of, but it won't be tired if they bring out a bucket and a sponge. You're in big trouble. Big trouble. Also, what else do we have? I think the Piers Morgan's the biggest thing here. I think, because he's basically said, he's just not going to do it. She moved. Hope as the stricken Suez ship shifts for the first time. And you know why? It's because this is when the tides rise. Nothing to do with Uri Geller. It's a load of old hooey, thank you very much indeed. And so the bow became stuck. I mean, there are thousands of these containers on board, about 20,000, I believe. But there's 321 ships in backlog. 321 ships in backlog. And then we can, once we've got them all sorted out, we can go there. But of course, the longer it goes on, the worse it is. Oh, sorry. I'm just kicking underneath my desk, actually. It just hurt. The BBC has admitted destroying documents relating to Diana's bombshell Panorama interview, despite previously saying there was no evidence it had done so. They just tell lies, don't they, the BBC? It's unusual because they don't generally tell them anything at all. But they do tell lies. No, we have. There's no evidence of this. By the way, there's evidence of this. It's called telling lies. Makes you wonder who these stupid people are, doesn't it, really? Lots of people saying, oh, it's good, we can be betrothed. That means getting married, a bit of an old-fashioned kind of thing. And here's a picture of, I think this is Kylie Kardashian, wearing a coat that is a ridiculous sight. She looks absolutely ridiculous. It's a shiny grey coat, obviously in some sort of plastic or something. Ghastly, absolutely ghastly. And Eamon Holmes would love to lay the foundations for a career extension as a house show host. Sure sign he's got a new agent. He's dropping hints like there's no tomorrow. Eamon Holmes, ready and waiting. And Meghan Markle's dad says he hopes to sue her 5 close friends who revealed details of her letter to him. Never goes away, does it? The gift that keeps on giving.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Sunday. It's Sunday, the 28th of March. As we zoom towards the end of March and we all freeze to death as it goes around Easter time. Steve, about car washes. They're opened in certain areas. I just used one tonight. Yeah, you can use car washes, but not the hand car washes. OK, normal car washes are open. They're all open around our way. There was a queue a mile long the other day. I'd never used one. They'd take your paintwork to pieces. Thank you very much indeed. And then somebody says, has Steve Allen never heard of Be Kind? What he just said about that girl Moffat, God, you're a class act, aren't you? Was extremely unkind. Really? What, you think ripping people off is unkind? My God, you're living... What century are you living in? You must be in the dark ages, dear. Definitely. She flogs a video to you showing how much weight you lose, and then she piles it all back on again. It was just a load of old hooey. She went to Switzerland, to a fat farm. That's not called being unkind. That's called telling the truth. Perhaps if you told the truth, you'd be a nicer person. That would make it a lot easier, wouldn't it? More than 44,000 people have signed a petition backing the Batley Grammar School. Do you know, I like the sound of Batley. I've never been there, but it sounds quite nice. It sounds like my sort of place, actually. Batley. Is it pretty? Oh, right, it's pretty. There you go, we like it. The teacher showed the inappropriate cartoon. But how are you supposed to demonstrate racism to people unless you show them an example? It's what James O'Brien was arguing the other day. I didn't quite see what the problem was. But, of course, people jump up and down and wave their knickers in the air, don't they, and get all upset about it. Oh, God, they've got that ghastly programme on the television. That programme which has got Spencer Watsit on it, Click. Have you seen it? Programme with about 500 people working on it. Yeah, and an audience of about 3. Honestly, it takes 2 presenters for that. What a waste of money. Waste of money. Steve, the contrast scan, if you've never had one before, will give you a strange warm feeling. I spent my entire life with strange warm feelings. Thank you very much indeed. I had that actually when I had my heart thing. They then gave my body a rinse. Have you ever heard of such a thing? After I had my stents done, they said, and all of a sudden it was like somebody had drenched you in hot water from the top of your head all the way down. It was a most peculiar feeling. It was another little, I thought, oh dear, this is an accident waiting to happen. Steve. It was a hand car wash. I used brushes a lot. Yeah, I mean, the hand car washes, they're illegal. They're not allowed to use hand car washes. It's as simple as that. Our local one, Kingston, is closed at the moment. Presumably it'll be open tomorrow, which is good news. And another one here. Wait a minute. Swarfiga. That's the word I've been trying to get in my crossword. Muchas gracias, says Kim. Swarfiga. He used to do it. I mean, I should imagine Tyrone in Corrie must spend his life up to his elbows in Swarfiga. It's used for the garages. Have always got it. It's green. Although I believe it comes in pink as well. And you use it and it gets away oil and grease. Why do you just put rubber gloves on? Don't make it easier? You don't think so? Sharon Osbourne's left the chat show The Talk after a heated on-air debate about racism. She walked away with £8 million. That was the payoff. So nice. And a trophy hunter has boasted she shot dead a Nile crocodile to make a purse. Her name's, I don't know how you pronounce this, Larysa. Larysa. Larsa? Oh, Larissa. All right. Swillick or something, whatever she is, she's a piece of pond life. She posted pictures of herself posing with a dead animal and said, "Excuse me while I shop for a new purse." She's one of these sick people from of America, but she's trying to. She comes from Sarasota, which is quite a nice place, apart from her being there. And she said she shot it to save the lives of local villagers. Yeah. I mean, you know, so she shoots it and then holds its mouth open to take a picture. What a shame it didn't come back to life, dear. You know, just amuse you. I hate people like that. 60 years old, this animal's lived for, and she just shot it dead because it's protecting local people. They don't need pond life like you, dear, to protect them. Thank you very much indeed. She began hunting. She's killed, wait for this, what she's killed, 116 different species from around the world, including Africa, where she's hunted the lion, the leopard, the elephant, the rhinoceros, and Cape buffalo. She's a US TV host, actress, and former bodybuilder. Your pond life, dear. Your pond life. You don't go around killing animals for no reason. What a horrible person you are. You know, animal rights group called Exposed Trophy Hunters says killing an animal for fun and a purse is morally indefensible. She didn't even stop to think that that crocodile had lived for 5 decades and played a vital role in controlling the young males. She was approached for comment, but of course she can barely throw 2 words together. What a buffoon you are, dear. Well, you're in our newspapers now, and we don't like you. OK? I don't care. You don't even have to be an animal lover to not like her. She just kills animals. She's proud of it. Purse shopping at its finest. You know, really disgusting. What a shame. Do you know, I'd have loved her to hold the mouth of this thing open, then all of a sudden, an eye opens. And then all of a sudden she disappears. That would be good, wouldn't it? We'd be very happy about things like that. Ministers are refusing to scrap the 1973 toll tax on kids' clothes, which cost parents more than £100 a year. OK, fine. And a Foreign Office minister has apologised for wrongly claiming the UK had raised concerns over Princess Latifa at the United Nations. Latifa claims she's been held prisoner by her father, Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum, since 2018. Lord Stephen Parkinson had assured peers the government had raised the matter with the UN. I mean, it's people just get on with things now. We just get, we have no idea what's going on. Heavens above, what are we supposed to know about it? Don't know anything at all. Also, new tenants needed for a pub on a tiny UK island. The Ship Inn, 300 years old, has been closed during lockdown. It sits on Pyle Island, south of Barrow-in-Furness. There's a seasonal ferry, and that's it. It's the area's jewel in the crown. In fact, to be honest with you, it's the only jewel in the crown. They haven't got anything. They haven't got anything at all. And 2,500 prisoners play the lottery from jail. Such a cushy life in prison now, isn't it, really? Such a cushy life. And meet the COVID heroes taking part in a pageant. Have you seen people who go in for pageants? I'm not really sure about pageants. Beauty pageants. I could give it a go, I suppose, but I just look a little bit ridiculous. And Rachel Bletchley in her column today. Plus, Prince William is a very handsome chap, she says, but the world's sexiest bald man may be pushing it. He's topped a poll of sizzling slapheads conducted by cosmetic surgery experts, pipping Mike Tyson to the crown. He also beat Jason Statham, Bruce Willis and John Travolta. But I wouldn't give them the time of day. She says my number one baldy is Steve Fletcher, the repair shop sexy clock expert. Not Steve Allen, I know. Obviously way down the list, me. It's not very good, is it, really? Honestly, I need to up the ante, I've decided. Definitely need to up the ante. What else we got? What else we got in the papers? Oh, there's loads of these sort of tacky, naff stories, including somebody talking about an affair. What is it that people want to come out and go, I want to tell you about who I've been having an affair with for the past 5 years. I won't tell you because, to be honest with you, it's too boring for words and a little bit tedious. So, and also because I don't know whether it's true or not. There's not to. Also, let's have a quick look. Oh, what's a picture here? Oh, ex-postmaster Lee Castleton was made bankrupt after the post office took him to court over an account shortfall. He lost his job, had to pay $300,000 in costs. Dear me. And Ken Dodd's bizarre tax evasion trial is to be the subject of a new TV drama. Poor soul. Honestly, he's dead. He's dead. What's the point? They're not going to get the money, are they, really? Sorry? Who played Ken Dodd? I don't know, actually. I used to like it. We are the Diddy Men, Diddy Men. I thought it was a good act. You couldn't get him off stage, though. If ever you went to see one of his shows, you were there for the duration. Most people took duvets and pillows and cheese and pickle sandwiches and stuff like that. I did get my Marmite the other day. I went out to try and get Marmite. Couldn't find it in the first place. Found it. I went home with it. And you only need a little bit of Marmite. I've decided you don't need too much of it. And I bought some, what did I buy? Lime cordial, Rose's lime cordial. Oh, that's delicious. I like that a lot, actually. That was one of my favorite. No, together. Yeah, together. Yeah, I had a couple of Marmite sandwiches and some lime juice cordial with water. I had it weak. I didn't have it very sort of busy, as they say. What else have we got? Amazon staff to get hotline to report bosses. Okay. And Easter eggs all over the place. Easter eggs, cocoa and egg, vegan egg for 10 quid. I mean, do you really need Easter eggs? Do you really, really need Easter eggs? I don't think you do, actually. We've had a few round here, but, I suppose it's terribly bad for you, isn't it? Can't open the paper. Oh, there we go. Talk TV. This is former footballer Jamie Redknapp, bowled over by some cardboard cutout replicas. He's out on the road with Freddie Flintoff and Romesh Ranganathan. The trouble is, Jamie Redknapp is not the most stunningly interesting person in the entire world. He's a bit dull, I'm afraid. And what else we got? We got Bonnie Langford set to return to Doctor Who 35 years after she first time travelled. She didn't really. Only pretend. But she did very well, indeed. So good for her. Oh, look, another piece about Eamon Holmes who wants to front a property show. Getting a bit desperate now, isn't it, dear? That's a few papers I've read. Yeah, he'll do anything. I mean, at the moment, nothing, but it's all there. What have we got here? Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? A cherry tomato, goat's cheese and spinach tart. That sounds quite nice. That's only £1.50 from somewhere. Morrison's. Gosh. Might have to pay a visit to Morrison's. And all sorts of, the drinks you can get in cans now. Alcohol-free G&T. What's the point of that? Here's the news.
At Virgin Active, there's something for everybody. Whether you like to work up a sweat in a strength and conditioning class, or tone your limbs in Pilates and then head to the spa, we can help you find your thing. From swimming to boxing to gentle jacuzzi bubbling. Whatever gets you moving, it all counts at Virgin Active. Join now and get your first month free. T's and C's apply. Offer ends October 31st.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Bit of a row going on in the studio over whether or not it will be lighter or darker when we walk out of the studio. And I've said I think it'll be lighter. Producer is totally convinced it will be darker. I don't think it is, because when I walk out every week, it's light. So now it's moved on an hour, and so it'll be light, won't it? Won't it? Oh, I don't know. Most of you probably know. So who's actually touring? Calabro for October of this year. Billy Bragg, Fatboy Slim, Gary Barlow is touring. Everybody's touring, have you noticed? Westlife sold out at Wembley Stadium. I forget why they were coming back together again. I can't remember what the reason was. Are they raising money for something? They might be, actually. I lose track of all these things. Also on Sky Arts Freeview, Billy Elliot the musical. God, it's brilliant. It really is, but it's so good, Billy Elliot. The DVD you can buy. One of my favourites. It's so good. So good. Even though the kids have all grown up now. Here's a chance to light up people's life. A job is being advertised to help maintain the nation's lighthouses. And being advertised by Trinity House. And starting salary, $26,000. Oh, not really sure about the salary, actually. It's a lot of lighthouses to do. And so the field operative will be responsible for carrying out electrical maintenance on lighthouses, light vessels, buoys and radio navigation. What, for 26 grand? You have taken a mickey or something? God, there's electricians everywhere going, are you kidding? You having a laugh, Steve? We can make 50 grand minimum through being electricians. 26 for For doing light town, you've got to do all that stuff there, carrying out electrical maintenance, light vessels, buoys and radio navigation. Do us a favour. Honestly. Joanna Lumley has confessed to being a tightwad. Thought to be worth around 13 million, she says. I reuse greeting cards. Always wanted to meet somebody who reused greeting cards, which I love. Dozy celebs have been accused of encouraging people to turn down the Coronas jab. Geordie Shaw's Jay Gardner, whoever. Model Leilani Dowding. Who? Never heard of these people. And Emmerdale star Jarell Carter are among those allegedly pushing anti-vax views. I do hope not. Leilani says, I'm never getting vaccinated. Couldn't care less, darling. You do what you want to do. Do what you want to do. She says, nothing on this planet will make me get the vaccine. Good. Well, there you go. You do what you want to do, OK? Nobody cares about you, whoever you are. And a model. They're always models, aren't they? But as I say, you look at a picture of her, you begin to wonder what sort of model she is. I suspected booby model. Booby model. She's bedded 8 footballers. Oh, dear, you must be slacking, dear. Most people bed about 20 or 30. They're a bit thick footballers. And so she named some of her recent Premier Hero ex-boyfriends. And now she's become pregnant. Oh, how unwise. How unwise. Also, Kim Marsh has admitted the schedules on Coronation Street were tough. Oh, nothing worse than the drearies complaining about, it was all so tough for me. Yeah, didn't stop you taking the gig, though, did it, love? If it was so tough, why didn't you sort of get out? Goodness sake, honestly. She says the turnaround is so quick. Oh, blimey. Nothing worse than a dreary complaining. It's a soap on television. It's like you finishing a scene and going, I'm sorry, what is my motive? Could I watch it? No, dear, there is no motive. The motive is you've got a gig, okay? Also, British Summer Times finally arrived. Just in case you've woken up and you don't know where you are, I'll tell you now, it's coming up 7 minutes past 5. Okay, 7 minutes past 5. So I just thought I'd tell you that, which is good. Steve, it's darker in the morning and lighter at night. If it was still dark at 6, that's now 7, so dark an hour later. Yeah, whatever. Steve, clocks went forward, so instead of getting lighter at 7, it'll be 8. Right, OK. The sun will officially rise at 6:50 this morning, so 1 hour later than yesterday morning, says Stephen Whitney. Thank you. Beatrix says, I need your help. I know my son Jamie listens to you. His dentist told him he should stay away from orange juice, but he's still sneaking it into the trolley. Well, then let him drink it then. Goodness sake, honestly. Listen, there's a place called Florida. And what do they produce? Millions and millions of gallons of Florida orange juice. You know, if it was bad for you, it's like somebody saying, you must drink orange juice to ward off a cold. Yeah, you'd need to down an entire orange grove for it to ward off a cold or anything like that. Goodness sake, honestly. Darker in the mornings, lighter in the evenings. Thank you. Darker because sunrise and sunset are moved forward an hour. Thank you. Somebody says, what's Marmite made of? I've got no idea. I don't own the company. I just buy it. It's yeast extract. There you go. You heard that. Yeast extract. Also, I'm very smug with myself, Steve. 3:55, made myself a cup of tea. Oh, Lordy, it's an hour later. I wouldn't mind, but I've been reminding everybody this week that the clocks spring forward. Spring forward, fall back. Costco do big tums of Marmite will last you forever, says Cindy. Yes, I knew about that. Because my godchildren the parents of my godchildren, the father of my godchildren told me. Steve, I would reuse greetings cards if only I could get away with it. Well, if they're written in pencil, you can get away with it. Don't you think so? No. Steve, why does Kim Marsh wear a sack all the time, says Jackie. I'm looking at a picture of her. She looks very glamorous. And somebody says, I would use greeting cards if I could get away with it. The trouble is we've all got computers now, haven't we? I still don't know how to operate computers. I've got to send my accountant a load of stuff. What I'm going to have to do is stick it in an envelope and send it to him because I've got no idea how to send it on the internet. I don't know. No, I can't fax it probably. I don't know. I mean, it's just a pain. It really is. They go, can you send me this? And I go, yeah. I haven't got the heart to tell him I don't know how to do things. I'm always terrible for things like that. Steve, my body automatically wakes me up at 3:45. Which is quite good. He says, and I listen to you, and I not even think that you are the best presenter in the whole wide world. Yes. I'm so glad that you're back, just like Schwarzenegger. Whatever LBC are paying you, it's not enough. Oh, believe you me, it's enough. Believe you me, it's enough. I'm quite happy with it, thank you very much indeed, but nice to be concerned about things like that. I could just about afford to eat. I haven't fallen on hard times just yet. Bobby Davro wants to make a telly comeback. This is an old story from ages ago where he wasn't getting any work, mainly because he's not funny. He's keen to do a reality show, but he's already done loads of reality shows. He's done Celebrity Big Brother, Your Face Sounds Familiar, Come Dine With Me, All-Star Talent Show, The Games and Dancing on Ice. How many more do you want to do, love? Because we don't want to see you anymore, thank you. He says, I'd love to do Celebs Go Dating. That'd be a fun show. Something lightweight. He says, it would certainly make a change from seeing Joey Essex popping up on every other series. He said, I'd like to do MasterChef. You're sounding desperate now, aren't you? Sounding desperate. But if he could choose to come back, he said, I'd like a primetime job making people giggle. Yes, it would never be a full-blown laugh, would it? It would just be a ha, 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 like that, I suppose. He says, I'd like to be involved in some of the panel shows. You know, I want to do what I do for a living. They could make a show for people like me called Still Alive at the Apollo. I think the audience would eat you alive, mate. I think they'd eat you alive. You know, did anybody find Bobby Davro funny? No? Anybody know what sort of material he does? No. Anybody understand it? No. Used to live in Staines. Yes. Does he have a girlfriend now? Why would he want to on a dating programme unless he's single, in which case we can probably all understand it. A reformed criminal fears that violent drill videos on YouTube are glamorising knife crime. Honestly, YouTube's got all sorts of things to answer for, hasn't it? I do enjoy YouTube, but I only watch the Mad Americans. The Mad American. And then that one we had on the news earlier on with Zora Suleiman, which was the police shouting at a 5-year-old boy. A 5-year-old boy. You really want the 5-year-old boy to be a dwarf, don't you? And to go, I'm taking you to court. That would be fun. You know, because the Americans over there, their police are terrible. Not all of them, but a load of them. There was one the other day, I told you I'd watched it. I've watched it a few times. It's a white woman trying to stop a black woman and her children swimming in a pool at like a Premier type inn sort of place. And this woman, who appears to run this hotel, not for much longer she didn't, calls the police on this woman, and they went, we need your name. And she said, I'm not telling you what my name is. Unfortunately, the woman went, that's her car. So they got her name from the car license plate. And I remember thinking, this woman's a racist. Why is this black woman, who was an attorney, by the way, not turned around to her and said, you're a racist, and you two police officers are racist. You're in big trouble. They said, we want your name because she wants to know who you are. And she said, I've got a key fob. I'm staying here on business, all right? And the woman's going, well, we have to check who's in the pool. No, you have to check what black people are in the pool. That's what it was. It was so annoying. Luckily, she lost her job. I was very pleased. And another woman got arrested. There was a big thing around a playground in America, all cordoned off because they said you're not to use this playground while we're in a pandemic. And she thought it was clever to just go in there. I'm doing what I want to do. So the police came and arrested her. So she's screaming the odd, yeah. It's my right. You know, you can't touch me. Don't touch me. Don't touch me. Well, we're touching you. You know why? You're under arrest. Love people like that. The thick ones. They're all over the place. Also, British Special Forces have a new rifle capable of shooting around corners. What's the point of that? I don't quite understand that, but nevertheless, it's all good fun. This is My House is less through the keyhole, more down the plug hole. Yes, this is hosted by, we don't know actually, but it's sort of people, they all go, oh, it could be Stacey Dooley, not known as the best presenter in the world. And they've got people there as, you know, people sort of saying, oh, this is my house. You have to guess. It was done years ago on Lloyd Grossman. They would have people on there and they say, yes, it was like no, it wasn't through the key. It was something else where you have somebody on there and be me and you, say, Joe. And I'd say, hello, my name is Joe Higginbottom and I keep a black parrot. And then you'd go, I'm Joe Higginbottom. I keep a black parrot. And there'd be two other people and you'd have to work out, you know, which one was telling the truth. It was done years ago. And I tell you, it was done by Steve Jones did it first of all on the Pyramid Game. It was part of the Pyramid Game. And it was very good. Now they've just copied it again. On this, would I lie to you? The answer is yes. Sidekicks Colin Fry and Derek Acorah are dead, but why aren't they making new TV shows? Yeah, Derek Acorah. Oh, wait a minute. Woof, woof. Do you remember that one? He morphed into a dog. What a load of old hogwash. What a load of old hogwash. And also, what a world we're building. Imagine a kid in years to come asking their parents about the family history. Well, we met on Naked Attraction, married at first sight, and within hours we were strangers making babies. Have you seen the uglies that turn up in Naked Attraction? Oh, my godfathers. That is particularly bad.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, welcome to Sunday. Welcome to, my God, we're all eating Easter eggs. My goodness me, are we eating Easter eggs like there's no tomorrow. It's 17 minutes past 5. Darker, apparently, outside. Whatever. Best place to take your driving test in Britain. But can you just... I didn't know you could do that. I didn't know that you could say, right, I'm going to take my driving test, and I'd like to do it in Pwllheli, in Welsh Wales. Because apparently 86% of people pass in Pwllheli. Okay, well, I'll get home. My neighbour Lynn will say to me, your Welsh is getting worse and worse. But the town has a population of just over 4,000. 80% of people in Pwllheli apparently are Welsh-speaking. Over the past year, 85% of learners in the historic town sailed through their driving test with no hiccups. Well, you don't want hiccups. That'll be a nightmare. Meanwhile, the worst place is Erith in southeast London. Don't take your test in Erith. You'll never pass. Never pass. It's not good, is it? Not good. Spandau Ballet frontman Tony Hadley has spoken of his dismay after a girl asked him to sign an autograph. That's nice, isn't it? For her grandmother. For her grandmother. The Gold singer says he was approached by a youngster at a gig just before lockdown with a photo of the star from back in his younger days. She says, "Can you sign this?" And I said, "Yeah, is it for your mum?" And she said, "No, it's for my grandmother." Bit of a shame, isn't it? Never mind. He says, in the early days, our shops, our clothes came from charity shops. I thought that was quite good. What's the matter with that? Listen, you get some nice stuff. I've given stuff to charity shops. You could be wearing really classy clothes. Excuse me. Some people, of course, don't like shopping in charity shops. Round our way, they're very, very busy. Very busy. Danny Dyer, another boring interview in TV life. My dad's so emotional around Santi. It's his first grandchild. Yeah, whatever. Get over yourselves. People they go on all sorts of things, don't they? You sort of think, do they sort of go, oh, who else can we put on here? This is Eurovision. We're not heading for Eurovision again, are we? We're not still doing Eurovision. Is that still happening? Good Lord above. We could be in for a bigger surprise than when Madonna performed at the contest a couple of years ago. Flo Rida, the monotone beefcake behind hits like Good Feeling, is threatening to rap live at this year's event. Do you know, I couldn't even tell you who won last Eurovision. When we had Eurovision, who actually won? I've got no idea. Netherlands, was it? With a song called? Go on, dare you. Not a clue. Saturday, the 22nd of May, it's in the Netherlands, so they... Arcade by Duncan Lawrence won. You've looked on that on the internet. I know. Yeah. In 2019, that was. When was the last time we won? My heart goes boom, bang, a bang, boom, bang, a bang. Congratulations. We won ages ago when it was proper people. And then we're flying the flag. That was a disaster. Do you remember that one? We flew the flag and then we crashed the plane. Katrina and the Waves. Love, shine a light on every... That was a good song. We love Katrina and the Waves. 1997, that was. 1997. I'm just having a look round here, actually. Are these all cameras? Around. How many cameras are in this studio? It's unbelievable. I've never been in a studio because I'm not in my normal studio. United Kingdom winners 5. Sandy Shaw with I Wonder If One Day. What did you say that? Lulu with Boom Bang a Bang. That was 69. That was 2 years after Sandy Shaw with 67. Brotherhood of Man with Save Your Kisses for Me. Save all. 1976. Bugs Fizz with Making Your Mind Up. 1981. And Katrina and the Waves. How many years ago? 40 years ago. Good grief. Wow. That's a bit of a worry, isn't it? No, not obviously not for you. It's funny because we did a thing the other day with my weekday producer, and I was coming up with different groups to see which ones he remembered. He didn't know any of the ones that I knew. He looked at me blankly, and I remember thinking, yeah, I mean, he'd heard of the Beatles and he'd heard of, people like Sandy Shaw and things like that, but there was loads he hadn't heard of. I got quite worried. Ringo Starr has only left the house 8 times since the pandemic struck. He turned 80 last year. 80 last year. I mean, it doesn't seem possible, does it? They all seem to be totally ageist. He's got a new book celebrating 30 years coming out. And it's nearly 20 years since George Harrison passed away and 40 years since John Lennon was murdered. So he said it brings it all back to you. I'm not at all surprised. It really does. We all remember that, don't we? Goodness sake, honestly. I remember it. Remember it very, very well. John, the only one I was on for was Marvin Gaye was shot dead by his father. I remember, you probably don't know who Marvin Gaye is, do you? Oh, your mum's favourite. That's all right. What's going on? I mean, he was another one, had sort of issues with sort of drugs and things like that. But you always remember people like that. I remember I was lying in bed, actually. I could tell you where I was when Elvis died. When it came on the news, I was listening to LBC because I didn't work for LBC at the time. I was listening to it. And they said Elvis Presley has been found dead on the floor of his bathroom. And I remember thinking, wow. Marvin Gaye was 1984. Elvis was 77. 79 was when I joined LBC. So 2 years prior to that. But I used to listen to LBC, as indeed does everybody. And I remember thinking, I used to listen on a Sunday evening with, who was on? It was, it was Adrian Love, Tommy Boyd, all sorts of people like that. And then I went in, and Jeremy Beadle. Jeremy Beadle was the first person that I heard. You might not know who Jeremy Beadle was, because he died some years ago. In fact, actually, we both shared a producer. He used to phone me, and we'd talk about the producer, who also isn't with us anymore. We're obviously working in an industry where people sort of disappear off. And I remember saying, because unfortunately, the producer that I had and that I shared with Jeremy Beadle was an alcoholic. And I found it unbelievably difficult. Really, Bavin. And I remember phoning up Clive Bull and saying, how do you cope with this? Because he also had Bavin as a producer. And he drank. I mean, the trouble is, I'd never known a time where he didn't drink. And that was the problem. I mean, drink was, so much bigger then. He would arrive in, and strange enough, he also owned a pub. He ended up having a pub, but he had a pub, and he would arrive in, and within half an hour, he'd open posts, and hello, hello, hello. And you knew he was desperate until he got to the pub, and he went to the pub, and he'd go and sit there for a few hours, then come back. Drinking was sort of culture in Fleet Street. It really was. You ask anybody. There are certain newsreaders over the years from from sort of television. And I never got into it. I say I never got into it. In the end, I got so depressed over working with somebody who was an alcoholic. You didn't know what was going on. I'd had no idea how the programme worked or anything. Luckily, I was very versatile. And in the end, he used to bring drinks in for me. He'd bring me in little miniature bottles of Southern Comfort and a can of Coca-Cola because it made it easier for him and his sort of guilt factor if he gave me drinks at the same time. I know it seems really odd, but that was the only way that we managed to get through it. It was really, it sounds horrendous. And it was. And I can remember speaking to Clive about it, and he said, well, just have to put up with it. It was really difficult. I thought it was very difficult. Not the first time I've had somebody who enjoyed a good bevy. Adrian Love enjoyed a good bevy as well. He enjoyed quite a few bevies, which was, it was the occupation. That was the way it worked, actually. Everybody went out drinking. The pubs of Fleet Street were full of journalists from all the newspapers, and people would sit there, and you would sit there till the pubs threw you out. Then you'd go home, and then you'd come back in the next day. I mean, the next day, how people struggle through work, I've got no idea. But I remember certain people would sit there with bottles of booze in front of them. You could drink. Mind you, you could also smoke. Smoking was big culture. You didn't need to go and stand outside a building like you have to now, look, unclean, and you go and stand outside the building. No, you did it all at your desk. We had overflowing ashtrays. When I think about it, it seems so odd that you could sit there and smoke. There was like a haze. In the studio, there was like this fog that ran through the whole thing, just be an ashtray. I can remember we had Warren Mitchell in one day, Alf Garnett. He opened the studio door, went, phew, cigarettes, closed the door and walked off. I went, no, please come back, we'll get air freshener. Everybody used to come and sit in my studio and smoke while I was doing the programme. Don't know why. I did smoke, but not as many as other people. We had to have designated areas for smoking. It was very funny. Very funny. When you look at all the different rules from years ago, I'm quite grateful that I've lived through all these different times, because I think it's made me the person I am today. Fat and diabetic. Although actually not as fat. I have lost weight. Since I've been ill, I've lost weight. Let's hope it keeps going that way, shall we? More of your texts and emails. Steve, yes, Through the Keyhole was good. Since you mentioned the Piers Morgan interview where he walked off it, I can hear the weatherman whinging on and on and on. Well, he was annoyed. He was very annoyed, and he just basically, he had his point, Piers had his point, and Piers decided to walk off. It's as simple as that. Although, actually, I read in one of the papers the other day that Alex Bereford has got the gig, and of course he hasn't got the gig. They were jumping the gun a little bit. I think it's gone to Ben Shepherd, who's still doing that programme. What is it? What do they call it? Tipping Point. That's an odd programme, isn't it? I don't know how many of those they record a day. I suspect probably about 5 or 6. But it's quite good. But some of the people, they don't know anything, do they? They really don't know anything. Some of these people, they go forward for quizzes. And you go, oh, that's nice, you're going to be on a quiz. And I've seen the most dim people. And you think, how can you not know the answer to that? But there again, it comes with kicking the blooming thing again. Not enough room for my long legs here. Oh, I'm now doing it to the microphone. Not very good, Stephen. Pull yourself together, for goodness sake. And Steve, I love your singing. I'm terrible at singing, says Shane. I think I'm quite tuneful, actually. I think I'm very tuneful. What do you mean? I used to be in a choir. I was in a choir. I got to sing the descant versions of everything. I could have been soprano when I was very young. And if you squeeze hard enough, still soprano. I loved it. I loved singing. I'm still taken by choirs and brass bands now. I love seeing. There's all on YouTube. You can find all sorts of people like Concordia. And it's like there'll be 1,000 youngsters. Nice at Christmas. I love hearing the kids singing the carols and then the descant bit. It's really good. I get quite carried away. In fact, I'm listening to Christmas carols in the car at the moment. I know it's not Christmas. But I can still do it. It's almost Easter, but I don't know what we have for it. I don't know what Easter hymns are. No, it's not just chocolate. When you go to church at Easter, you don't just go, excuse me, where are the eggs? You don't do that. There are Easter hymns, aren't there? Yeah, of course there are. There must be different times of the year. There will be different hymns. For you watch, you'll go on to the internet and you'll find Easter hymns, and some of them are very good. Here we go, Easter hymns. King of Kings, don't know that one. Amazing Grace, Amazing Grace. All right. Well, it must be other. They are top 40 Easter hymns for Christmas. Which are the ones that we've got? Find me that list. Here it goes. Come on, show me a list. You'll know this one. Christ the Lord is risen today. Hallelujah. Yeah. What do you mean, think so? The way I sing it, it's almost perfect. I love stuff like that. Yes, I sang those because I still remember the words even now. Even now. There's 100 Easter worship songs. Can we have some more? Can you run those down? Let's have a quick look. King of Kings, we didn't know, actually. I probably might know it if I hear it. Let's have a look. In Christ alone, the power of the cross. Christ our hope in life and death. No, in fact, actually, I don't know any of these. I only know the Christ the Lord is risen today. Hallelujah. Yeah, more next week. Stay tuned to LBC. We must be the only station who are currently giving you, with the help of their aged presenter, the living legend that is Steve Allen, Easter hymns. Somebody will write in and tell me loads and loads of them, which is good. Country File host Matt Baker has told he met his wife whilst performing in an all-male dance troupe. Yeah, whatever. He was playing at a nightclub in Cleethorpes. Oh. He had his alter ego called Butch Vendor. She didn't know he was part of the act. Not sure about that one. That's very, very odd, isn't it, really? Also, Tina Turner unlikely to ever perform again. Which is a shame, because we like Tina Turner. We think she's fantastic.
At Virgin Active, there's something for everybody. Whether you like to work up a sweat in a strength and conditioning class, or tone your limbs in Pilates and then head to the spa, we can help you find your thing. From swimming to boxing to gentle jacuzzi bubbling. Whatever gets you moving, it all counts at Virgin Active. Join now and get your first month free. T's and C's apply. Offer ends October 31st.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, hope you're well. Looking forward to a nice Sunday. I tell you what's getting really busy at the moment, and probably today will be no different because I went yesterday and I couldn't get in. Garden centres. All of a sudden everybody's going out. Please don't buy anything. Please, and when I say don't buy anything, they've got lots of little plants out there. They're very nice, but you'll kill them in the frost. Okay, so please not. 14 degrees today, light cloud and a fresh breeze. Monday, 18. Tuesday, 23. Take your shirt off. Wednesday, 20. Thursday, 12. It's good, isn't it? It's good. We're looking at some nice I'm not sure I can cope with nice temperatures. Not having my my hospital procedure to go through. What did it say on Tuesday? 23. Oh God, I hope the operating theatre is air conditioned. Better be. Also, what else we got here? Nick Ferrari's column today talking about Harry excelled at army life. He said, I've tried, dear Lord, how I've tried. I've bitten my tongue so often it's rarer than the finest steak tartare. But what has happened to Prince Harry? Is he truly happy? No, of course he's not. He's miserable as sin. He doesn't do anything anyway. He doesn't do anything, which is a shame. And if the news of Freddie the Seal being almost savaged to death by a dog let off its lead doesn't break your heart, you must be made of stone. Freddie, a local celebrity in the Twickenham, Teddington and Barnes area, was soaking up the sun when that dog launched its vicious and ultimately fatal attack. Horrible, really. The owner of the dog was subsequently, writes Nick, identified as Rebecca Sabin-Clare, who apparently is an Oxford-educated QC, the daughter of a former headmaster at Winchester. In the past, she's been hailed as one of the country's top 500 barristers, which only goes to prove the old adage, you can have bags of brains, but precious little common sense. Absolutely. Oh, stop my dog attacking. Shouldn't have taken it off the blooming lead in the first place, as we all know. TV presenter Chris Packham has backed peaceful protests. Well, I wish there were. Are there any? Did you see the other day? You know, these people in Bristol attacking police stations, setting fire to people, throwing fireworks into the crowd. These people are thugs. They've got nothing to do with protesting. 10 arrests were made on Friday. Police in riot gear and on horses had paint thrown at them and lasers shone in their eyes. Who are these thick, stupid people? Answer, this lot here. You'll see their pictures in the papers. Thick, stupid people. They're nasty. I think we should can't we go and buy a desert island somewhere with a couple of palm trees on it in the middle of nowhere and just take these people and just drop them on the island and say, see ya, wouldn't want to be ya. You don't want these people. You don't join the police force to be attacked, or police horses. Or failing that, the other day, people who work for the NHS had their cars set on fire and damaged by these thugs. You want to go round to these thugs, drag them out where they live and throw them in the pond. Perhaps we should bring back the pond. I couldn't think of anything else, actually. All I thought of was ducking stools. And I was thinking, these people are just nasty. You don't go round attacking people. For what? It's nothing to do with them. They're merely upholding the law. But stupid people like you, ghastly. New healthy law could end the bargain Easter egg hunt. Special offers on Easter eggs could vanish under policies developed by busybodies at the Department of Health. I mean, to be honest with you, you don't really need Easter eggs. You really don't. I mean, you could have some celery sticks or some carrot sticks or something like that. But you can't have, you can't eat Easter eggs all the time. You're not, no. I'm the only person who's given you an Easter egg. I know. Well, I mean, I felt guilty because you were you'd moaned about it so long. I thought if I give you an Easter egg, you might stop moaning. But it's like Christmas time, we have mince pies. They're nice. We should have them really this year in the microwave with fresh clotted cream on the top of them. Just to add to the interest. Yeah, only 9 months to go. But don't worry, it'll get there. My friend Ian can't wait. He cannot wait for for Christmas to arrive. Oh, Jedward have shaved off their quiffs for cancer charity. I'm sorry, Jedward who? Who are they? They're people who were famous some years ago, but not anymore. Not anymore, I'm afraid. So what did Ian want to do? Oh, he said the all-year Christmas warehouse near me is having a big sale this weekend. A Christmas... Wow. They're selling up to 50% off. Wow. That sounds nice. And then he sent me in a lovely picture of a lovely theatre, which is called Wilton's Music Hall, which is lovely, which we've been to every year for years, until last year and the year before. 2 years we didn't manage it. Was it 1 year? I can't remember. Anyway, either way, he's looking forward to that, which is very good. Taxes accrued on Colonel Gaddafi's frozen billions must be used to compensate victims of IRA attacks, campaigner said last night. The Foreign Office sources confirmed that 11 billion belonging to Gaddafi and languishing in UK banks belong to the Libyan people who could only be unfrozen when the country, riven by civil war, was stable. Well, there you go. Also, betting checks wrong for racing. And Jennifer Selway talking today about Monopoly. Nobody was hurt in the Icelandic volcano erupting for the first time in 800 years. Those tangerine rivers people got very close to. Very, very dangerous. Luckily, nobody was actually burnt to pieces, but had one of these fissures opened up, they'd have suffered. The Christmas shop, we know, the Hayes Galleria, close to London Bridge, it's closed. It's closed. It closed ages ago. They used to speak to me all the time. Easter things at the moment, they're not open. It was sold for a coffee shop. Online it might be, but the actual shop's gone. It was sold for a coffee shop. They were not happy. We were not happy. Nobody was happy. We were all terribly, terribly upset. Also, what have we got here? Let's have a quick look, actually. Rocker Pete Doherty has revealed the secret behind his new look, cheese on toast. That's why he's fat and bloated. He used to be a skinny little person, but cheese on toast is not good for you. He still drinks alcohol. He still opts for a nice glass of water. Once dated Kate Moss. I shouldn't imagine now. Definitely not now. And the Queen's grandson, this is Peter Phillips, reported to the police for travelling to see a married woman in Scotland 460 miles from his home. Apparently it was he was spoken to and issued advice. We're told it was a business meeting. Yeah. Long way to go for a business meeting, isn't it, really? But you could have actually done it easier and had a Zoom conferencing. It's not difficult, Peter, but I'm sure you've got your own reasons. Also, Peter Crouch says foreign footy stars make easy prey for party girls. They're unaware they're dating hangers-on who've often slept with the teammates. He said some even turn up at functions and have to be told the girl is on their arm as a party scene regular. He says a lot of panic ensues and then we tell them they can never see this person again. Oh, goodness. Bad, isn't it, really? Also, Strictly thrown into chaos after Motsi Mabuse signed up for the German show's stage tour at the same time the UK series is on the air. Well, listen, gives you publicity, love. And what was this one here? A gang leader. Line of Duty star Martin Compston has revealed he and the wife had a fertility struggle. That's not really sort of a main story. It's just sort of a little throwaway story, which is a bit of a pain. And Kirsty Gallagher is dating Johnny Nelson, an ex-boxing champion. She's said to be head over heels in love. People are always head over heels in love, aren't they? I don't know what head over heels in love means. I think it's just like you're in love, and that's the way that they. It sounds very painful, doesn't it? Tony Parsons talking about in a promo shoot for a product. Georgie Toffolo impersonates Agnieszka Fulskov. But this is quite nice. She's doing an impression. She's paid to advertise something, which is okay. Prince Harry's latest job will have him investigating the propagation of fake news. Very important work. Harry could start, says Tony Parsons, with the Oprah Winfrey interview that did so much damage to the monarchy, his family and our nation. Oh, he doesn't care. Why should he care about you? He doesn't bother about us. He doesn't live here anymore. Stay in America. Lottie Moss shows she's cut out for the high life. She's wearing a kilt miniskirt and off-the-shoulder top. Where you'd wear this kind of garbage, I've got no idea. But she's also been accused of cheapening her own brand by selling naked pictures and videos. Oh, dear. What a shame. Poor little soul. Never mind. Heathrow passengers will be able to leave laptops and liquids in hand luggage. Now, this was something they were very keen on stopping, weren't they? Thanks to new bag screening technology. It's a £50 million investment, and it will keep the airport safe. So it's similar to hospitals where they can do things like that. So that's good, isn't it? And a magistrate has been sacked for posting racist material online. The Lord Chancellor and Lord Chief Justice fired Eric Murphy after he posted and shared material of an inappropriate, provocative and racist nature. Why do people do things like that, knowing you can be found out really, really quickly? I just don't get it. Protesters who went on the rampage, clashing with cops, have been branded a mob intent on violence. They've got pictures of people squaring up to cops. Just reach over, pull his balaclava off, then you've got a good picture of him. You know, all these people will hide their faces. Let's make sure we know who they are, just in case they live next door to you. Hundreds of people turned out. Chants of no peace, no justice could be heard as they let off flares. Who has flares? I'm sorry, do you go on Amazon and buy flares or something? I don't know where people go to for these things. It's absolutely ridiculous. And Steve, I think I've got an addiction. Listening to you. Well, there you go. That can be described as an addiction. With all your singing, Steve, you should call yourself the Reverend Steve. I am ordained, by the way. We did it years ago online. We never believed it. And we could have the odd prayer, says Nick, together with some hymns. That'd be lovely, wouldn't it, on a Sunday? Unfortunately, at the moment, we've only come up with the one. Jesus Christ has risen today. How about Eamon Holmes for the GMB presenting gig? No. Not going to go to him. They've already done it. It's already sorted. It's Ben Shepherd for a little while. They'll see how it goes with the ratings. Won't make any difference. But nobody got as good a rating as Piers Morgan did. Am I too late planting summer flowers? No. We're still. Oh, you've got loads of time yet. We're just going into April. Only just going into April, so don't worry about it. But some of the little plants you see in the nurseries and the garden centres, they're too small at the moment. Too small, so don't buy anything just yet. They do put signs on saying protect from frost, but of course people go, and they kind of forget about it, which is not so good. An armed robber was caught after posing with his loot on Facebook. Peter Logan took brandy and vodka in a raid when he attacked a corner shop worker with a meat cleaver. We've sent him to prison for 6 years. That'll give him a chance to ponder on the word buffoon. Scotch eggs. Really, whiskey... Scotch egg truffles. Good Lord. But they're sweets. Okay, but they look like these ones here are the only ones that contain booze. They're made with a ginger crunchy coating and whiskey ganache. They cost £11.99 from firebox.com. Real whiskey Scotch eggs. That's quite nice, isn't it? Oh, no. Obviously not. Karen Brady, talking about closer than ever. We have been before to a male version of the pill. And as of tomorrow, you can legally have 6 people in the garden. She said, I can hardly believe it. I know. 6 people in the garden. Make the most of it. Might not last.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
So the rule of 6 returns tomorrow, the 29th of March, with new measures meaning 2 households, no more than 6 people, can meet outdoors, including in private gardens. Outdoor organised sport will return. The government will drop the stay-at-home message and will instead encourage people to stay local. People will still have to work from home where possible, and no overseas travel apart from necessary work will be allowed. That's how Prince Charles and Camilla made it over to Greece. Step 2, on the 12th of April. This is the earliest date on which shops, hairdressers, gyms, nail salons, libraries and outdoor attractions such as theme parks will be allowed to reopen, but no indoor mixing of different households will be allowed. Outdoor hospitality can reopen, including pubs and restaurants, with a rule of 6 or a larger group from 2 households. Customers will not have to buy a substantial meal to have an alcoholic drink, and there will be no curfew, but people will have to be seated when ordering and eating or drinking. Self-catering holidays in the UK with your own household is allowed. Funerals of up to 30 people, weddings and wakes of up to 15. What's the difference? I mean, surely, weddings you could have 30. If you have funerals, you can have 30 people. Are they not including the deceased? Weddings and wakes of up to 15 people. So in other words, 15 people can go there to celebrate your life, but only 30 of them can go to your funeral. Oh, no, sorry, that's good, isn't it? Weddings and wakes up to 15 people and then funerals up to 30. Honestly, weddings. They should allow everybody into weddings. For goodness sake, honestly. Just becomes a bit ridiculous, doesn't it? Never mind. Internet giants have been profiteering by allowing pension scam adverts that have cost savers $10 billion. Wow. 40,000 people, they reckon, ripped off. Which is not very good, is it? Not very good at all. And here we go, toilet humour. They've sort of found the back of lorries and vans and everything else with rude number plates and things like that. There's one here, carpets, vinyls, laminates, underlays and accessories. Get laid professionally. It's just in the, if this was Ant and Dec, somebody had reported them. And Maxess scaffolding for a safe erection. Which is quite good, isn't it, really, if you think about it? Roger the Gardener, enough said. There's also another one here that says, no, I can't read that one, that's far too rude. And this other one, also very, very rude as well, number plates. Amazing how many people want rude number plates. I don't know why, I don't quite see the purpose. But you go past a car or a lorry or something like that, and you look at the number plate, you think, I wonder what that spells. Supposed to spell Marie or something like that. It doesn't really. It spells, Marie X or something like that. Have I got SA1? Yeah, absolutely. It's very popular. SA1. Why? Because I am SA1. I used to have LBC1. Long time ago. Long time ago. Not anymore. Not anymore. Baby formula is being recalled from supermarkets over fears it could contain bits of plastic. And Olympus Mons on Mars is the tallest mountain in our solar system, 13.6 miles high. Well, it's quite big, isn't it, really? It's not here, though. It's on Mars. And an urban explorer plunged 20 feet to his death through the roof of an abandoned dairy. Ethan Bonner liked taking pictures of deserted buildings. He was on this roof in Totnes in Devon, but was later reported missing. Police found him unconscious. He died in hospital of a brain injury. He was an illustrator. He sent his girlfriend a video from the roof in Totnes in Devon. That's how they managed to find him. Otherwise, they'd never have found him. He could still be there, poor soul. Not so good. What have we got here? Hospital admissions for youngsters hooked on nitrous oxide. This is known as hippie crack. I don't personally know what it is. I mean, it's not me pleading ignorance. But they've said 16,793 people aged between 15 and 24 were put on wards for substance misuse. That's up from 13,121. So that's a huge increase, isn't it? I never understand. Hippie crack is this, you do it in a balloon and you go, you know, that kind of stuff. Is that hippie crack? Probably. Doesn't make you high, no. It's rather ridiculous. Emmerdale legend hits back. Believe it or not, this is Lisa Riley. Lisa Riley lost a huge amount of weight. I mean, a huge amount of weight. And now she's been trolled by people. She said, I freak out online bullies by following them. And then they themselves and grovel to me. Yeah, get them where it hurts. Get them where it hurts. It's like Piers Morgan has had death threats. And his children have had death threats. Well, I'd be straight down the police station. These are these people. This is their thing. Get them in court. Expose them in the newspapers. It's as simple as that. We're not wasting time anymore with these people. They quite clearly have got quite a few brain cells missing. They don't have anybody. You know, they are sort of devoid of anything. Oh, look, Pisces today from Mystic Meg. It's not Mystic Meg originally. I mean, she must be about 97 by now. This is another one wearing the wig. You find extra cash in an unexpected place. Check those unused bags and pockets. Woo! It says fancy dress or a funny emoji could be a powerful passion clue. Please don't send me one of those emojis. Yeah, get the fancy dress out. What would I wear as fancy dress? I'd be the pirate, of course. I'd be the pirate. Quite fancy being a pirate. I haven't dressed up for ages. I've got a lovely picture of me in Vienna. I went to a fancy dress ball. They're very big into their balls over there. And I went as a clown, together with the wig, together with the big baggy trousers, the big shoes, the clown makeup. You wouldn't know it was me. You really wouldn't. Even I didn't know it was me, but it was definitely me. I loved it. I thought it was great. Fancy dress. You know, I mean, years ago, people did used to dress up. Nowadays, people don't bother dressing. You know why? Because you've got to go home on the bus and people take the mickey out of you, which isn't so good, is it? So what have we got here? The first few days with Santi was scary. This is Danny Dyer. My God, they have to do her up for photographs. They really do. It's almost unrecognisable. Almost unrecognisable. And at home with Mylene Class. Her London mansion has 8 bedrooms. That's lovely, isn't it? We'd all like 8 bedrooms. And making an Easter cake. There was a woman on the bus the other day. I wanted to so knock it out of her hands. I don't know why. She's holding a cake, and it was in one of those plastic things with a dome on it. And I thought, I wonder if you made that. It was very good. It was very nice. But I so wanted to just go, oh, sorry, as you fall into somebody. Former Geordie Shore, Ricky Ignacio. Never heard of him. Never heard. Who are these people? It's been a while since he's been on television. That's why we don't know who he is. He's under the moniker Ricky G. And he's been on Celebrity Big Brother alongside Lauren Goodger and James Jordan. My God, all the has-beens together. Unbelievable. I saw The Circle the other day. I'm sure it was James Jordan. He's just not very interesting. He's just not very interesting. He does his best, I suppose. And whatever. Why is everything from Dyson so expensive? It really is. They've got a little purifier here, so you can enjoy a clean blast in your home. It's very lovely. And it's a Dyson Pure Cool Me air purifier. But it's £300. Even their hairdryer. Have you seen the hairdryer? They sell it on QVC. It's like £300 for a hairdryer. And the vacuum cleaners. Yeah, and the fans. And it's so expensive. Really is, honestly. I'll have to wait till they come down in price or they sell them in TK Maxx, because I'm never going to get one of these things, am I, at all? I'm going to be sort of, the outsider, I'm afraid. Also, the husband who kept his wife's death a secret for 45 years. How you manage that, I'll never know. And the shopping channel. I love the shopping channels. I sit there, although I'm very bored with steam cleaners, aren't you? Every time they go, oh, here's a steam cleaner. And you go, oh, please, not another steam cleaner. Not another steam. I'll have anything apart from a steam cleaner. What else we got here? Oh, look. A new embroidered soft cut bra. I must get one of those. Very reasonable. £7 each. Far too reasonable. Imagine, poor women have to buy these things. It's just not right, is it? Also, they show you all these... they're going to show a programme actually coming up on Johnny Briggs on ITV, Coronation Street legend. He was in so many films. You'd be surprised how many films he was in. I keep getting war films and stuff like that, and then blow me down, there's Johnny Briggs. He pops up. Mike Baldwin. He's a very good-looking boy. Very good-looking boy. And he popped up in all these films. Wow. All good stuff, isn't it, really? Another one here. Somebody went and got caught in a plane crash, but it's still going strong. And a multi-surface hard floor cleaner that kills 99% of bacteria. Oh, look, a chocolate That's what we have for each. I knew there was something. Simnel cake. I love Simnel cake. My mother used to make Simnel cake. You don't know what Simnel cake is. You'll find it easily online. It's not a difficult thing to find. More of your text. Steve, that's not hippie crack. That's Joe Pasquale. Oh, there's Simnel cake. Fruit cake, widely eaten in the United Kingdom, and it's distinguished by layers of almond paste or marzipan. See, I used to love marzipan, but I can't have it now. How lovely. Distinguished by layers of almond paste or marzipan, typically one in the middle and one on top, and a set of 11 balls. Well, there you go. Not for us, I don't think. Not for us, but very nice. Apparently another Easter hymn. There is a green hill far away, without a city wall, where our dear Lord was crucified. No, I'm facing the wrong way here. I'm the only one who knows these things. Steve, solution for all the scum, a week in the stocks. Oh, that wouldn't solve it. I wish it did. A week in the stocks. Out here in Leicester Square. A week in the stocks. How lovely. How lovely. And then we could all pelt rotten fruit at them. It wouldn't have stopped them, though. It just makes them more bitter and twisted. But we've got to do something to stop these people, because they're going out there now and they're making life very difficult for the police. The police do not want to sort of go out there and be bombarded and have fireworks thrown at them. Thank you very much indeed. So it's ridiculous. Also, 24 hours from open day, Cliff Richard and Bonnie Lithgow and Warren are over the moon. They can get back on the tennis court. However, get this for the rules. You can play singles indoors with someone in your household, or in your bubble you can play doubles with the rule of 6 outside. Well, seeing as you can only play with 2 in singles or 4 in doubles, that's a bit impossible. But if you play singles, you can't change partners and should be encouraged to stay at the same end of the court without switching. If you play doubles, you can't switch partners. I'm confused, he said. Do you think I should take up golf? Absolutely. No, on second thought, no, golf. No, not golf. Golf's very, very dreary. We don't want to do things like that, do we? I don't know anybody who plays golf. I know a couple of people, but it just doesn't do it for me at all. People get very, very excited. This music means that we have the news at 6 o'clock, so I'm going to let you enjoy the music. Now, we're going to bring up the... Come on, play a bit louder. A little bit louder. Here they come. They're very good, you know. Seriously, the other week they were playing down in Trafalgar Square and we managed to book them for the programme today. So they'll do the news at 6 o'clock and then we're back for the final hour of Steve Allen on Sunday. But don't forget, your clocks have gone forward in case you're a little bit worried about everything. So it's coming up 6 o'clock.
At Virgin Active, there's something for everybody. Whether you like to work up a sweat in a strength and conditioning class, or tone your limbs in Pilates and then head to the spa, we can help you find your thing. From swimming to boxing to gentle jacuzzi bubbling. Whatever gets you moving, it all counts at Virgin Active. Join now and get your first month free. T's and C's apply. Offer ends October 31st.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
morning, every nice to have your company. Welcome to Sunday morning. Don't get out of bed. Please don't stand up. It's seriously, it's not worth it. It's cold and it's okay. By Tuesday, we should be living in a heat wave. So that'll be, the ombre solaire will be out. We'll be out there doing, it's 23 degrees. Doesn't seem possible, does it, really? And so the good news is I've got a blood test tomorrow. Yeah, with fantastic. Why? I can't remember, actually. I suppose to find if I'm suitable. Being a diabetic for my for this CTC scan, I think that's what they call it, CT scan, which I'm having on Tuesday. But it means that when I go to the hospital on Monday for the blood test, they will give me this powder, which you mix with water. I'm told it tastes revolting. Everybody who spoke to me said you need to add something to it to make it taste a bit more passable because it's really disgusting. I thought I had some disgusting things a short while ago. That was from M&S. I remember those little shots. I bought these little shots and I thought, oh, that'll be nice. It'd be like Yakult. Oh, it was awful. It was full of turmeric, but it was so strong. I thought maybe they got the formula wrong. It was awful. So then they'll give me this. It practically made me sick. I've never tasted anything. So I bought 3 and I threw them all away. So I'm not risking this anymore. And the colours were quite pretty. Orange, green, red, crimson, vermilion, those sort of things. But so then on Tuesday I should be back at the hospital, having had this liquid, which I've got to drink the day before in the morning. Luckily, it's not till the afternoon, so there's enough time for everything to take effect. And then I should go up to the hospital, and they'll do what they do every day. It's funny, isn't it? You go to hospitals and you tend to forget unless you've been in there like I have for different procedures. Like I had my stents done in the hospital I'm going to, and there's a whole department doing stents. X-ray, a whole department doing X-rays. Whole department doing, this CT scan thing. Is it CT scan? Yeah, CT scan. And as I say, please God, it works. That'd be quite nice. We just need to find out, actually. But then a friend of mine said that his father-in-law had it done. And, in fact, it was Clive, actually. And he said it turned out to be this. He said, and he's been fine ever since. I thought, oh, please, God. I could do with that. So the newspapers today, they're not full of anything. I know that Andrew Castle might possibly disagree when he comes along a little bit later on. But, looking at the front pages, it's a case of nobody's following anything. There is no pattern that you can follow. First of all, they're doing the Summer of Love, the Rule of 6 returns, heatwave on its way, 300 to wed in a day. Not 300 at the same wedding, I hasten to add. Also, Corrie star Alan, even I'm shocked because he's been having a little... Well, he's only kissed this girl, which has upset Fizz. To be honest with you, it's only pretend. It's not real. And then inside, Judge Rinder, mugged by 3 balaclava-clad boys who snatched his mobile phone. He has said that he feels sorry for them because he can see the way their lives are going, and they will end up in prison. It's as simple as that, and that's the tragedy. There's nothing that you can offer these people who've got no intelligence. All they know is thieving. If you've got something and they want it, they'll take it from you. They couldn't care less whether you fall under a car or nothing else. So he was mugged by these 3 balaclava-clad boys. You'd love to find them and then just expose them and put them up where you can see all their pictures in the newspapers, because their parents must be absolutely gutted that their sons are common thieves. Common thief. I mean, do parents not check? You go home and all of a sudden your son, who's not working, has got a new mobile phone or a new bicycle. Do parents not question, or are they as thick as the children that they brought into the world? They probably don't care, do they? Parliament discusses Katie Price's petition against online trolling. Yes. And isn't one of the drag queens from RuPaul's Drag Race wanting to team up with Katie Price? She's way too old for that kind of thing now. Way too old. Zara Tindall, quite tedious actually, but if it's a freebie, she's up for it. She likes the old Tindall freebies. Also, Eamon Holmes would love to lay the foundation for a career extension as a house show guest. And as I say, he has a new agent. So that's why you're reading lots of stories about him in the paper, because his agent's very good. Jonathan, yeah. I mean, it could only be Jonathan. Who else could get this much coverage? Seriously. Meghan Markle's dad wants to sue his daughter's pals if he can uncover their names. They really are a ghastly family, aren't they? I've never known a family who don't like each other. It's bad enough with sort of Harry and William not talking to each other, and you think, God, it's a bit like the Gallaghers, isn't it? I'm not talking to you. Why? Because you're going to be king and I'm not going to be king. I'm not going to be amounting to anything. But don't worry, because we live in a huge house in America. Yeah, but you've got no friends. All your friends are fair weather friends. It's very sad and very tragic, as everybody has said. Steve McFadden worked so hard he should be knighted. No, we know better people who worked hard to be knighted. Not Steve McFadden. I worked very hard. I worked 6 days a week. Come on. Mind you, I wouldn't accept a knighthood. I really wouldn't know. How ridiculous. Radio presenter gets knighthood. That would just be ridiculous. Sir Steve, that just sounds ridiculous. Even I think it sounds ridiculous. Oh, I don't know, though. I'll think about it. I wonder what it looks like. Yes, coming up before Sir Steve Allen will be here. No, it doesn't work. It doesn't work at all. That would be ridiculous. More on this stranded Suez Canal cargo ship, shifted for the first time in 5 days. This is because the dredgers have been sent in. And because the river levels rise. Nothing to do with Uri Geller. Okay, let's get that one out of the way. You know, oh yes, I made it move. No, you didn't. Don't be so stupid. Honestly, why do people tell lies? Very annoying. And Brooklyn Beckham, that's the world's most interesting person. Vernon Kay's still got a funny tummy because he had a diet of beans, rice and animal parts at this castle in Wales. He lost 2.5 stone. What's the matter with that? It's all right. Goodness sake, honestly. Everybody else was eating the same thing. Nobody else has complained about it. Just get on with yourself. Also, an animal lover, founder of Secret World Wildlife Rescue, raced to Bristol Harbour. She helped rescue a badger, crying and clinging to a tyre floating in freezing waters. Earth does a... Honestly, he'd have gone under, but she rescued him. So well done, her. Well, I don't know what badgers are like. I don't know if they're a bit sort of adventurous and they go, oh, look, there's a tyre. Come on, everybody, climb on. Come on. But they're not. They do swim, actually. The badger was saved after it positioned itself between the harbour wall and a barge. And then somebody was able to pull it onto dry land with the help of a man who made the call. Oh, that's quite sweet, isn't it? I like badgers. I wouldn't want to have one to play with, but I just quite like the idea that people... Oh, they're very, very strong. Very, very... Have you seen the claws on badgers? Oh, yes. Oh, yes. 2,500 prisoners played the lottery from jail. Are you allowed to win, though, if you're a prisoner? I don't think you're allowed to win. I'm sure there's some rule about that. I'm pretty certain. Apparently, there's one here. Some bloke bought a ticket whilst on day release and scooped 7.2 million. They say the lottery's a big thing in jail. People never give up hope of striking it rich. That's why they're in jail, isn't it? Because they're thieves. Illegal smartphones can cost up to £1,000, even for an old one with SIM cards going for around £200 a pop. Phones are also hired out for £20 to £100 a day. They're a bit drippy, aren't they, these prisoners? Oh, can I borrow your phone, make a phone call? No, you can't. Prison Service says we're spending £100 million on prison security, including X-ray body scanners, signal blocking technology and dogs trained to sniff out mobiles. These poor dogs, honestly. I just want to eat biscuits and win a lot and have some nice... No, you're sniffing out phones. Oh, not that one again. Not that one again. Also, Mensa girls race for a £90,000 spine op and to straighten her S-shaped spine. This is Macy Handley's progress as an award-winning ice skater. She's only 12. Only 12, honestly. Fancy a pint down the vaccination arms? It'll be lovely and quiet. Mind you, turn up as a tennis ball, you get served straight away. Also, you're on your way to a fancy dress party. That'd be quite nice. And what's this one here? Sarah Wallace talking about Kate Garraway finding Derek on Tuesday. Vital viewing, and also did phenomenally well in the ratings. I think about 4.5 million people. 4.5 million people turned in to watch it, which was very good indeed. And apparently, as James Bond, he survived being tortured a few times, but Sir Roger Moore would have struggled to sit through his granddaughter's violent movie debut, she reckons. Ambra Moore is tied up before killing her on-screen girlfriend. Oh, thanks. Of course, they have to mention the fact who her grandfather is, because otherwise she'd get no publicity at all. Bit of a challenge. And the fake heiress. Have you heard about this one? Anna Delvey. Have you heard about Anna Delvey? Oh, she's she's not all there in the upstairs department. She's been jailed for conning pals, hotels and banks out of hundreds of thousands of pounds, has landed a TV deal. The outrageous life and lies of her are almost stranger than fiction. Her real name is Anna Sorokin. And what she did, she just pretended that she was a billionaire socialite. I mean, she's another one of these weirdos. But she said, I'm really ashamed of what I did, and I'm sorry. Nobody cares about you, love. Nobody cares about you. You're going to spend most of your life in prison anyway, so let's not worry about you, eh? You know, if you hadn't done it in the first place, you wouldn't be the idiot that everybody thinks you are. Of course, American. Another one. Probably abducted by a spacecraft, I should imagine, and sort of sent up to wherever. Also, lockdowns are creating an evil new slave labour trade across our towns and cities. Apparently, criminal gangmasters are offering migrants trying to enter the UK cut-price COVID crossings. Normally 40 grand, they're charging 400. Yeah, I wouldn't bother. The time Priti Patel gets her fingers into you, they'll be picking you up and shoving you back within a matter of hours. So it's not really worth it. You'd have wasted your money. Totally wasted your money. I like a war veteran who got hundreds of cards and gifts when he turned 100 last Wednesday. This is Bob Sargent. And he said the birthday surprise was fantastic. Delighted Bob, who lives alone in Lincoln and still does his own chores, said the secret to long life was have a good will to live. There you go. That's what we subscribe to. You know, also it's being happy. It's being happy. And also if you like yourself, that always works very well. You've got to like yourself for a long life. Look at all these people who live long lives. They're very happy with what they do. I'm very happy with what I do. So, you know, that's it. Mind you, if only I could fit into a pair of Victoria Beckham's thigh-length boots now being sold at rock-bottom prices in TK Maxx because she can't sell them, poor soul. Perhaps if she designed stuff for TK Maxx, she'd be doing a lot better than stuff with Victoria Beckham's name on it. So she's made a pre-tax loss of 16.6 million. In fact, you know, you need to give up now. It's a total disaster. Total disaster. Poor soul. And a pensioner died after tripping over a mat on her way into a clinic to get her COVID jab. This is an 84-year-old. She stumbled. I'm constantly falling over things. Paving stones. I did a couple in Leicester Square. But these were put down to stop people slipping in the snow. So she had a few falls. She's a retired VAT inspector. She had a few falls before, and then the fatal one. It's not very good, is it, really? Poor soul, honestly. Also, Stephen Mulhern pulled off an almighty prank last week, taking control of ITV's daytime show and leaving one star wanting to punch him. Poor old Stephen, honestly. Poor old Stephen. Holly Willoughby and Lorraine Kelly. James Martin was so angry. And Charlene White had her head in her hands. Oh, she's Loose Women, isn't she? I've just remembered. I couldn't remember who she was. And, we've got to take a break.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
It's 18 minutes past 6 from 7 o'clock this morning, though. It's Andrew Castle with LBC's Weekend Breakfast. We'll be discussing the possibility of needing vaccine passports to get into pubs, Labour's new plan to tackle violent crime, and the heat wave that's heading our way in the next few days. Whoopee! Heat wave, can you believe it, honestly? And then at 10, Tom Swarbrick's here with Swarbrick on Sunday. He'll be looking ahead to another busy political week, including tomorrow's easing of the lockdown measures. God, that'll be a day to celebrate, won't it, really? LBC. More of your texts and emails. One here that says, in 1957, Johnny Briggs starred in one of ITV's first police dramas, No Hiding Place, alongside Raymond Francis. In those days, it was made in black and white with only 2 TV channels to choose from, BBC or ITV. He appeared in A Stitch in Time, Carry On Up the Khyber, Carry On Behind and Carry On England, to name but a few, says Mike. Well, there you go. Do you know you can buy the whole Carry On set for like 25 quid or something? It's well worth it. They don't get very much at all, which I think is a big shame. The England rugby team have turned down a sponsorship deal from a pet food company. They thought it would be inappropriate to have Win a Lot emblazoned on their shirts. Do they still make Win a Lot? I don't know. Somebody told me that you can eat dog biscuits and dog food. I've never actually fancied doing it, but somebody did say it's only... Oh, I don't know. I mean, somebody told me that ages and ages ago. Donny says, a happy Palm Sunday. Are you off to Holy Mass? Unfortunately not. No. A little bit busy today. In fact, I've got loads of things to do today, which I shall try and get through. In fact, I'm determined to do it. I have to get myself into a mode for doing things. If I sort of say, right, I need to do so-and-so, so-and-so, and I go, oh, I'll do it tomorrow. And then I suddenly thought, no, I'm going to be busy tomorrow, and I'm going to be busy on Tuesday. And so I thought, no, do it today, then you've got it out of the way. Steve... I had a scan recently, says Gary, and the liquid they gave me tasted like weak orange cordial. I had to drink 2 large jugs prior to the scans. If you take a flask with ice cubes in it and add it to the mixture, it was palatable. Please don't worry. No, I'm not worrying about it. Everybody said to me, oh, you'll do this and do that. And so listen, I just want the pain to stop. Thank you very much indeed. I don't really care, actually. Students consume loads of nitrous oxide via the tiny canisters. Oh, I've seen these. These are all over the road, you see them. Little tiny silver things. And you go, oh, I wonder what that's for. I thought it was for a soda stream. Sadly not. Sadly not. And Steve, you also noticed how many old black and white films Betty Driver is in. Betty Turpin from Coronation Street. Do you want the hot pot? I love a hot pot. Alongside stars such as George Formby. But when I remember, I still think of her saying, hot pot, Ken. So, Stephen, I agree with you. She was quite old, wasn't she, when she died? And in the end, they actually had her not really doing very much. She was just sort of standing at the bar, and they'll go, can we have two hot pots, Betty? So it became known as Betty's Hot Pot. And then sort of the camera cut away, and then I suppose they sat her down. But they did exactly the same with somebody else in Last of the Summer Wine. There was somebody there who you never saw standing up. Thora Hird. Thora Hird was always seated down, either on a settee or in a car or on a stair lift, something like that. And so because she couldn't move around very often, but they still wanted to use her. Because we liked Last of the Summer Wine. It was very good fun, actually. They're very nice. And it used a lot of lovely people. Somebody else talked about the scan. Yeah, a friend of mine said that the liquid you mix it, tasted absolutely vile. Absolutely vile. So if it tastes like weak orange juice, I'm more than happy for that one. I don't bother about that. Steve says, Paul, at school we used to sing this Joyful Easter Tide. See, I don't know that one. And I've seen, says Shane, your friend Stephen Milne on the Sydney Shopping Channel this morning. I bought a mobile phone charger. Yeah, Steve Mills back out there. He was here for ages and ages, and every so often he'll drop me a little line, which is very sweet. Bless his heart. Terribly good looking. One of those people who obviously just has the perfect body. And we nearly went out, for sort of socially, and I suddenly thought, he's going to be so disappointed. Let's not bother. So we didn't. Just made my Simnel cake, Steve. The grandchildren love it. 11 marzipan balls to represent the 11 loyal disciples. Pauline says, I'm so pleased you're back. You're a tonic in these difficult days. Well, listen, tomorrow's going to be our day. We are going to go crackers tomorrow, aren't we? We're going to be so excited. My song is Love Unknown is an Easter hymn, apparently. But I do like There Is a Green Hill Far Away Without a City Wall. I thought that was one of my. It's like I always used to like, but it's not appropriate for this time of year. We plough the fields and scatter the good seed on the land, for it is. Isn't it funny how you remember the words to something that you haven't sung? Yeah, from school. I never sang it apart from at school. And I wasn't entirely convinced we sang anything at school. Most people didn't want to sing anything at all. Very miserable about it. So that might go back to when I was little. Cauliflower's fluffy. No, what's cauliflower's fluffy? Is that, oh, right. So, Steve, another one here. Maybe Victoria could design clothes for charity shops. Certainly do an awful lot better than the stuff she's selling at the moment. It's just dying. But I believe, whether you believe the stories in the newspapers or in the magazines, that Dave Beckham, what? Had sort of said to her, listen, why don't you close the shop down? It must be costing a fortune and it's still making a loss. She's never going to make a profit. Never in a million years. Because given the choice, Versace, Gucci, Fiorucci, Tamagotchi, all these different things, and then you get Victoria Beckham. It's not the same. I'm sorry. People in high society, they won't buy Victoria Beckham stuff. The sort of people who are buying it are, I love the Spice Girls. I'll tell you what you want, what you really, really want. You don't want her clothes. Nobody's buying them. She's been bailed out more times than I care to remember. They'd be better off closing down the shop because it's operating skeleton staff at the moment. Because obviously the accountants have said, listen, this just isn't working. I mean, but she's obviously seeing that as a failure. But it's got nothing to do with the coronavirus. It wasn't doing well before coronavirus, let alone during and after. Not that I think we're ever going to have an after. They think that we're going to wear masks now forever. That's what they've said. Which actually, I don't. I think I've lost mine. I don't know. I keep losing things. Honestly, I put a mask down and then it vanishes. Ridiculous, isn't it? Although I could, in theory, walk from here to the car without wearing a mask. I should be okay because I've got a boxfuls in the car. boxfuls of masks. Somebody else says, these little metal canisters contain the laughing gas and are dangerous. I can't imagine why anybody would ever want to take anything like these. I'm a bit funny about drugs. Well, I'm not funny about it. I just sort of think to myself, people die. You know, you've only got to have something in your body that doesn't agree with these things. You know, you suck on a balloon and it starves your brain of oxygen. What's clever about that? It's like watching this Ibiza Weekend the other day. All they do is get drunk. And when they get drunk, they just become sick. And you think, you're an idiot. You're an idiot. You're an absolute fool. Why is it that people they just keep drinking and then they become sick and then they go back to drinking again? It's because their body's not used to it. Why would you want to starve your brain of oxygen? I don't get it. I'm so uncomfortable this morning. I should have put a cushion on this chair. I don't know why. I was feeling quite happy, actually, about a thing on there. Paul Gascoigne. Who is managing Paul Gascoigne? Because all of a sudden, Paul Gascoigne is in every single day about this programme he's in, Italy's version of I'm a Celebrity. Why they pick somebody who doesn't speak Italian? Unless he speaks Italian and I'm not aware of it. I've got no idea. We're legally allowed, says Karen Brady. We like Karen Brady. I like Karen Brady a lot. And she's talking about COVID cases dwindling. We're still not out of it. We're never going to be out of it. I think we're always going to be wearing masks. They do it in Japan. They've been wearing masks for ages and ages. And I think we're going to be very similar. Very similar. Somebody said to me the other day, you always get the one person who writes in. I said, I'm sitting on the train. We're all there with masks. Everybody's got masks on, except one person who gets on chat on the phone, chat on the phone, sitting there infecting everybody with whatever she's got. And I said, I don't want to sit on a train with somebody who's not wearing a mask or a visor. And so you always get the one who writes in, well, how do you know what condition she had? I couldn't care less. She might have COVID. She might be infecting all of us. I don't want to be infected, thank you. And also, you can get a visor to put on. You know, you don't have to wear you can put a visor on, which you can buy everywhere. Costco, you don't wear one, you ain't going in. America, exactly the same. I'm sorry, you're not wearing a mask, you're not coming in here. You can whistle all you like. And they've all got this little thing they printed off the internet. I don't have to wear a mask. And you go, they're not even legal. In fact, the department that they claim to be from have had to put out a warning saying, these things are not legal. We haven't put out anything at all. But you know what people are like? It says on the internet. That fatal line that you get all the time, isn't it? Shame, really. Somebody here. This is who had we've had people who've had accidents before. This bloke died after a cigarette sparked a blaze in his car. I don't see that many people smoking cigarettes in cars. I know people do. This bloke had a Renault. It caught fire, veered off the road onto marshland, and then it exploded. He was identified by DNA. After the burnt-out car was found near Festiniog in June, the most likely cause of the explosion was a lit cigarette. Good God. That sounds like a leak from a petrol tank, doesn't it, or something? Mind you, I remember when we used to see, you don't see it now, actually, the idiots standing in petrol stations on their telephones while they're putting petrol in the car. The ultimate bozos, I'm afraid. The ultimate people of no brain cell. No brain cell whatsoever. Baby from the aliens kidnapping scores of humans for sex. What a load of... Do these people seriously believe that we believe this? Or do they think that we think they're mad as fruitcakes? Seriously. You know, the usual duration is 1 to 3 hours. What, having sex? Are you having a laugh or something? An hour? An hour? And there and back from the spaceship to... I mean, these people must be so stupid. Like the people who believe the Earth is flat. What do they call them? Flat earthers, I believe. Oh, my God, Father, they're even worse. These people, they can't hold down jobs, can they? They really can't. What else we got? Oh, still to come. A bungling robber identified by his socks on his hands. He put socks on his... They get more stupid by the minute, don't they?
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning. Apparently, alien sex Steve is out of this world. I mean, what worries me is that these people are so blooming mad, they seriously believe it. That's what's even more worrying. And they think that they're sort of justifying it, putting it in a book. Oh, that means somebody believes me. No, we think you're mad. I'm sorry, there's no such thing as being abducted by aliens and taken away for extracurricular. Thank you very much indeed. Although I sometimes think maybe David Beckham could be taken away. I found a lovely coin here. This is an Edward VIII £5 coin. Okay, it's gold. This prototype was never put into circulation due to his abdication, and it's one of only 3 that they know exists. The samples were made ahead of production, due to start in 1937, but he quit 1936 to marry Wallis Simpson. The £5 coin was controversial as he chose to show his face in profile. How much do you think it sold for? It's a £5 coin. 20 grand would be good. The sale by a collector at Heritage Auctions in Dallas makes it the most expensive coin yet. I mean, well, I'm assuming there might be other coins, but this particular one, because there's only 3 of them, 1.6 million. We can't spend it. Very good markup, isn't it? Can you imagine somebody saying, I'm always amazed by people who find things at home and they go, I wonder what this is. And they go, that's really rare. That's really, I mean, 1.6 million pounds. They were hoping it smashed the £1 million for an Edward VIII trial sovereign in 2020. 1.6 million. Imagine if you owned it. Wasn't there a family in France? Français, voulez-vous coucher avec moi? And they had what did they have? Was it they had a very famous painting, and I can't remember who the artist was. French families sell painting, which have been hanging. It hasn't been seen before for ages. In fact, I don't think it's been seen at all. It's a painting of a street, and this painting went for a record £11 million. It's been hidden for ages, and I can't remember who actually did it. There you go. A Van Gogh of a Paris street could make 10. It made 11. Made 11. Can you imagine? Where is it? It's been It is rubbish, isn't it? It's been hanging on the walls of the sitting room. All right, what's it worth? Well, they estimated 10 million, but we got 11. Unbelievable, isn't it? I've looked around the walls of my place. I've got loads of things, but nothing like that. We never knew Van Gogh or Van Gogh. We didn't know him at all. But 1.6 million, that could do for me. Thank you very much indeed. Also, pensioner John Wilcock. He's 89. John Wilcock is attempting to roller skate 90 laps of a courtyard before his 90th birthday. He's helped by a walking frame and wears a helmet, flying a Union Jack for the circuit outside his Warwick home. He said he's been sort of pushed forward by Captain Sir Tom Moore, who raised like 35 million, but he's only raised £3,000 so far. He's a long way off it. They're all trying to imitate what Captain Sir Tom Moore did, and nobody will ever equate what he did. I mean, that was just phenomenal. And then what happens? He goes and gets blooming COVID. That was awful, wasn't it? Hollywood star Sharon Stone has revealed that a surgeon enhanced her bust without her consent because he thought she'd look better. She's 63. She had to have an operation to remove a benign tumour. She said, when I was unbandaged, I discovered I had a full cup-size bigger breast. Why do people have things changed? Why do they do it? The amount of people who've had things done and they go, actually, this is actually quite dangerous because this might burst and this kind of thing. And you think, I mean, some people, look at poor old Jordan. Look at that. There's a disaster if ever there was one. Goes to Turkey to have it done. You know why? It's cheap. Have cheap, expect trouble. Expect trouble. And still doesn't know what she does for a living. Still AJ's girlfriend. This is Abby Quinnan. She was a dancer. Not anymore, she's not. And they've got a consultant surgeon here who's actually said, you know, this is what she's had done. She burnt her face. And so what they're going to have to do, they'll assess to see how deep the burn is. The surgeon then shaves away the burn in a process called debridement, which is the removal of dead or infected tissues. A skin graft can reduce healing time and scarring. You take a paper-thin layer. I've had this. They've got a machine. It's like a kebab machine, and I've got it on my leg. If I pulled my trousers down now, I could show you, but keep wishing, eh? And we could imagine. And they take this thing, and it's on my arm. You can see underneath my arm. You don't see it because it's not on top of my arm, and that's the skin graft. And they take off this paper-thin, no, not even paper-thin, not even wafer-thin. You can see through it. This bit of skin. It bloody well hurts. They give you an injection to kill the pain. It's an injection because they're literally shaving the skin. They take it off and they put it on there, and then they hope it takes. And mine took Mine took, so I was quite pleased about it. That's what she'll have to have done, but on her face. On her face, they will be taking skin off, and they secure it with sutures or staples to the affected area in 5 days if it's known if the graft has been successful. Because I said to them, how long? And they went, well, we'll know within 5 days. And luckily, mine took. Well, then they have to do it all over again. But she's got it on her face, and it's not just, I've just got one little bit on my chest. They just sewed it up. Ow, 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 ow. But she's got it all over her face. Why? Because she set fire to herself. They were doing it on YouTube. You know, and I worry about people who don't seem to have a brain cell. Although AJ has said we're going to be together forever. One almost hopes, doesn't one? That's one hopes, you know. And she's had all these operations. I couldn't cope with shaving my head and losing more hair. Because this happened weeks ago. Weeks and weeks and weeks ago. And so they were forced to use donor skin. So hers didn't take donor skin. As I say, I've got legs. You could take it off my legs and it would probably work just as well. Horror burns from a stunt. Terrified plea to the boyfriend. Will you still love me? The answer is he said yes. But fancy setting fire to yourself in the first... I mean, do people not... hello? That's like smoking a cigarette in a petrol station while they're filling up the tanks and then going, oh, I couldn't believe it. All of a sudden, we burst into flames. I've seen it in America. I think it's on YouTube. Some bloke, he pulls the thing out of the car. He's got a cigarette going, I think. And all of a sudden, the entire thing takes off. Or do you remember when we had a petrol shortage and that woman stored petrol in her kitchen in a big basin without realising that fumes from petrol are different from anything else? They float on the air. And then she lit the cooker. And the whole kitchen vanished before her very eyes. Big surprise there. Where do you think it went, love? Really? But, I mean, they've done 3 weekends stories now on this, and I'm thinking, but excuse me, this was your fault. We're too sensible to ever do anything like that. It's dangerous. Fire is dangerous. That's all I can tell you. 84850, Nick says, I nearly gagged on my puffed wheat when you said you were going to take your trousers down. You can see it quite clearly. I look at it quite regularly. And, I mean, I'm sort of a miracle of spare part surgery, which is quite exciting. Steve, you said that VB's flagship is run by a skeleton staff. You're quite right. They're all very thin. Well, the trouble is, look at the size of her. She's not what they call average size in this country. You know, you very rarely find shops over here that cater for proper size ladies or men. You know, you have to go to a prop shop and they go, I mean, have you ever seen Victoria Beckham in the flesh? I've seen her in the flesh. I say flesh. I mean bones. And she's stick thin. Jerry Halliwell, stick thin. These people on the television. Do you remember Nikki from Big Brother? Well, she's suffering from anorexia at the moment. She's not very well. Thin, like you cannot believe. You know, apparently Victoria has never had, is it carbs, they said the other day? And I'm thinking, what are you eating? What are you eating? You know, you cannot make clothes for stick-thin people. You've got to be normal. You know, I have to go to M&S to buy my clothes because they do my size. Luckily, now I've lost some weight. I can fit into practically everything. I could be a medium if I wanted. I'm not. But no, definitely, thin is not good. Take my word for it. Thin is really not good. And then doing drugs. Look at models. Models you see nowadays. The women, stick thin. There's nothing of them. It's a bag of bones with a pair of ping pong balls stuck at the top. Not a good look. Rebecca Sabin Clare. This is Tony Parsons writing in the Sun on Sunday. He says she's the owner, Rebecca Sabin Clare, of the dog that mauled Freddie the seal, which later had to be put down. She said she's heartbroken. He said, I do not doubt it, but the leading barrister is fortunate that neither the RSPCA nor the police will be prosecuting her, saying she committed no offence. I wonder if the QC would have got off so lightly if she was a young man from a council estate with a dog called Tyson. Yeah, I have to agree with Tony Parsons on that one. She lives in they were very keen to point out she lives in a £6 million house, and her father was headmaster at Winchester. Her dog still mauled a seal. It shouldn't be allowed out. It should have been put down. Terribly sorry. Jennifer Lopez, 51, voted the celebrity looking the most fabulous over the age of 40. Why is 40 the new thing? I mean, I see people of the age of 60 and 80 and 90, and they look fantastic. Nobody mentions them. 40, you're a child. Absolute child. It's ridiculous. But you know what people are like nowadays? So Tina Turner, unlikely to ever perform again, which is unfortunately, but you can still buy JLO. Oh, sorry, Jennifer Lopez is the same age as Jacob Rees-Mogg. Same bust, do you think? Same? Are they the same age? Are they really? Oh wow. Oh right. Jacob Rees. So he's 51 as well. Oh. I don't know. I mean, looking at men, I'm not very good on working out, whether they look their age. It's like Dominic Ellis, the newsreader. We were saying a moment ago, how old is he? And we didn't have the faintest idea. We have no idea at all how old he is. I think he's anywhere between 20 and death. But that's like me trying to work something. I mean, I don't know what you're supposed to look like at a certain age. When people sort of say to me, oh, how old are you? And I tell them, they don't generally comment at all. It's a bit depressing. They sort of go, oh. Whereas years ago when I was 15, and I was a very tall 15, I was a big boy for my age. And then people say, how old are you? I go 15, they go, you're very big for your age. I go, thank you. But nowadays, nobody says a word. Nobody says a word, but 40 is ridiculous. Tell me when somebody gets to Jane Fonda's age and still looks good. You go, you look good for your age. You look fantastic. Joanna Lumley looks fantastic at her age. Esther Ranson looks good for her age. There's loads of people. Sometimes you get people, they do not age. I find it quite depressing, actually, because I'm convinced I'm depressed. Although somebody said to me the other day, they said, I can see that you've lost weight by your face. It had that kind of look. Yeah, I've got a bit sort of thinner. Because I looked at a picture of myself the other day with Donny and Marie Osmond. I know celebrities. And I looked at myself and thought, oh dear, you were a little bit tubby in those days. Not tubby body, tubby face. Now I've stopped drinking, though. I'm not sanctimonious about it. I'm just sort of not drinking at the moment. Might change.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Nice to be company. Andrew Castle with you in 12 minutes' time today. Everybody's suffering. Clive Bull was delighted. He only got a 2-hour programme. Of course, next time round he gets 4. So I always remind people of that. The strong coffee. I just have a little sachet of coffee. I rip open the top, put it in the cup, and so I don't know whether it's strong or not. But 30 minutes, if you have that before a workout, boosts weight loss. Oh, right. Although Spain-based researcher Francisco Amaro said that may be lacking a scientific basis. So they found out that if you exercise, mornings, afternoon, it sort of changes. But I've never seen people who do, although I tell a fib, I have. I've seen people who do running. They're standing there with the café au lait or whatever they've got in their hand. The effects were more marked when exercising in the afternoon. Or in my case, not exercising at all. I never understand the appeal of exercise. I know people play tennis, and Cliff will be out with Bonnie and they'll be playing tennis and everybody will be good at it. I can't do anything like that. I could just about get through badminton. And that was pushing it a little bit, definitely. So the Mail today has got the Piers Morgan. I predicted actually that a while ago. I did say on the programme, I said Piers Morgan will be selling his story and he has no intention of apologising. And he said this again. He's talking about the Royals quitting GMB. Because do you remember I told you there was somebody he'd worked with in America who obviously is one of those not very pleasant people you work with. And they'd actually said he was fired. And he fired off an email to them saying, I was not fired. I walked out. There is a difference. Be very careful. Kate's uncle Gary. This is Kate's uncle. This is the Duchess of Cambridge. Says, I don't believe for a moment that she made Meghan weep. I mean, honestly, it's going on and on and on, isn't it, really? People going, oh, do you think we made me cry? Do you think you didn't make me cry? Was this true? Was that not true? It just gets worse and worse and worse. We'll never probably, discover the truth behind anything at all because it's just going to drag on forever and a day. I think Meghan has also just got rid of her agent, the one who got her suits, because she's obviously not an actress anymore, seeing as we didn't know anything else. But Harry and Meghan, film boss, owns the rights to the Diana Conspiracy movie. Wow. And Sharon Osbourne is now launching legal action against CBS, but I thought she just accepted a payment. Well, they've said here 2 million. I read 8 million. Can it really be worth that much? If you're a presenter on a show called Talk, and I presume they must have paid her a fair amount of money, but they said that it didn't align with their values, and so she wants to be paid out for the remaining 2 years on the contract. she feels a few suits at CBS have really done for her here. She won't let it go. Well, I mean, she might have... I thought the whole idea of having a programme called Talk meant that you talked. Whether or not somebody agreed with it or whether somebody didn't agree with it, the whole idea is that we have freedom of speech. You can say what you want, as long as it's not grossly offensive, to that person. And if somebody had complained about Sharon Osbourne, defending Piers Morgan, and then there was the backlash. And the backlash it mainly seems to be Meghan Markle, Harry, who I don't think knows what's going on at all. I really don't think so. I think they're just lurching from one disaster to the other, and I'll be glad when it's all finished. I should imagine the royal family will. The Queen has been deluged with hundreds of letters of support from people saying, why should she have to suffer like this? But her ladies-in-waiting reply to every one. If you write to Buckingham Palace, you will get a letter back from a lady-in-waiting saying, I am commanded by Her Majesty to thank you for your letter. Yeah. Mind you, in the case of Barbara Cartland, the famous author, she used to write personally to you. If you sent her a Christmas card, she'd send you a Christmas card back, signed by Barbara Cartland. And if you write to the Queen saying, I'm 12 years old, I'd like to wish you a very happy Christmas, you'll get a letter back from Buckingham Palace. They're very good like that. Bit of a waste of time writing to people, but, because some of them are obviously mad as fruitcakes. But, so they've seen a spike in correspondence. They're treating it all very seriously. They've done this, they've done that, and all the rest of it. But, people don't think that the Queen deserves these accusations, and somebody's sort of basically trying to destroy the royal family. I mean, why can't people just turn the other cheek? It makes it so much easier, doesn't it? I can't bear these sort of things. One Twitter troll, you try saying that at this time, vowed to murder me in front of my 3 sons, says Piers Morgan. And I say, take it to the police. Get these people arrested. Get them into court, because what they'll do, they'll collapse like a pack of cards. Seriously. They will be collapsing like a pack of cards. They will be saying, oh, I'm so sorry. I didn't mean it. It was only a bit of fun. I thought, yeah. A little bit of fun in prison for you, I think, as well. You can't send death threats to somebody. It's absolutely not acceptable in any way, shape or form. No death threats. Thank you. So everybody at GMB says, thank you to Piers Morgan for being there and being nice and being all the rest of it, except Alex Beresford. He was the one who didn't say anything. But there you go. That's just the way it runs. Not everybody you can, appeal to. But he obviously kept a diary. But Ofcom did announce to him that he'd broken the all-time record number of complaints, 57,000. 57,000 complaints. I mean, that is some going. Whichever way you look at it, it's a lot. And then he finishes up with Friday, March 26th, by saying Sharon Osbourne's quit the talk, driven out for the crime of defending me, a friend she knows isn't racist, from a co-worker saying I'm racist simply because I disbelieve Meghan Markle. I don't know. I mean, it'd be interesting if we all did an instant. I don't think anybody's ever done they must have done surveys, mustn't they, on what the British public believe. Do the British public believe that she was telling the truth, or do they not believe she was telling? Because I don't know. I can't remember if I read anything like that. But anyway, 12 torturous weeks of full national lockdown finally coming to an end tomorrow. People can't wait for the big reunion, and we're heading for the heat wave. Yeah, it's only a few days. Don't get too excited. Tuesday, 23 degrees. Typical. Day I'm in hospital, 23 degrees. Wednesday, sunny and 19 degrees. I mean, that's about the best we've ever had, isn't it? But do not be fooled by buying plants in the garden centres, because some of them, you're going to get the cold weather back again for Easter. So you're going to rush out this week, buy loads of plants. If I was you, I'd buy the earth this week. Get the earth. And then once you've got that, prepare everything. So when we do go back into the warmer weather, then you can plant out little bits and pieces. But at the moment, I wouldn't plant anything out. It's far too cold out there, and it's going to get colder. Priti Patel is victim of a social media smear over fake news that she spent $77,000 on her eyebrows. Wow. You can't spend £77,000 on your eyebrows. That's just ridiculous. Rylan probably could, or Bobby Cole Norris, but nobody else. And also the world's most unlikely Lothario. He's 6'3", comedian, plastered with tattoos, nobody's idea of an oil painting, but his string of celebrity girlfriends, the latest being Phoebe Dynevor, is proof nothing sexier than a sense of humour. You see, people like comedians. People like people who are funny. Ha, 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 ha. Don't we? People like things like that. Very quickly, one here. that says, should that dog be killed for this? It'd be caught a fish. It's not a fish, though, Jonathan, who's a curtain twitcher. It's not a fish. Unfortunately, I thought they were protected. I mean, that thing, when it launched its attack, that's a dog that, if that had been a little child, you think, down there, who knows what could have happened? Who knows? And another one here, talking about, glad you like the hymn, There Is a Green Hill Far Away. I like loads of hymns. I know all of them. I was in the choir, so I know so many of them. And somebody says, loads of people say I look great for my age. I'm sorry, Billy, you don't. Okay, let's be truthful about it. You don't look good for your age. Very bad. Not just the seal killer dog that should be put down, says Maggie. Yeah, I mean, but the trouble is, as somebody pointed out, if this had been a bloke from a council estate and the dog had been called Tyson, he'd have been dragged from pillar to post. That's the way it goes, isn't it, nowadays? People are always like that. So, the BBC have now admitted, which is very good, that they shredded the Diana papers, having already lied to you and told you they didn't shred the paper. They don't know what's going on, do they? Have they got any idea? Answer, no. The People, it's their main story is this summer of love, because apparently 300 people are going to be wed in a day. Even though you can't have very many people there, you can only have, I think, 15. I think you can have 30 for a funeral. So pretend it's a funeral. And just get the deceased to wear something nice and attractive. Makes perfect sense, doesn't it, really? Anyway, that's just about it for this morning. Thank you very much indeed for your company. I'm in new I hate this studio. It's not my studio at all. It's not my sort of thing. I'm so far away from everything. I can't see anything. I can't get there.
You're not far away from me.
I'm not far away from you, no. The voice in my ears. Oh. Where is that voice coming from?
Hello.
It's Andrew Castle.
So nice to see you working.
Yes, well, thank you.
So nice to see you.
So nice to see me, yes. 2 days I'm in hospital, so yeah. Which is good news.
This is good news. You look all right. How are you feeling?
I feel so-so. I feel so-so.
Do you always get cold in the studio?
No, I put it on so I could clear the studio quickly.
Yeah.
I've been sitting here up until now in vest and pants. I'm like a taxi driver in London.
String.
Yeah, little string vest. But no, I only put it on because somebody said, as we've moved the bags outside, I've had to redecorate. The flock wallpaper's gone, have you noticed? I only will work with flock wallpaper.
And high-definition cameras.
And I don't like the high-definition cameras.
They're awful, aren't they?
Not for me. Anyway, listen, I'll be back with you tomorrow morning. So do please join me, because it's going to be a good it'll be the first programme after lockdown. We're going to go mad tomorrow, definitely.
Yeah, people already are.
I know they're going mad already. Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. It's the 29th of March. That's exciting, isn't it? No, we actually call it Unlockdown Day. So today is the day they go, well, the weather's going to be nice, isn't it? Not as good as tomorrow. And we're going to go out there and put our ombre solaire on, and sunbathe in parks and meet your friends if you've got any left, and go around and see people if the family is still talking to you. And you can go to a gymnasium, you can go to a water sports centre. Oh, it's called a swimming pool. I knew there was something. And do loads of things that you couldn't do before, which is great, isn't it? It's going to be great. Let's see how long it lasts before we have to go back into lockdown again, because I've just got this horrible feeling it's all going to go pear-shaped. But I could be wrong. Piers Morgan says, you can't call me a racist because I don't believe Meghan. Exactly. I mean, just because you choose not to believe somebody, it doesn't make you a racist. 20 degrees sunshine today. What is it? 20, double it and add 30. So 40, 70 degrees. That's all right. I can live with 70 degrees, can't you? I can live with it. I'm in Big Boy's studio again today, so unfortunately... Can people watch this on the internet? Oh, thank God for that. I was going, oh, right, not unless we actually let you. And we're not going to let you. We've decided. I could be seen here, because I'm on all of our big screens and downstairs. That'll ruin receptions day. And so here it is, which is very nice, actually, because normally I don't do Big Boy's studio. I've got Little Boy's studio, which is quite nice. They found more dogs during a raid on an undisclosed address. That's what they call it now. 2 knife-wielding moped thieves have been jailed. They'll be enjoying life for the next 10 years in prison. Also, scientists are baffled by strange radio emissions. They're always baffled, aren't they, scientists? Oh, what was that? I think that was a strange radio emission. Are you baffled? Terribly baffled by it. Scarecrows are stuffed. Farmers have now replaced them with lasers, which fire it because, it's there to stop all these birds flying in and eating all their grain and corn and all the rest of it. So they've got this thing. So they come anywhere near it, goes bang, and frightens them all away. And eventually they learn, but I mean, they don't learn that quickly. I must get one of those, actually. I could have one by my desk. That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Ant McPartland, here's a new one. Have you ever heard of this one before? OK, he gets done, if you remember, for drink driving. And he gets fined £84,000. Is it 84? No, what did he get? It was something like that. Whatever it was, it's about the cost of his new car. He's bought a new electric Porsche. And there's a picture of him driving it away with his photographer friend. Well, his girlfriend's in the seat, but the photographer gets out there because they've got too many pictures of him with the dog. And they said, here he is driving away with this new thing after he was done for drink driving when he crashed the car and got fined £84,000. So I thought he'll never get insurance. Well, he has. And how much is his insurance? £5,000. Seems a bit cheap to me for somebody who's been done for £84,000 in the courts. Very cheap. Very lucky, but of course he can afford to do it, so it doesn't make it. Let's hope he's given up the drink side of it. That'll make it a lot easier. Fears for, well, not only all these containers stuck on that ship in the Suez Canal. What a bunch of idiots, eh? They cannot even get this ship, out of where it is, basically dry dock. And I'm not worried about what's in the containers. I couldn't care less about, there's all sorts of, there'd be clothes and electrical goods and everything else. No, there are thousands and thousands and thousands of animals, sheep, livestock. Where? I've got no idea, unless they sort of put in another part of it. They just herd them on board and give them water, or they probably don't give them water. They just let them, so when they get to the other end, they're dead. Because there was a picture of them trying to get them off the ship the other day, so they must be easily accessible. They can't be in one of those containers, can they? I wouldn't have thought so. And you sort of think to yourself, well, that's nice, isn't it? Who'd have known these container ships had animals on? I wouldn't have thought about it. But they need to get it sorted out soon, because otherwise they're going to be moving a lot of dead animals, and that's not good, is it, really? Oysters are being reintroduced to UK waters, so we'll all be thinking about the old rumpy-bumpy, because oysters are an aphrodisiac, which is good. Penny Lancaster will appear on a new series of Celeb MasterChef. Her claim to fame is she's married to Rod Stewart. That's her claim. That makes her a celebrity. What does she do? No, I think she's a model or something like that. And she's also going to be a part-time police officer, isn't she? She wants to be a special, which is lovely. But she's going to be on the new series of Celeb MasterChef together with Joe Swash. That's going to be exciting, isn't it? What if he'll be wearing his hat? Of course he will. And chef's hat. And Katie Price is on it as well, because she's a really good cook, isn't she? No. In fact, there's actually nothing she can do. We've bought, well, I haven't, somebody else has bought, a glove, crystal-studded, worn by Michael Jackson on stage. Just the one. How much do you think it went for? Well, £80,000 for one glove. That's not bad. Is that cheap? Oh, right. It seemed like a lot of money to me. 80,000, excuse me, a little slurp of water. Oh, lovely. Ice-cold water. Well, it's not ice-cold. It warms up very quickly in the studio. A group of ghost hunters were not following the spirit of the law. They were caught in a haunted house by the police. Bit thick. And the Queen's grandson. And this 480-mile road trip to see a lady that he apparently quite likes. But it was a business trip, so that's okay. You knew he'd get away with it, didn't you? Didn't you just know that? This is Peter Phillips. Peter Phillips, who does, well, we don't really know what he does, actually, but he seems to get awarded all sorts of things through the royal family. So, because they love their old freebies, don't they, on that side of the family? Princess Anne driving a free car. I believe the daughter's driving a free car. Mike Tyndall probably has to share the ride because he's not very good at anything. And Peter Phillips has probably got, but he did 460 miles, 480 miles to go and see this woman who used to be married, but she's not anymore. Do you think they're playing us for fools? Do you think they're playing us for fools? I get this horrible feeling that we're being taken for a ride. Obviously, Peter Phillips, knows how he can play this one to his best advantage. So you had to go and meet this woman, did you? 480 miles away. Have you heard of Zoom, darling? That'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Zoom is a fairly straightforward thing, or you could use any one of a number of other things, which would be lovely. A Strictly judge sparks panic for the umpteenth day running. This is Oti Mabuse. Apparently she's doing a German show as well, as if that was of interest to anybody. I can't quote that out. Love Island will return this year. And you've got another quiz show, this time hosted by that well-known, hardly ever see him on the television at all, ever, Ashley Banjo. And he's doing a quiz show. I love the way they all think that they can do quiz shows, whereas they can't, as you'll be finding out. No getting away from Philip Schofield. The papers have started retaliating and going, listen, you get him on every programme on ITV. Now you get him on the adverts as well. And he's coming over as a bit smarmy. I watched, because I thought it was very entertaining. Pip Schofield meets Kim Washburn or whatever her name was. Oh my God, there was a rumpus going on there. Then there was a rumpus going on with her in the I'm a Celebrity, where some ghastly person called, I can't remember, I think she's sort of a page 3 type girl, and she was having arguments. The language was atrocious. But there again, the page 3 type girls, they're not really very good at sort of holding their voice. What was her name? She's of no consequence. She used to pop up on Channel 5's programme in the morning. And she can't talk like that. She's got one of those funny little voices, page 3 stunner kind of thing. But she wasn't very good. And they were arguing all the way through it. And then I saw the Jade Goody thing where she came out and they were saying to her, you're perceived as a racist. Well, I ain't a racist, she goes. And I felt, I said this to Shilpa and it was all right. And I suddenly remembered watching it and thinking, no, darling, you were coming up with racist language. Perhaps you didn't know it was racist, but it really was. Oh, and the other thing I watched again, because it seemed to follow on from the Kim Woodburn thing, and that was Sarah Harding. The language, unbelievable. They were all arguing about this and that, and then every time somebody went to say something, she had to interject. They kept saying, shut up. And she didn't understand it because she'd had a few sherbets. And having a few sherbets was not a good idea at all. Nobody should have given them to her. Footier's Paul Pogba. He's very rich. You know why he's so rich? He's finally got his Rolls Royce back. He left it in a police car pound for months. It's worth £300,000. He ran up storage charges of £5,500. It's cheap, isn't it? You can get insurance cheaper if you're a drunk driver. He left the car unclaimed for 270 days. Well, I think that's very reasonable. Looked after in a police pound for 270 days? Blimey, that's really, really cheap. He gets paid $290,000 a week. So really cheap. 270 days. It had Monaco registered plates. He was given 3 points along with a £220 fine. So he's left it there. And I suppose if you ask the police nicely, they'll probably clean it for you as well. Give it a good old wash and brush up. So he gets $15 million a year. Like he's bothered. Not bad, honestly. We've all suffered, haven't we? I mean, I get 14 million, but, that's just me. We do take all your texts and emails. We read them all out on this programme. We're very, very good, and unless you're a complete idiot, in which case we don't bother. We just go click and you vanish into the ether. Okay, it's as simple as that. So just be mindful that we have the power. Steve, the way I work out the temperature is 10 degrees is 50 and 20 is 70 and work... Oh, no, don't be so stupid, Terry. It's double it and add 30. Our one's been used for years like that. I think your one's far too complicated, but you do live in Woolwich. Steve, lockdown was the best excuse to use when you don't want to see people you don't like. Yeah, it's a good idea. I mean, most people don't want to see the family, do they? What do you want to go and see the family for? They never liked you in the first place. You can now get a license to smoke grass. Oh, that's a Darren one. No, it says hi, Steve. Hi, Steve. Apparently you can smoke THC grass as of November 2020 for medicinal use. Well, how do you prove medicinal use? I mean, to be honest with you, I wouldn't want to be in a car with somebody who was smoking a joint, thank you very much indeed. Least of all a bus. Also, it's very odd, the complexities of weed plants. Oh, right. You see, I'm out on a limb on that. I don't know anything about weed plants. I've got no idea and couldn't care less. I've seen people around. They always look as though they haven't bothered to have a bath. Have you noticed they look as though, I'll have a bath tomorrow. Oh, right. Well, you said that yesterday, did I? Yeah, it's groovy, man. Groovy. If you're going to San Francisco. Yeah. Soundbite of the night. That's the one to go for.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Monday. Welcome to, we're going to have some nice weather. Welcome to, I think I'll go to the garden centre. Welcome to we're going to visit Auntie Annie. That'd be nice. Only outside. You can't go and visit anybody inside. So you can't go to a gymnasium inside, but you can go and play football and cricket pitches, tennis and basketball courts. Outdoor swimming pools can reopen. Golf courses and sailing clubs can reopen because we use those constantly, don't we? I'm always saying to the producer, I think I'll go sailing today. Organised team sports can resume outdoors. People should still work from home if possible and minimise their journeys, and the stay-at-home order is being replaced with a stay local instruction. That's good, isn't it? Quite like that idea. I'm not sure about the idea of the over 70s going to be tested to make sure they're fit for driving. So they'll sort of stop you and go, well, no, you can't go very far from home. Honestly, there's always something, isn't there? There's always something. After dark, you mustn't go out after dark because you're elderly. And yet Ant McPartland managed to crash his car. That was in the daytime, wasn't it? And still managed to get back on the road. I'm very surprised somebody's actually offered him insurance. I really am absolutely horrified. In a brand new car worth £84,000. It's only £5,000 is insurance. Blimey. So here we go. The woman at the centre of the Peter Phillips police lockdown is the daughter of a wealthy oil executive. Of course. It's not going to be somebody from a council estate in Newcastle, is it? The Queen's favourite grandson. Is he really? Is said to be besotted with Lindsay Wallace, a close friend of his sister Zara. Oh. Apparently, Phillips was spoken to by the police. Oh, we're speaking to you. Is that okay? You don't upset your mother, or worst of all, your sister. A potential breach was reported. Officers called to speak to him. They said they issued advice, but decided he breached no rules when he said he was there on business. Yeah, the business that involves staying overnight. I do love our police force, honestly. They're so amenable to things nowadays, aren't they? Yeah, he's staying overnight. Yeah, I would like to eat business, you know. You had to get up and have breakfast. It was sort of too far to drive back. Of course it was. And here's his car parked outside. Oh, my goodness me, it's a Range Rover. It's a freebie. And Lindsay went to a royal wedding, and it's all marvellous. It's all sort of friends. Luckily, Mark Phillips is only 17th in line to the throne. He's the Queen's favourite grandson. I should imagine they're all favourites of the Queen. Can't imagine her sort of, having different favourites. Oh, dear. Also, here she is, dancer. She hasn't danced for years. Abby Quinnan, making a good recovery after she was burnt. Looks as good as new. You know, she was out without her makeup on, whereas in fact, really, she probably should have put a light makeup over the top. You can get all sorts of makeup, which covers burns and stuff like that, but I mean, it was self-inflicted. You know, she's managed to take full advantage of everything. She was hurt when her life hack went wrong. So they set fire to a piece of rope. They always make it sound like it was an accident. You don't set fire to a piece of rope and then film it. That's really dumb. Really dumb. Britain's biggest love rats drive German motors. A fifth of love rats drive BMWs. Thank God I don't drive a BMW. And look, another piece about Paul Gascoigne. Like he's told doctors he's determined to return to Italy's version of I'm a Celebrity. What for? Nobody cares about him. Can't believe he's even mentioned in the papers. So this posh Oxford students. Why do they assume that everybody who goes to Oxford is posh? There's probably some very, very common people at Oxford. It's just that they go there and people go, oh, you must be posh. What, to go to Oxford? No, they're just a bit more intelligent on the council estate. They've left a nature reserve, believe it or not, looking like a bomb site after an illegal rave. Trinity College toffs. You see, again, the paper sort of saying, oh, they're all terribly rich, posh totty and all the rest of it. Allegedly took drugs and danced around a fire. Good Lord above, honestly, dancing around a fire. Obviously, for Rob Pattinson, who wrote this drivel, that's obviously something really exciting, dancing around a fire. They left smash bottles, cans and a burnt-out barbecue at Aston's Iot, an island on the Thames. Volunteers described the mess as the greatest single act of vandalism we've seen in decades. Well, there you go. That's what happens when you rent it to posh students. It's a conservation area for deer, red kites and one of Britain's rarest butterflies, the brown hair streak, because we all worried about that, didn't we? All thinking about, what should we do on the weekend? Let's go and see a brown hair streak. Students at Jacombree's Moggs Old College said they were shocked and disgusted and branded the attendees absolute so-and-sos. One told The Sun, I'm sick of these rich kids getting away with such entitled behaviour. See, again, a generalisation that they're rich kids. I've got a £20 note on me. Yeah. Does that make me a rich kid? Yeah. Does that make me a toff? I shouldn't think so. Does that make me somebody who's going to go and dance around a fire? I shouldn't think so. But, people will probably be listening to the programme going, yeah, you sound posh. You go, yeah, well, I probably am. Very plummy voice. So Penny Lancaster will appear on the new series of Celebrity MasterChef. Former model Penny. Yes, it was a long time ago, I think. Joins the likes of Melanie Sykes. God, blimey. I think what they do is go for sort of the cheaper end of the market, and I would think she would be the cheaper end of the market. Sue Pollard, Katie Price. Hope she's able to walk, or perhaps she'll do the whole thing in a wheelchair. Joe Swash and Dion Dublin, whoever he is. But Joe Swash. Oh, God, hope to God he's not going to try and be funny, because he isn't. Apparently a show insider said Penny's going to bring glamour to MasterChef. What's that say about all the other ones? The uglies. The uglies. So don't worry, Melanie Sykes used to be a model, Sue Pollard, Katie Price, Dion Dublin. We omitted to mention Joe Swash because you can never class him as attractive in any way, shape or form. But Penny joined the Met Police as a special constable. That's how well her career's going. But she is married to Rod Stewart, so it doesn't really make any difference, does it? Couch potatoes who do just an hour of exercise continue to burn calories at a faster rate for up to 2 days. Wow. And a school claims they've beaten bullying. How? How have they beaten? It's so simple, it's almost embarrassing. They've... Expelled them? No, not expelled them. That would be quite good, actually. They've banned playtime. They've said there is no more playtime. Instead of kicking a ball around, they practice sonnets by Shelley and Tennyson, or quiz one another on capital cities. Boring school that turns out to be. The head teacher, Charlotte Wellen, says we want every second at school to count. They get exercise, but in a more structured way to make sure behaviour remains impeccable. So no more bullying instead. I wandered lonely as a cloud. You know, you have to do things like that. That's good, isn't it, really? And so they've had just 5 reported bullying incidents in the past year. 5 too many, I suppose, but no. Yeah, they haven't been at playtime, but still they managed to find 5 people who've been bullying, which is great. We love it. Oysters are being reintroduced to UK water, and it cleans the water, oysters. They're very good at things like that. Not really big on oysters. I've tried oysters. I don't like them. Not for me at all. They're an aphrodisiac. Well, it's not actually, it just makes you feel sick. But there again, most people say sex makes them feel sick. So it's the same kind of thing, really. Kill the Bill protest planned for Easter. There were loads of them lying down on train lines the other day. I mean, I can't help but feel they're just people who've got too much time on their hands. You know, go somewhere else and do it. Macedonia is very popular. Steve, thank God you don't own a BMW, but Bentley is owned by VW, says Roger. Yes. And another one says, I had my second COVID jab yesterday. Which is good, isn't it? Second COVID jab yesterday. Feeling okay. Just a little bit of a stiff arm, says Joe. Yeah, I mean, I've only had my first one. No symptoms whatsoever. Absolutely perfect. I'm quite rare, actually, apparently. And another one here. It says back, love you back on the radio. I know. It's embarrassing, isn't it, really? And somebody says, you did it again. Royal family, cars, are we being taken for a ride? Yeah, I know. I'm glad you're picking up on these because you're about the only one who is. I spent a lot of time carefully crafting this programme, and then people miss all the bits on it. Yeah, there are loads of hidden meanings. I mean, just in the way I say 26 minutes past 4. That's a hidden meaning. That means you can get in the car now and pack your sandwiches up. I'm in hospital, says Anne in Richmond, for a hip replacement. And the nurse hearing my radio said, oh, that's Steve Allen. And we discussed how brilliant you are and how we missed you when you were away. See, even in hospital, they miss me. I'm going to hospital today, actually, have my blood done. And then tomorrow for my CT scan. So 2 days. So I won't be here tomorrow morning. I tell you that now. I'm not here tomorrow morning. I'll be here on Wednesday morning, but not here tomorrow morning. I think it'll be, I'm only guessing, Ian Payne. I'm only guessing. I'm generally wrong on these things. I'll sort of say something and they go, no, it's not Ian Payne. But it probably is, actually. So not here tomorrow because tomorrow's a bit more of a procedure. And I don't think I could even risk coming into work with the procedure we're about to have done. Daley Thompson has admitted he won his decathlon gold on a diet of Coke, Sprite and chips. This was back in 1980. What are we doing? Going back down memory lane or something? Left it a bit late, love. And Cara Delevingne, apparently she's a model, has had 2 toilets installed side by side in her bathroom so she can chat with pals when she's on the loo. Bit tacky, dear, isn't it, really? But there again, perhaps we don't have friends like yours. Uber is offering passengers the option to order a fully electric car. I don't like electric cars. I'm not good with electric cars. They just go quiet at traffic lights. You can't hear them coming. Buses as well. We have that. There was another bloke the other day. In fact, there were 3 on the bus I was on, and they're pensioners, very elderly, wearing their masks, but covering their mouth. Nothing covering their nose. And I wanted to say to them, I'm sorry, have you understood that you breathe through your nose? Or under their chin, this thing is. The bloke got on the bus and then he sort of moved it up a bit, but it didn't cover his nose. And I felt like saying, you've got it wrong, dear. Cover your nose. That's where you breathe from. Otherwise, it's pointless. Don't bother. And then somebody got on the bus and shut the windows. And then the bus driver pushes his little button. Please make sure the windows are open. So we went round opening all the windows again. People hate it. But if it winds them up, I'm a big fan of that kind of thing. I love winding people up on the bus. It's great. It's like getting on the bus and limping. So you can guarantee you're going to get one of those disabled type seats, for people who aren't very good at standing up. I don't like standing up, not especially when there are school children sitting down. Oi, up. And some of them actually doing the legend needs a seat. Some of them are doing their homework. I mean, I don't know, the kids have broken up now, haven't they, for Easter? Have they broken up for Easter? I'm sick to death of seeing buses with school children only, and there they all are. The oiks, all packed on there, nobody wearing masks, nobody socially distancing and screaming at the top of their voices, which is very, very annoying. How can you feed a family on £20 a week? Well, apparently you can. There's a lovely one here, mint choc chip smoothie. That sounds nice, doesn't it? I'm not sure about that. I don't know why McDonald's doesn't do milkshakes for breakfast. All they've got to do is turn a machine on. It ain't complicated. They don't, no. I'm sorry. If you go in there and say, sorry, can I have a strawberry milkshake? No, I'm sorry, we don't do those till lunchtime. Why? Because we're doing breakfast. Well, why can't you have a milkshake for breakfast? I had one the other day from Richmond. Ghastly. It was lukewarm. Seriously, they're supposed to be ice cold. There was no point. I threw it away. Absolute rubbish. Absolute rubbish. You know what people are like nowadays. But no, you should have milkshakes for breakfast. You can probably get them in America. Why can't we get them here? They go, oh, no, you have to have a double sausage and egg McMuffin. I don't want it. I want a quarter pounder with cheese. Well, it's breakfast. Well, I'm not doing breakfast, OK? I've been up all night. I want a quarter pounder with cheese and a strawberry milkshake. Thank you very much indeed. I bought a banana milkshake the other day from Marks and Spencer's. I went back the next day. I liked it so much. They'd sold out. It's the last time I mentioned banana milkshakes on the programme. You know what it's like. There's a bloke here. A bit of advice. If you're going to Puerto Rico, do not wear a mask. They're very hot on it. And there's a bloke here, and a TV company were reporting that this 18-year-old man from Colorado didn't wear a mask. The police repeatedly asked him to get out of the street. He appears to taunt them, so they tasered him. He went down like a sack of potatoes. What a thicko. And the crowd clapped. There's a law over there, dear. We don't want stupid people anymore, thank you. It's bad enough seeing them on our buses without them there, and so they got the old thing out, didn't they?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Well, the other thing they've got for starting the day with it, because you might as well go for this, sweet potato egg nests. They sound quite nice. Pina colada overnight oats, apple and pear muffins. I like a muffin. I haven't had a muffin for ages and ages. Apple and pear sounds like a good combination. Or blueberry overnight oats. And then you sort of... I'm not really big into oats, actually. The funny thing is, all the cereals that I like, and I do like a cereal in the morning, is I'm not allowed. I can't have anything. They're all full of sugar. You look at them and you go, oh, look, crunchy nut cornflakes, and you think, oh, that'll be nice. No, sugar, all sugar. Frosties, all sugar. Cocoa Pops, all sugar. And chocolate, but you can drink the milk afterwards. Who'd have thought? I mean, I wish there was something healthy that tasted nice and you could sort of get into it. I'm not even sure about eating sausages and bacon now for breakfast. But I've had Marmite 2 days running, which is okay. Well, just a Marmite on some bread and butter. I was going to have toast, but it's so messy. And so I just thought I'd have it on bread and butter. So I had 2 pieces of bread and butter with Marmite on. Because you only need a little tiny bit of Marmite. And I'm convincing myself that it's really good for me. Although I look in the mirror and I don't actually see any sort of change whatsoever. 25. I've lost weight, though. I can tell that. My trousers keep falling down. Be walking down the road and all of a sudden you think, they've fallen down. That's the excuse, of course. I just do it deliberately when the bus comes along. Just so they go straight past me. They never bother, actually. They never bother. So you're going to sizzle today, which is good. Diana, princess fired up by lies, they say, from Bashir. There was also, this is resurfaced years and years later. It's all very, very odd, actually. Very, very strange. More dogs found during a raid on an undisclosed address this time. Last time they told you they found, was it 80-something? It's obviously 80 is the round number of this year, because they found more than 80 dogs on a traveller site that had been stolen. 80 dogs. I mean, how much does that cost to feed, for God's sake? An awful lot. Disgraced Tory MP Jonathan Aitken comes back from the brink of death. He's apparently had 2 heart attacks. I mean, that's called, next one, maybe not so lucky. Maybe not so lucky. Scarecrow stuff. Farmers are going to replace them with lasers. They've got these sort of things that sort of go around the field and then it goes bang. And that apparently makes them all... No, it doesn't. They just sort of take off and then they go, yeah, it's that banging thing again. And back they go down and eat everything. But scarecrows don't work. Isn't it funny? Years ago, scarecrows worked. You'd put them in a field and then they would turn in the wind or something like that. And you'd see them all over that. You don't see scarecrows now. It's like you don't see guys for November the 5th. No, you don't see scarecrows. No, it's all automatic. They've got sort of either, a sprinkler system in the field or they've got these things that go bang. They use them as well to deter people who are cattle rustling. Cattle rustling, honestly. It's like an old cowboy film, isn't it? Where are you going to take cattle rustling? I've started watching in the afternoon, only briefly. I fall asleep during them quite quickly. Cowboy films on the television. All these big butch men, and what are they doing? Well, they're trying to save themselves from the Native American Indians who seem intent on burning out their wagons. And that's the sole basis of all of these cowboy films. And there's loads of famous actors who've been in cowboy films. John Wayne was very popular, but I mean, he was sort of get off your horse and drink your milk. But he was sort of, big and butch. And he sort of walked in that way. And then he died of cancer. But before he died of cancer, quite clearly, obviously before, he went to the Oscars and he was speaking, thank you so much, and all the rest of it. And he was he was smoking about 80 cigarettes a day. Because in those days, every film had people smoking in it. You didn't see the nonsense. Now you sort of watch a film. It's very rare to see somebody smoking. Very rare to see some. I watched somebody the other day. They were showing on Sky Arts, one of my favourite channels, as you know, Billy Elliot, and really good, really good. And of course, the smoking in that. I loved all those people in Billy Elliot. If ever any of them listen to this programme, listen, I'm your biggest fan. Old Disney films now have a warning for kids when there's a scene with smoking. They do smoking in Disney films? Do they really? All the villains smoking. Wow, how interesting. I've never even noticed that. Mind you, I'm not sure if I'm a fan of Disney films. I'm a fan of Disney because I like the idea of something being a little bit old-fashioned, and Disney is a little bit old-fashioned, and that's what I quite like. But I've never seen people smoking in the films. So there you go. So Anne is in hospital in Richmond. Oh, lucky old you. And Steve, get some black pudding down yet? No, thank you very much. I can't stand black pudding. Definitely. And another one here. I use a walking stick, and more often than not, young people will offer up their seats to me, says Josh, who's the chav. Yeah, I don't know if chav... I mean, I've got a walking stick. I used it when I got a bad back one time. No, it's a walking stick. I bought it from my chemist. I can go and collect my tablets today. Mr. Shah said I can collect after 11 o'clock, which ties in nicely because 10 o'clock, I'm doing the blood test. That takes but a minute. I'm assuming I could get a milkshake there, and I could go and get I could drink a milkshake. I could drink... Why don't they do milkshakes? I think that's really mean of McDonald's. Do milkshakes. All you've got to do, there's the machine, fill it up with the stuff, turn it on. It's not complicated, is it? Oh, wait a minute. Oh, is that Cruella de Vil smoking? Pinocchio smoking? Good blimey. I didn't know Pinocchio smoked, but he was only a boy. And Cruella de Vil, do you think it was pretty... Yes, she did smoke, didn't she? Get those dogs. I liked all those sort of films, but they were a little bit sort of formulaic, the Disney films. They were... Have I got a favourite Disney film? No, not really. Not really. I like... No, I don't. Sleeping Beauty. And I liked those fairies that came round. Was that Sleeping Beauty? The little... 3 of them. No, not Tinkerbell. No, they were little fairies with little pointed hats on. Or perhaps they were little witches or something. They were very cute, but I can't remember what they were. There you go. Flora, Fauna and Merryweather. What were they in? Was it... Well, Sleeping Beauty. They were very pretty because when you see them on the big screen, they came with all these tinkles, little sprinkles of stardust. I thought they were great. I thought they were absolutely great. It was like Disney liked using people. So, in fact, when you watch Mary Poppins, a lot of the cast in there you'll see in loads of other films, especially the kitchen staff. They'd all been before. And you remember that the bird woman, feed the birds, tuppence a bag. She never sang anything. She just said, feed the birds. She was in a home. And Disney saw her and said, I want you for the bird woman. And she died shortly after they'd finished making the film. But that was he said she was the one who looked right to sit there on the steps of St. Paul's, as all around the cathedral, the saints and apostles looked down as she sold her wares. You'll know that so it went on. That was one of my favourite songs. One of my favourite songs. And also one of Disney's favourite songs. He used to get the writers in to come and do Feed the Birds, tuppence a bag. And there she was sitting there. I thought it was wonderful. I loved the film. I think the whole thing was great. You won't leave us, Mary Poppins, will you? Of course she bloody well will. She's got an umbrella that flies. What are you on about? But don't worry, your father can make a kite for you. And, father died laughing. A wooden leg named Smith. I used to watch that film constantly. But apparently, poor old... we know Dick Van Dyke's accent was awful. Dreadful, really. Even he admitted it wasn't so great. But there again, we can't do American accents. I don't think so. But, of course, Julie Andrews got hopelessly caught up in the wires bringing her in. Sorry to ruin it for you. She didn't really fly. And she did herself some damage flying into the front door. And I've seen some of the opening shots where she's sitting on a cloud, and which I love because it has that lovely picture of London at night time and all the lights come on and over the and there she is sitting on a cloud. And up comes the note that the kids have written, She's got her own transistor radio listening to Steve Allen. She said to Bert, I like that Steve Allen, I think we should take him on a dance and go and dance with penguins and go on a roundabout and stuff like that. Not. The music scores. I like a music score, but these ones could be scrapped by Oxford University bosses by being linked to slavery. I mean, I don't quite get it. I really don't get it at all. It's just, people seem to jump on any old bandwagon at the moment. Fears for those animals stuck in the Suez lockdown. Nobody's mentioned them at all. I'm the only person mentioned the animals stuck in the lockdown. Thousands of sheep. There must be a bit of that ship. How it floats. Andrew Castle said yesterday, you look at the size of it. He said, how that thing ever floated? I thought, well, it doesn't. It's now stuck. It's going nowhere. All they're waiting for is the tide to rise, and then they can sort of get out there. I mean, there are 20 ships with livestock, and there's about 300 ships now caught up, aren't they, I think? Absolutely ridiculous. Well, many of them will die, because the idea is they sort of keep them alive from this. I mean, they look all right at the moment, but I don't think they'll go for much longer. The heat alone must be really bad. So, never mind. Airports plan on using Spider-Man-style webs to catch drones. Still people are using drones. Still people of simple things. Michelle Keegan's droning on about her new clothing collection. I don't know why we bother, actually. She never designed it. They just go, oh, look, here's Michelle Keegan. Oh, look, doing a sexy little shoot, and then people rush out and buy this stuff. Unfortunately, the sort of people buying it are not the people who look like Michelle Keegan. Like somebody else. Daily Star this morning, the end of Wurzel Gummidge, and laser shooting bird scarers. These robo-crows cost £12,000 each. Powerful enough to frighten off 99.7% of flying pests. Dear me. Very good. And Emma Watson stormed off a film set with a scene with a cannibal and something else. I don't know what this other thing is. I'm not going to mention the name of it just in case it's something very rude. She said Seth Rogen, the director, said it wasn't an issue and admitted she was probably right as the scene was so politically incorrect. Oh, that's why. And sheepdog pups. Coco, Daisy, Tig, Bert, Archer, Bo and Taff are preparing for a life in the... They're so cute. They're so cute. You look at these little things here. The cute collies were born at the Big Sheep in Devon. Young shepherd Tom Reed, 14, has been helping to look after them. How lovely. They're so cute, these dogs. I want one. Mind you, not that we've got many sheep in Twickenham, but I could round up a few locals. That'd be quite a good idea, wouldn't it, really?
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Warren's playing tennis this morning. He said, that's a novelty. Feels like I've been born again. And entering a new life, released from the shackles, coming out of prison. I guess that's the closest I'll get to coming out of prison. Bonnie on the tennis court as well. So hello, Bonnie, which is good. Okay. Oh, here we go. The numbers. How are we going to do this? How are we going to do the numbers? First number. Wait a minute. Sorry, we have to do the numbers so we can sort of get into the system. First one is yes. Second one is all. Don't shout it too loudly. People can hear through headphones. Second one is the same. Third one is that. Yes. Third one is whatever it's. Fourth one. Yes, that one. And then the next one is one up from that. And then the next final one is there you go. People be writing in now, going, we got that number. But, of course, it's not much use to you. You can't access my things. It's only the producer that can access the texts and emails. Snow on the Alps is disappearing. That'll be a bit of a bad news, won't it, for people who want to go skiing. And Emma Willis and husband Matt are now fully trained vaccine volunteers. Can't wait to do their bit to help. They've been training with St John's Ambulance Brigade. So there you go. So they'll be going out giving the vaccine out. Oh dear, I don't think I'd want it. I mean, lovely though I think they are. I don't think I want anybody like that giving me my my vaccine. Thank you very much indeed. I'm sure they're absolutely delightful, but I'd rather have sort of a nurse or something like that, or a doctor. Mind you, who knows? I didn't know who the person was who did mine. They might have been trained the day before, but they seem to do it very well. The sword placed on Captain Sir Tom Moore's coffin will be the centrepiece of a new museum display. It's inscribed with the badge of Captain Tom's old unit, the Duke of Wellington's regiment, along with his name and service number. So that's good, isn't it? It goes into a museum, and on it, they've etched "Tomorrow will be a good day," and he raised so much money, 30 million. I mean, phenomenal, really. And personalised number plates referring to COVID have been banned by DVLA. There's quite a few of them. They blocked the creation and sale of virus-linked registrations like COV1D, COV11D and COV111D. So they've never done a health one before. First time they've actually done a health one. A spokesman said, "We suppress any registration numbers, combinations that could be interpreted as referring to COVID-19. So they've decided you can't. I don't know why, actually. Bit of an odd one. I mean, oops, sorry. It's obviously one of those sort of things that they sort of go, no, you can't have that. You can only have what we say. They've never done it before. Martin Freeman says the hit TV series Sherlock could come back as a film. He said never say never when asked if he would reprise his role as Dr. John Watson with Benedict Cumberbatch in the BBC show that last aired in 2017. So there you go. And Piers Morgan quit Good Morning Britain after talking to the ghost of his late manager. He said he first realised the situation had got more serious than he thought when he got a supportive text from Jeremy Clarkson. His manager died in 2019. He was called John Ferreter. He says, I went for a walk and spoke to a couple of close, trusted friends, and I thought, I wonder what John would do in that moment. He said, and so he guided him. And the guiding was, leave. We've got loads more other things for him, and he has. He's got loads of offers. A British company has reintroduced vodka made from milk to Kazakhstan after 100 years, thanks to a descendant of the ruler Genghis Khan. Black Cow Vodka has struck a deal with a major distributor there. Oh. A traditional milk vodka was replaced by Russian vodka when Kazakhstan joined USSR in 1922. Can't think of anything worse. Sounds a bit of a nightmare, doesn't it, really? And Britain will bask in sunshine this week, so you might as well enjoy it, because it won't be here for very long. They reckon that you will spend $62 billion on UK breaks this year, with hotels, cottages, campsites and caravans booked up months in advance. It's like the hairdressers. I didn't realise somebody said hairdressers being booked up already. People, and pubs as well. Good Lord above. But anyway, those who stay local amid uncertainty over coronavirus rules for travel abroad are set to be rewarded by great weather. Yeah, but not over the Easter. Over Easter, apparently, it's going to go a bit sort of pear-shaped, and we might have snow. There might be snow, which is not so good, is it? But this week, you might as well enjoy it. Because they've said it's going to be, 18 degrees today, and I think tomorrow, 23 degrees. Typical, isn't it? I go to hospital, and what happens? 23 degrees. As if it isn't hot. Every time I seem to go to this particular hospital, the temperature goes through the roof. It was boiling hot last time, and I thought when I came out of my operation, I really fancied an ice lolly. So they've got a shop in this hospital right at the entrance. I went in there thinking they'll have a fridge with ice. No, didn't have a fridge with ice lollies in it. I thought, yeah, loads of sweets, Loads of sweets and milk and stuff like that, but no ice lollies. And I specifically wanted an ice lolly. It was boiling hot outside. It was hot enough on the ward, because after I'd had the operation, no, nothing. There was no ice cold water either. It was lukewarm, which was a shame. I thought to myself, if ever I win loads of money on the lottery, I'm going to buy you an ice machine so we can have ice lollies and stuff like that. Roman Kemp has broken 1 million hearts by saying he's given up on having a love life because he can't be bothered. Oh. Yeah, not sure about that. DJ Roman says he's so exhausted from doing his morning radio show, he's got no time for dating. There's all the other programmes I should imagine he's got going on. He's got so many programmes. So he doesn't really get a chance to have a proper rest. I mean, I don't see how 3 people on a programme can make it very exhausting. I'm doing it all by myself. And music. That must be good. Can you imagine? I need to go to the toilet. OK, you just play three records. Yeah, here's 10 in a row. I like that, actually. I like that. Musicians are worse than footballers for trying to slide into Maya Jama's DMs. Yes. Have you noticed how she's changed her complete look? They're obviously trying to sell her as some sort of sex symbol, which is not quite working. And wine and whiskey have beaten beer to become Britain's top drink at home. Wine and whiskey. I saw somebody the other day, they were offered whiskey in some television program. They went, I'm not sure about whiskey. It's like David Beckham, you see him drinking whiskey. You can tell he's not really a whiskey drinker. It's not his sort of thing, but it does pay money. And a metal detector... Oh, no, I can't do that one. Sorry. I can do the moped riding robbers who brought chaos to London's West End have finally been jailed. Alfie Atherton and Reed Roberts, intelligent names, stole more than £40,000 in cash and perfume from security vans and designer shops. Atherton threatened a guard with a Rambo-style knife in one of the raids, warning him, "Get back or I'll stab you." They both pleaded guilty to 2 counts of robbery when they appeared in court. One admitted 2 burglaries, possessing a knife, and was jailed for 10 years and 6 months. Won't be doing that again. And the other one, from Clerkenwell, gets 7 years and 6 months. Detective Constable Lenny O'Keefe said Atherton and Roberts caused chaos in the West and even threatening and using violence. Well, not for the next 17 years. 10 for one and 7 for the other. They won't be coming out doing anything. Plus, there's Del Boy's van in Only Fools and Horses, the 3-wheeler. Do you know that there are quite a number of them? Quite a number, because this latest one... How many were used in Only Fools and Horses? Go on. How many were used? 6. They used 6. This one's just sold for £36,000. I mean, I'm not even sure if it works, but I suppose it could do. Because I've seen quite a few of them. You see them and you think, oh, that must be the original one. No, it's not. There's 6 of them that they had. This one starred in the Chandelier episode. Do you remember where they go round to take the chandelier down, but they're waiting at the wrong end of the room for the chandelier? It didn't come down the way that they were expecting. Bit of a shame, isn't it, really? So if snow on the Alps disappears, that means no skiing. That means another tourist industry collapsing, which is not so good. 23 degrees, that sounds good, says Shane in Sydney. Mind you, they're used to temperatures like that over in Sydney. And another one here. Black Cow vodka's been made in England for years, says Harvey. Well, thank you very much indeed. I never knew that. Sydney weather there. Have you ever had a diabetic Easter egg? No. No, thank you very much indeed. And even though I've never been to one of these, I had a registration number. Thugs. Some years ago, says Roger. THU66S. Thugs, apparently. One problem that may arise from the electric cars is that the disabled community will object for the safety of the blind and other people, because people need to hear Well, they're hoping, aren't they, to get petrol-driven cars off the road for quite some time. They're sort of saying it'll all be electric cars. And I'm thinking, well, who can afford an electric car? Have you seen the price? I mean, they are really, really expensive. Really, you can... Yes, I mean, there's going to be an electric Bentley, which is something like £46,000 or something. Well, that's out the window, isn't it, straight away, till next Easter. We'll take a short break for the news at 5, then we're back with more of your texts and emails. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, tweet at LBC at Steve Allen Show. I know I give that one because I think most of you know it anyway. So take full advantage. And after the news at 5, we'll be back with more from the newspapers this special Monday morning after lockdown. This is the day you go, woohoo! This is the day you can let yourself go, ladies and gentlemen. So I'll be back with you in 3.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Somebody said, looks like that ship's moved a bit. I don't think so. They're waiting for the tides to come in so we can get a chance to... I mean, I can't believe that they've never had this before. I really cannot believe that, you know, and this ship is enormous. When you saw the size of the little crane that was trying to dig up, you know, sort of the riverbed kind of thing, the canal, to try and get the thing floated, I mean, you suddenly realise the enormity of it. Somebody said 20,000 different boxes on there. 20,000, plus all these live animals, which might not survive much longer. Bit of a shame. Anyway, nice to have your company. I'm Steve Allen. This is Early Breakfast on LBC. We'll be checking on the road and the rail at 5:15 just to make sure we get you into work. Although if you've decided not to go into work today because the weather's going to be so nice and you want to get out there, you've just heard the advice on the news. Don't turn up at golf courses at 7 in the morning. It'll be a queue a mile long, as indeed there always is. It's quite nice, but you still can't go to a gymnasium. Still can't go to a gymnasium, but there's loads of other things you can do. And you can go swimming, but they won't allow loads of people in. How you socially distance at a swimming pool, I've got no idea. But so just be aware. Because just when you think there won't be anybody queuing for things, I promise you there will be queues. Yesterday, and I always make this mistake, Saturday, I thought I'll just nip to Waitrose. Well, of course, Saturday, all day, there's a queue for Waitrose. Rest of the week, nothing. Absolutely nothing at all. Marks and Spencer's, nothing the rest of the week. And then comes Saturday, and it's queuing. And then yesterday there were queues as well, so I didn't go out and get anything at all. Bit of a shame. If too many people go swimming, they will have to... Does that mean they get armband? Yes. Do you remember when you were little... Your mother would blow these things up and stick them on your arm. These blow up, you know. We used to have a polystyrene board when we did swimming at school. And so you could cling on to it and then waggle your feet like crackers to actually propel you along. I thought that was quite good, actually. I was very, very good at swimming on my stomach with a polystyrene board, but I couldn't do it the rest of the time. I was totally using it. You see, I was backstroke as well. I can't swim on my stomach. I sink like a stone. I'm sort of, you know, Stephen's sinking again. Miss, Stephen's sinking. So they always used to put me in the relay race for backstroke. It was the safest thing. I've got a poem for you this morning. We always have a poem, and it's always about this time, about 5:05. This one's by Emma Alice Brown, and it's called The Light of Dreams. Last night I walked in happy dreams, the paths I used to know. I heard a sound of running streams and saw the violets blow. I breathed a scent of daffodils, and faint and far withdrawn, a light upon the distant hills like morning led me on. And childish hands clung fast to mine, and little pattering feet trod with me through the still sunshine, off byways green and sweet. The flax flower eyes of tender blue, the locks of palest gold, were just the eyes and locks I knew and loved and lost of old. But many a familiar lane our pathway seemed to run, between long fields of waving grain and slopes of dew and sun, and still we seemed to breathe alway a scent of daffodils, and that soft light of breaking day shone on the distant hills. Then all in colours faint and fine, the morning round me shone. The little hands slipped out of mine, and I was left alone. But still I smelt the daffodils, and heard the running streams, and that far glory on the hills. Was it the light of dreams? Quite nice, wasn't it, really? That's Emma Alice Brown, The Light of Dreams. Very nice. Very nice indeed. So here we go. Let's have a look at the Daily Mail today. Yesterday it was very interesting because Piers Morgan had done his sort of story saying, you know, just because he says he didn't believe a word Meghan said does not make him racist. He kept a diary of everything that was going through, which you expect him to do. And now you've got, on the front page of the Daily Mail, Bashir showed Diana fake Tiggy abortion bill. There's a headline and a half, isn't it? Bombshell claim about royal nanny made to inquire into how rogue reporter got princess interview. And as I say, it's so complicated, this one. I'm going to leave it to you to try and sort out. But 1 or 2 days after meeting Martin Bashir, Diana raised her fears about an assassination plot with her lawyer, Lord Mishcon. The extraordinary meeting took place in 1995. So you know how far back we're going here. And they were coming up with all sorts of stuff. She was fired up by the lies. Now, whether or not it was true at the time, I've got no idea. I wasn't there. And that's why I can't possibly say with any conviction, you know, what you've been told about various people about the royal family is true or if it isn't. We do know that Princess Anne's son did drive 480 miles to go and see a lady and spent overnight. But apparently it was business. So that's okay, isn't it? That's okay. Retailers are urging the government to launch a shop out to help out scheme in the summer to boost struggling independent stores after lockdown. Oh, you're going to see worse on the high street. I'm totally convinced. Totally convinced. You know, at the moment, you do see a lot of shops boarded up on the high street, you know, where they've sort of... It isn't a case of we just closed temporarily, we'll be back soon. They've gone. They've literally gone. Sort of the sort of shops... Yeah, I mean, you still see in hairdressers, Christmas tree. There's one hairdresser in Twickenham. Their Christmas tree is still up. Nobody's gone back into the shop to take it down, which you could do perfectly legally. I've seen people in the nail bars going in there, tidying them all up, getting ready to open up again. But it's interesting, isn't it? You see sort of Christmas decorations. You go, why have they not taken them down? And the answer is because they're probably frightened to go in there. But you can. You can take them down. Here we go. This is shock and awe. £200 fine if you watch the boat race from Ouse Riverbank. The Queen's grandson, Peter Phillips, spoken to by police. The trouble is, nobody ever gets into trouble in the royal family, do they? They seem to have some sort of immunity. He met a married former school friend, it's emerged, and then spent the night there. So he was spotted in the remote Scottish village of St Cyrus, Aberdeenshire, on Friday, having driven from his home in Gloucestershire. Hello, I'm in the car now. I'll be with you shortly. And it was business. What sort of business, we'll never know. She lives in Aberdeenshire and he lives down here. I can't imagine what business meetings they've actually got. 100 feet. The stricken ship has moved. Food and water scarce, but new hope as the stricken ship shifts 100 feet. It's not really enough, is it? 100 feet. Not enough, I'm afraid. It needs to go an awful lot further than that. And they've got pictures of of tens of thousands of sheep stuck in the Suez Canal because they're on all the other ships which are out there. Might not be on this particular cargo ship, but all the other ones have got sheep on, and there are cargo sheep, and there are thousands of them. I mean, they look healthy at the moment, but I suspect it's not going to take too long before they become unhealthy sheep, and the torturous conditions that they're sent on, not so good. Felicity Kendall has dismissed the notion that ageing means giving up on sex. Too much information. Too much information. We don't need to hear this from a 74-year-old. Thank you very much indeed. And she seems quite happy. Seems quite, as indeed she probably would if what she's saying is true. Then it's very good. Veggie Cafe. A Veggie Cafe has started charging 10p extra for cow's milk in your coffee instead of vegan alternative. Abbey Road Coffee adds an extra 10p for those who want dairy rather than oat or almond milk. Tom Floyd says he wants to make customers think about their dietary choice. So there you go. So don't go to Abbey Road Coffee if you want real milk because you've got to pay for it. It's just normal, isn't it? You know, we're having... No. You can have the vegan alternative because he's vegan and he wants to point out... The other thing, at Starbucks, opting for coconut, oat or almond milk costs you an extra 40p. Amazing, isn't it, really? Insta Cringe, or another Romeo Beckham. This is dreary old Brooklyn Beckham, eager to parade his love for his fiancée on social media. And so they've got loads of pictures of him. I mean, what does he do for a living? Mind you, what does any of them in the family do for a living? We're not sure. What does Victoria do for a living? Well, she manages to keep her head above water whilst the clothing shop's getting worse and worse. 16.8 million, I think, which is not so good at the moment. That's what they're into. And thieves stripped Beyoncé of more than $1 million worth of personal items days after her record-breaking Grammy wins this month, which is not so good, is it? How long's the ad break at 15:15? Just a matter of interest. About 3. I'll take that. I think I need that, actually. In fact, I've decided, actually. So poor old Beyoncé, now she's lost her designer handbags. But I always think if you've got designer handbags and you've got like $1 million worth of them, I mean, why? It's like Victoria Beckham. She's got loads of designer handbags. Some of them cost a small fortune. I mean, seriously, a small fortune. So be careful. OK, look after them. Try and pretend they're all fakes. Seems to work, doesn't it?
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning. Over in New York, believe it or not, over 21s can now buy cannabis in shops. To allow over 21 recreational marijuana, the legislation will allow marijuana sales to adults over the age of 21 and could pave the way for the opening of Amsterdam-style cannabis cafes. What they're saying in the Mail this morning, New Yorkers will also be able to grow up to 6 plants for personal use. Are they mad? Are they absolutely mad? But apparently law enforcement, schools and community advocates warn it could further strain a health system already overwhelmed by the pandemic and send young people mixed messages. Apparently it could bring the state in about £254 million annually in tax revenue. Oh, God. See, I remember seeing here some years ago, I might be wrong on this one, but I'm pretty certain that the government had licensed marijuana cigarettes from the big companies. They were going to be growing them, under sort of special guidelines so people could buy marijuana cigarettes without rolling them yourself. But that was donkey's years ago. I mean, that really wasn't even local. That was a long, long time ago. Also, every single therapy every time I turn on the television, there is another therapy there which sort of guarantees to make you look younger. There was one the other day. It was on one of the shopping channels. I can't remember which one. Well, I can, but I won't tell you. And the original price of this machine was £999. They were banging it out for 99 quid. And apparently it's a series of lights, and apparently this just takes away wrinkles. If only it was so simple. If only it was so simple. The rubbish these people on the television shopping channels come up with. It's phenomenal. Oh, and this is used and it will take away the wrinkle. No, it doesn't. If it was that simple, people would have had it done years ago. This could have, superseded Botox. But they've got neck correctors, the double chin trim, the Fox eye lift, non-surgical lip lift, ultrasonic face firmer. I mean, there's no end of stuff here. I mean, there's one here. The ultrasonic face firmer, apparently, is $1,500 for 3 sessions given once every 2 weeks. I think it strikes me the only people making money out of this are the people who've come up with these things here. It's amazing, isn't it, really? I mean, it's an awful lot of money. The mask zapper. And this one here, £600. There's one here, which is tightening facial. I think the producer could do with that one. This is £370 per treatment, recommended every 4 to 6 weeks. I think you ladies must have more money than sense. I mean, at one time it was just teeth whitening, wasn't it? And that always looked slightly peculiar. And now they've got microblading, professional peel, 6 peels, £490. Face filtering, £120 a treatment. It's not cheap, is it? The laser wrinkle eraser, 850 quid. It's absolutely phenomenal. You can book all these things in. The double chin trim, there you go, we're going for that one. That's 1,500 quid. 1,500 quid. There's another, this is expensive, the no knife facelift. You can expect to look fairly bruised for at least a week after. Well, I can imagine. How much is this? £2,800. Do you know, I think I'd rather look unblemished. Well, they don't really say the treatment requires anaesthetic, patients, blah, 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 blah. They say it lasts up to 3 years. I mean, that's what they say, but in 3 years the company might have closed down and you might be nowhere, mightn't you? You go back and go, look, it didn't work, and my face has now dropped. I think the moment you start tinkering about with your face and skin and stuff like that, I think you're in big trouble. I really do. I've always been a big fan of, if you are apparently on the outside what you are on the inside, which means that I'm absolute rubbish. But so if you drink loads of water, that's actually good for you because that cleanses the inside, technically, and makes you look a little bit more vibrant on the outside. If you start having things like Botox and stuff like that, your face is going to look slightly odd. Because all of a sudden you're injecting poison into your face. People want to have it done. I wouldn't. We used to have a hairdressers round our way, and they used to have somebody going in there who would administer, because you had to have a doctor who administered this. You can't just have somebody 1 minute's doing, your roots, all of a sudden sticking a needle in your face. And you need to keep doing it because it only lasts a certain amount of time. You only have to look at the Housewives of Cheshire to realise, don't want to go down that route. They just look peculiar. Mind you, over in America, it's even more bizarre. They think it's quite normal. Okay, so I think today I'm going to have this boob done, and I think I'll have that. And you think to yourself, goodness me, honestly, you mustn't keep having it. Why are people not satisfied? Trout pout is the worst. I know. Didn't Leslie Ash have that? I think she had it, and it was a case of they'd injected into her lips, because some people have got thin lips and some people have got average-sized lips, and they put too much. And all of a sudden, it was it became like a joke. You had these sort of fake lips that were stuck on the outside, which weren't, and you had to wait for it to go down. I mean, it was highly dangerous. I thought so. But, people want that because look at that. Who's that poor woman? The Bride of Wildenstein. She had so much cosmetics. Look at Katie Price. There you go. Classic one. Katie Price, the woman who has got no idea how awful she looks. Really bad news. Very, very bad news. Somebody else telling me that the ship might have moved a little. Yeah, it's not enough to float it. If it was, we'd all be going hip hip hooray. But unfortunately, we're not hip hip hooraying just yet. We're still in the land of we've come out of lockdown. You can go and do loads of things today, but it's not that many when you come to it. But you still can't go to a gymnasium. You can go outside and play with your balls. Outside, that's always fairly entertaining for everybody else. And you can play football, you can do netball, you can do golf. I mean, who the heck wants to do those things? People have been sort of worried about not being able to play golf. They say stay local as much as possible, continue to work from home if you can, and keep journeys to a minimum. 6 people or 2 households can meet up outside, including in private gardens. Outdoor sports facilities and open-air swimming pools are allowed to reopen, but they'll only have a certain amount of people going to swimming pools. So if you get there too late, you have to book as well. You won't get in because they'll be going no, and presumably there's a time limit on there. Pubs and restaurants are still closed, but takeaway food is permitted, and holidays abroad are still banned. So shops, gyms and entertainment venues closed. But they might open later in the year. That's what we're hoping for. I want the theatres to open. And yet you can still... moving around here. You can still go and get fish and chips and stuff like that. So stage 2, we're looking forward to stage 2. It's slightly better, actually. All shops allowed to open, along with close contact services, including hairdressers and beauty salons. So that's 2 weeks today. Whoop-de-doo. Don't worry, I'll tell you about it in plenty of time. Restaurants and pubs will be allowed to serve food and alcohol to customers sitting outdoors. And gyms and spas can reopen, as can zoos, theme parks, libraries and community centres. Some of these places are suffering badly. I saw one about London Zoo the other day. They're really suffering. Very bad. They rely on that money coming in from people. Members of the same household can take a holiday in England in self-contained accommodation, and weddings attended by up to 15 people can take place. Stage 3, this is about 17th of May. 6 people or 2 households can meet indoors. People can meet in groups of up to 30 outdoors. 30 people can attend weddings or other life events like christenings. Haven't mentioned funerals yet. Where do they fit it? Well, I suppose not a life event, is it really? Remaining outdoor entertainment like outdoor theatres and cinemas can open. Indoor entertainment, museums, theatres, cinemas and children's play areas can open. This is from the 17th of May. So you can go and see The Lion King. You can go and book your tickets. I believe they're actually on sale. Hotels, hostels and B&Bs can reopen. International leisure travel may resume. And adult indoor sports and exercise classes can restart. So there you go. You can do your exercise classes. That'll be good news, won't it? And from the 21st of June, stage 4, all legal limits on social contact removed. No legal limits on the number of people who can attend weddings, funerals and other life events. Nightclubs will be allowed to reopen. How naff. A nightclub. Where are you going to? A nightclub. Sort of thing Henry does, queuing up for the Locarno, the Whiskey A Go-Go on a Saturday night, little boogie down there to probably some Boney M or something like that. I'd even forgot that they were still around, nightclubs. I really had. But Boney M are back. They're not back in the charts, are they? Rasputin remix? No. I was singing one to Zora Suleiman earlier on. She said, don't sing. Very, very bitter. I don't know why. It's not necessary, is it? At 26 minutes past 5 on a Monday morning. But it is good news. You can go and visit. Oh, I keep kicking the bottom of this desk here. I don't know how Nick Ferrari manages to do a whole programme without kicking it. But I'm doing it, which is not quite the same. Not quite the same. But it's nice to have your company this morning if you have just woken up. So today's a good day. Today's a good day. All your texts and emails. And so I have to keep moving. I'm sorry, I have to keep moving the microphone. You know why? I can't read the screen. It's too far away for me. And Roger says he thinks they've freed the container ship. We shall have. We don't seem to have that yet. So we will find out. Also, the Duchess of Cambridge has helped launch a new book, Hold Still, containing photographs that capture a portrait of life in lockdown. It's not difficult. I could have taken pictures when I came into London when it first started, the lockdown. On a Saturday night, Piccadilly Circus, deserted. And I'm so used to seeing it really, really busy. Everybody that wants cannabis already buys it. Legislation just means buying a regulated and taxed product rather than from somebody connected to a violent criminal gang. Oh, right, OK. Listen, apparently the ship's been freed a little bit. Sounds like the title of a song, doesn't it? The ship's been freed just a little bit. Woo! Ship's been freed just a little bit. But it's still blocking the canal. Woo! It's ridiculous. I don't think they should allow ships that big to go down there. It's ridiculous. I mean, as you know, I hardly ever moan about anything at all, apart from the weather. Tomorrow, you watch, tomorrow is going to be so hot. Should I still take my anorak to the hospital or not? Probably not. Probably not. Steve already booked my appointment with the barber. 9 a.m, 12th of April, says Terry, the ex-bugle major. I know people who've also booked in their hairdressing. No, I've not booked mine in yet. I'm probably way down the list, but it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. I think it's not looking too bad at the moment, is it? It's not. It's looking a bit shaggy, is it? Another one here which says, I hate the way that we're being forced to do everything online. I happen to like seeing people and chatting, not sitting at home alone pressing some online product, says Anne. You see, I don't mind doing stuff online. I really don't. I mean, I'm quite happy with doing things like that. It doesn't really bother me. It doesn't really bother me. Occasionally I go to the bank and go to other little places. If Pogba is worth £290,000 a week, he should be on good enough terms to beat all the teams that cost that amount, says Dimitri. Yeah, I mean, it's a case of, if he can't, is he worth it? Well, it all comes down to the agents. It's the agents and how much they can get for somebody. So he can get 15 million a year, which is not bad.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, everybody. 27 minutes. Oh, who cares what the time is? Who cares? Listen, it's a whoopee-doo day. It's a day that, we've waited for goodness knows how long, that you can go and visit family and friends and go and do a few things that you couldn't do before. I might go and play a round of golf myself later. Not. Do you think crazy golf counts as golf, or is that just seen by some as just at the seaside? Probably not. Probably not. But no, so I'm not going to do anything different today apart from go and get a blood test. Presumably the blood test is to make sure whether I'm eligible for the surgery tomorrow. I'm hoping so anyway. Well, that's the way I'm looking at it. Everybody else might be looking at it completely differently. So it's Happy Monday. That's what the papers have called it. It's Happy Monday. We like Happy Monday. Boris Johnson, the Daily Express tell you, is taking aim at obesity and ill health now the end of his war on COVID is in sight. And so we're all unhealthy, and the nation is set to sizzle in 20 degrees centigrade, so we can finally meet loved ones, which is lovely. And apparently, having a lie-in can make you depressed and moody. Really? I always thought having a lie-in was the kind of thing you go, whoopee-doo, this is a lie-in day, I don't have to do anything. Researchers said changing sleep patterns by lying in at the weekend can alter well-being dramatically. They found people who don't stick to regular sleeping and waking times are more likely to become depressed than those who do. Oh dear. Not me either, no, I don't know, definitely not. A professor of depression and neuroscience at the university, it's from Michigan, it's from America. See, we have different things here. Said it's the first time a study has shown clearly that disturbed sleep, not necessarily less sleep, can lower moods. They did 2,100 student doctors, tracked for a year, mainly finding out which pub they were in, I should imagine, or which bar. And the students also recorded how they felt every day on a smartphone app, rating their mood on a scale of 1 to 10. Oh. Only in America. But apparently sleep experts believe waking up later or lying in disrupts the natural body clock. Certainly did over the weekend when the clocks went forward, didn't it? Everybody going, oh, what time is it, Steve? I don't know, is it lighter or darker? Oh, for goodness sake, who cares? Why we just don't leave it? I've got no idea. We don't necessarily... There's no logical... I don't know. I didn't think there was any logical reason. I'm sure over the year we've had enough discussions on LBC about whether or not we should just leave the clocks as they are. My friend has got 2 cookers. She's so rich. And she's got loads of people have got 2 cookers. So she's left one on the old time and one on the new time. So she said, I've always got one that's showing the right time. Why should she bother? She doesn't care. She doesn't care about it. So I said, well, I've had to go round and I've had 4 clocks to change. Everything else is automatic. The one in the car is automatic. The one in the phone is automatic. The computer's automatic. The television's automatic. The DVD player doesn't have one on anyway. And I've just got little Poundland clocks for waking up, and they were £1 from Poundland. And it's unbelievable, isn't it? You can never guess the price. You know, how much is this from Poundland? I don't know. And then so I had 3 of those to do, and I've got a big one in the bathroom, as I'm sure many of you have. So we actually changed. Benjamin Franklin first came up with this idea. Let's go and blame him. He was in Paris in 1784. He's dead. And he suggested people got up earlier when it was lighter. It would save us candles. Seriously, save on candles. It arrived in the UK after Chris Martin, the Coldplay singer's great-great-grandfather, a builder called William Willett, thought it was a good idea too. So in 1907, he published a leaflet called The Waste of Daylight, encouraging people to get out of bed. I'd rather go for the candle thing. Do you like the candle thing? Oh, I like that idea. Willett was a keen golfer and got cross when his games had been cut short because the sun went down and there wasn't enough light to carry on playing. Well, you could do it by torchlight, can't you? Just have people standing there with a torch shining. All you've got to do is get your ball in the hole. It's not complicated, although most people seem to miss, which is not so great. Over 70s is not your day, I'm afraid, today. I can't bring you any crumb of comfort. If you suffer from dementia, Parkinson's and other medical conditions, you may be allowed to continue driving if you agree to fit a tracker to your car. They need to know where you are, so you would be restricted from motoring in daylight hours near their homes under the plans being considered. Oh, honestly, you can't win, can you, nowadays? Licences expire when motorists turn 70, and those wanting to keep driving must inform the DVLA of medical conditions such as epilepsy and diabetes. Well, I've informed them that I've got diabetes, and I've got a limited driving licence. It runs out. Can't remember when it runs out, actually. They sort of write to you telling you it's running out. Wait, is it? No, mine. I'm on a 3-year restriction. 3-year restriction. And so they actually write to you and they go, Dear Stephen, very personal. And, we're just checking, has your diabetes got any worse? No. But I'd had a CT scan. How do you feel about that one? Honestly. You do give up, don't you, honestly, some of the time. I wonder if I'll be one of those. Actually, it's all right because I'm not over 70. Not much over 70. Bowing to extreme views will only breed intolerance. Leo McKinstry writing in the Express today. This is Muslims gathering at Batley Grammar after a teacher showed pupils a cartoon of the Prophet. I mean, I don't want to be ignorant about this because I don't know anything about it. Was it absolutely necessary to show this? Because obviously they believed it. Susanna Reid and Piers Morgan held a clear the air talk after her frosty reaction to him quitting. He described Susanna as stony-faced when reading out a statement the day after. He says, even my real ex-wife talks more fondly about me than that. He suspected she was both angry and sad. He said, I hope we stay friends because she's a decent person. She is a decent person. But it's difficult when you work with somebody and they do something that's not necessarily out of kilter. You have to try and explain, what's going on. And I think he liked working there. But he's always been a little bit edgy. He's always been, not necessarily sitting on the fence, but he's fell off the other side quite a few times on quite a number of occasions. But he is friends with Sharon Osbourne. And so she's left her job. I think they decided to dispense with her services. So she's now suing CBS in America because she's saying, listen, you can't tar everybody with the same brush. But she had a row with somebody on the programme. It's got a little bit out of hand, a little bit. Kirsty Gallagher says she feels she let her children down after bad behaviour with splitting with her husband. She was convicted of drink driving, which she blamed on her divorce. You cannot blame drink driving on a divorce. I'm really sorry. You cannot do it. You can come up with loads and loads of excuses as to why you had a bevy, but you know the difference between right and wrong. And if you're a celebrity, in inverted commas, you're supposed to know better than most people. You wouldn't expect the Queen to go out after having 2 liqueur chocolates, would you? She's not going to be sort of beetling down the road, although to be quite honest, there could be certain members of the royal family who wouldn't be at all surprised if they went out having had a drink, But doesn't work for everybody. They're still selling hot cross buns. Are we not in hot cross bun period? We're still in hot cross bun time, are we? Good God in heaven. 2 for £2.50. Luxury hot cross buns as opposed to really awful hot cross buns. This is M&S. M&S. You get 2. I did buy a packet of hot cross buns, but to be honest with you, I decided no. I was going to cut them in half and then put them in the toaster and have them with butter on. And I decided not to. I was being a good boy. It's like yesterday, the only thing I had to eat was Marmite on bread. Thinking that it sounds like, a good meal. Supermarket hot cross buns contain as much sugar as a chocolate bar. And just one M&S bun contains a 6-year-old's full daily allowance. See, I knew this before because I remember having a hot cross bun thinking, if I don't have butter on or toast it, it should be fine. Testing my blood sugars, through the roof. So I always said it's like pita bread or pita bread, depending on what you want to call it. That's another one. Unbelievable. One hot cross bun can be as sugary as 4 chocolate digestives. That's how bad they are for you. That's how bad they are. So, do Stephen a favour. Don't eat hot cross buns because they're really bad for you. And when you do see obese people, and they would be the ones eating hot cross buns, you can go behind them and go, excuse me, can I look in your shopping basket? And they'll go, oh, yes, why? And you go, I just want to see if you've bought those fattening things called hot cross buns. Imagine. I might actually go and stand by the hot cross bun stand and go, don't. Please, you'll thank me later. Please don't. But luxury. 4 luxury hot cross buns. So there is as much sugar as a 39-gram Cadbury's Whisper bar, salt, the same as contained in 7 Ritz crackers, and fat, the amount in 1 triangle of Dairy Lee. 1 triangle of Dairy Lee. It's this sourdough, isn't it? Whatever it is, it's not good. The same sugar as 4 custard cream biscuits. As much salt as in 1 Patak's poppadom. And as much fat, the amount in 5 Asda prawn crackers. There are other things that are full of fat. Honestly, want to be like me. Look at me. Water. Very good. I'm so healthy. I wish I was healthy. So for some reason, Daley Thompson, who's 62 now, has said he achieved his Olympic success on a diet of fizzy pop and chips. This is 1982. I mean, what are we going back to, dear? When you were in the pram or something? Does it really matter? He says mostly it was Sprite, Coca-Cola and Gatorade. Oh, Gatorade. Oh, excuse me for not knowing. Is that... I've never even... Like Lucozade. I've never even heard of it. Gatorade. Big in America. Big in America. And so what is it? Is it orange flavour? Lemon flavour? What sort of flavour is it? Oh, all the flavours. Oh, well, there you go. He says, I know about awful. I don't know a lot about awful. He said he refused to eat vegetables but defended his diet. Well, I mean, listen, he won. He got gold medal. Whether you can put it down to Coke and chips, I've got no idea. And I don't know what chips he's talking about. Is he talking about fried chips? Or is he talking about... Because some people call crisps chips, aren't they? In America, if you ask for... I ordered some... what did I... When we went to Vegas, I ordered some mixed sandwiches and chips. And back came a plate full of crisps. And, of course, you know, I said to them, I said, oh, they're crisps. I wanted chips. She said, do you mean fries? Yeah. Drop the accent, all right? Drop the accent. So I did actually end up with the crisps. We didn't change them because I was going to be charged for the crisps. Then we can't put them back in the packet, can you?
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Apparently peanuts are fattening as well. I knew that. I knew about peanut because we used to have those when we went to the pub. Remember those happy days when we went to a pub and you go, large gin and tonic. Well, I didn't. Small Ribena, thank you very much indeed. That's what I can't have. I can't have Ribena going to the hospital because apparently it's purple in colour. And they don't like that at all. Not good. Thanks to you, Steve, I tried Marmite. For the first time the other day, my sandwiches are now transformed forever and I've got you to thank for it. As long as you don't put too much on. Too much Marmite is not a good thing. It should literally be just little bits of it because otherwise it just takes the roof of your mouth off. But... not Bovril, no, don't do Bovril, no. I'm middle class. But no Marmite. I went out and I bought two things that I haven't had for ages. One was Marmite, and the other was Rose's Lime Cordial, which I have very, very weak. But that's actually quite nice, actually. But the Marmite was better. I was going to have it on toast. We decided on Sunday morning that was going to be the thing, and everybody's now going, oh, right, we're going to have Marmite as well. The effect that the radio has on people. And so I went into Richmond, couldn't find it around our way, and tried everywhere. Went to Tesco, there it was on the shelf, directly over from the Rose's Lime Cordial. So I got the two of them together, and they were both on offer. I was very excited. And I had a couple, and I put too much on the first one, but then I was very good, because we used to have somebody years ago, people used to order their breakfast in the morning in one of our buildings, and one of the APs whose job it was to go and get the teas and the coffees and the, bacon and egg sandwich and things like that, had no idea how much Marmite to put on the amount you would put on if you were having jam. It was, seriously, you couldn't have skied through this. It was so, and I remember looking at it thinking, they're going to be not happy with this one. And also, I don't like sharing Marmite. If you're in a big company and there's a restaurant or something, and no, you should all have your own individual little Marmites. I think that's much safer in the long run. And so I had it the other day, but not much. And I really mean not much. A little goes a long. In fact, a tub of they do a huge one in Costco, but I mean, a jar of Marmite could last you the best part of a year. I mean, seriously, it seems to go forever and a day. And so I'm glad that you're enjoying it, which is very good. Steve, I would advise against approaching somebody to ask about their buns. No, I have no problem with things like this at all. And Steve, I've just had to get out of bed and grab a handful of Pringles. Really bad for you. Really bad for you. Pringles are really bad for you because I don't know what they're made of. I know they're crisps, but have you noticed that if the top one has got an indentation in it, the entire tube will have indentations on every single crisp? So I'm assuming that they're reconstituted Pringles. I haven't quite... they're not potatoes? Ooh, very depressed. What are they then? They're made of something else. Oh, right, here we go. We're going to find out. Because I remember thinking that if the first one had a little hole in it, every single Pringle in the tube had a little hole. And I do like dunking Pringles in salad cream. I know it seems really bad, but I promise you that was a small wonder I got the worst diet in the entire world, and I'm diabetic. And here you go, the shocking true story of how Pringles are made. Not sure if you want to know this, actually. And so they say, here we go. Instead of shaving bits off a potato and deep frying them, the company starts with a slurry of rice, wheat, corn and potato flakes and presses them into shape. So these potato chips aren't really potato at all. The snack dough is then rolled out like a sheet of ultra-thin cookie dough and cut into chip cookies by a machine. Oh, right. The cut is complete enough that the chips are fully free of the extra dough, which is lifted away from the chips by a machine. And they then go onto a conveyor belt, and then they go into other bits and pieces. So they're not really potato. I'm a bit disappointed by that, actually. But I thought you got a lot in a tube for £2. Because when you look at the price of other crisps, they're terribly expensive, aren't they? I do occasionally sort of price check on things. I go, do you know, there's not even a whole potato in a packet of crisps. It's a bit disappointing. Steve. I had the camera test, and John in Birmingham says they found 3 polyps, which were removed on the spot. Is that a joke? Polyps and spot? Is it? Probably. I don't know how they do these things, but whatever it is, it's today's an easy day because it's only blood test. I've had 1,000,001 blood tests. Although every time I look at my arms, I think to myself, where's the vein? Where's the vein? How do they find these things? But they do them. Steve, have you tried M&S hot cross buns? No. I've just spent 10 minutes telling you I'm not doing hot cross buns. We don't do them. They're very, very fattening. Very bad for diabetics. Very bad. Have you tried Vimto in sparkling water, says Gillian Basingstoke? No, but I do like cold water. I always keep cold water in the fridge to add to something like, Rose's lime juice or something like that. Steve, Anne says, whose is the best egg and bacon roll? Oh, I don't know, actually. Probably Greg's. I don't know of anybody else who does them. Does anybody else do stuff like that? McDonald's, do they do an egg and bacon roll? Oh, they do a McMuffin. Why don't they do milkshakes? That's my big gripe this morning. Why can't they do milkshakes? I bet if they did milkshakes, they'd be so pleased because everybody would be going in going, sausage and egg McMuffin and a milkshake. Who wants to drink, one of their coffees or some orange juice or something like that, or a bottle of water? I can go buy a bottle of water anywhere, save myself a small fortune. Honestly, I'm just moaning this morning. I'm so sorry. It's not like me. Most of us want to do something adventurous on a holiday. Do we? I mean, I'm not one for lying in the sun. Shouldn't imagine you are either, Joe, are you really? No, very pale. Not good. You could burn to pieces. And exactly the same for me. Even if I covered, very fair. If I cover myself in ombre solaire, I always used to love the picture of Piz Buin. Have you seen that one? They have a picture of somebody very bronzed, almost looks like they've been covered in chocolate, lying on the front, and you think to yourself, do you think I'll look like that? No, never. Never, ever. I'm just going to come over as blotchy and pink, which is not really one of my better looks. Although, actually, some people might think it's probably one of my better looks. But when I used to go on stage, when we did the one-man shows, I used to sort of use a bronzer. And then sometimes forget to take it off when I went home. The Saint-Tropez was very popular. Or anything that's got coconuts in it. You imagine that coconuts because coconuts are brown, and we wanted to be brown, didn't we? But unfortunately for me, I just burnt to pieces. Top of my head, nightmare. You get out of bed and there's half a ton of your skin still lying there. You could stuff pillows with it. Somebody said to me, oh, you're peeling. And you go, am I? Peeling off another half an inch off the top of your head. Like a snake. It was ghastly. I was shedding. I didn't like it at all. Apparently 67% thought they'd spent too much time sitting around doing nothing. Yeah, but that's the whole idea of holidays. You work all year. Well, I do. And 6 days a week. Thank you very much indeed. And then you go on holiday. You're not going to work, are you, on the beach? You just want to lie down and just go, I'm going to go to sleep. But all I do is just get burnt to pieces. It'd be a lot easier to cover me with something. Little city. No, I've done city break. I've been to some of the city breaks. John Warrington and our friends down at Eurostar sorted us all out. We had a lovely time. We went to Eurostar. We went to Paris. There's a place you don't want to go to in a hurry. We went to, where else? We went to loads of places, all different places, all having a nice time, and it was lovely. I just liked it, but I've been there. And because I don't do holidays, because I don't sort of, dive into the pool like a gazelle with a brick strapped to it, I'm sort of one of those sort of people who sort of goes on holiday and I spend 10 minutes walking around the pool putting a foot in, because if it's cold, I'm not getting in. So I hate people who come up behind you and go, "You enjoying that?" Push. No, thank you. They tried it with me at school. Only the once. Yeah, I told teacher on them. And they never got invited to swimming ever again. Horrible. Binns Minor. Whew, he was in trouble. And mind you, I used to avoid the Dettol bath as well. So for children who hadn't been to the seaside the year before, it was to try and sort of solve any problems that people had with their feet, verrucas and the like. You're supposed to walk through the bath before you come out of the dressing room and you go through this bath. Yeah, we're supposed to be, but I mean, not for me. Thank you very much indeed. No, don't try that at home. It's not the best thing you can do. But no, lying on a beach was supposed to be because all I wanted to do was lie on a beach, and then after you've had a little doze for about 4 hours, you then wake up and somebody goes and gets you an ice cream, which by the time they've got back has dribbled all over their hand and everything else. They go, "You can lick my hand if you want." You go, "No, thank you. I'll go and play a round of mini golf." Very exciting. But, or a lolly they'd bring back. But the ice cream place was miles away. So you want to have adventures. 72% of people said they wouldn't book a holiday if there is a possibility you can't postpone it without being charged. Do check, please, beforehand, just in case it doesn't go the way you want it to go. They go, "Oh, hello. The orchestra's arrived." It's always quite nice, isn't it, on a Monday? A happy day today. It's Happy Monday. I think it's the first time in ages I can actually tell you, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's Happy Monday. It's the day where you can walk around with a smile on your face because you can do things today you couldn't do yesterday. Although I've always maintained, if you do it and you like it, do it again tomorrow. Why not? Goodness sake. And then we've got another 3 more phases to come in. So it'll take us up to 4 phases. But today's good. And I want you to enjoy every minute of it. But just remember, take the radio with you. More of your texts and emails, the other side of the news at 6 o'clock this morning.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Happy Monday. He says, trying to sound as cheer. Of course, if this was America, they'd all be going, "Happy Monday." In Britain, we just go, "Happy Monday." And we leave it at that, because you can do all sorts of things today. I shall tell you what they are in a moment, just so you're aware of it, because there are certain things you can do and there are certain things you can't do. I, of course, am desperate. The only thing that when I look through this little list, and the only thing I've not noticed on here is, when can we open car washes? Hand car washes. I don't want a machine, and I don't want to stand there with a lance in my hand. Thank you very much indeed. I want to sort of drive into a place like the one, which is 12th of April, is it? Oh, that's not too far away, is it? Not too far away. And then I can get the car wash. It's so dirty. I mean, when it rains, it looks clean, but then it dries, it looks dirty again. I mean, it's not been clean for the best part of, must be about a year. Ooh, Lord above, came over most peculiar. I'm going to go peculiar again. 4 minutes past 6, which is nice, isn't it? I know you don't want to get out of bed. Mind you might not have to get out of bed today. You might be we're going to visit Auntie Hetty, and you can go and sit in her garden. Can't go indoors, but you can sit in the garden. But that's okay. So, here we go for the 29th of March. Are you ready? You can meet outside, including in private gardens, in groups of up to 6, or as 2 households with social distancing. So in other words, you can be sitting in the flower bed. Aunt Hetty can be on the compost heap. At least it's 2 people in the garden. The stay-at-home rule is ending. Although the government is urging people to stay local as much as possible, holidays away from home are still not allowed. Outdoor sports facilities will reopen, including golf courses. I never knew why golf courses closed in the first place. You're outdoors. Goodness sake. Tennis and basketball courts and outdoor swimming areas. So if it's an indoor swimming area, no. Outdoor swimming areas. Formally organised outdoor sport can restart, whatever that is. What's outdoor sport? Is that Oh, football. Oh, shan't be doing that one either, I'm afraid. And weddings can take place attended by up to 6 people. What sort of wedding is that? That's called a Billy No Mate's wedding. But you're waiting forever. I told you my brother's youngest daughter, she's a wedding photographer. And she's got, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me if she's got the best part of between 50 and 100 weddings lined up for this coming year. But she has to wait until they can have a decent amount of people. She goes out, she does a record. But, you know, out of all the people that paid her a deposit to be their wedding photographer, not one person's asked for it back. Because they can't go anywhere else. And she is the best. Got an award and everything. So that's what you can do. Now, stage 2, no earlier than the 12th of April. So it's not going to come in any earlier. All shops allowed to open along with close contact services, including hairdressers and beauty salons. So does that mean they don't have to wear the visors, the masks or anything else? They still have to wear the masks and visors. Oh, OK. Restaurants and pubs allowed to serve food and booze to customers sitting outdoors. You can't sit indoors. Gyms and spas can reopen, as can zoos, theme parks, libraries and community centres. Libraries? Why did anybody ever close libraries? Members of the same household can take a holiday in England in self-contained accommodation. Weddings attended by up to 15 people. So you've only got to wait till the 12th, and then you can practically sort of, you know, nearly 3 times as many people as can go to weddings at the moment. 6 people from today, but from the 12th of April, 15 people. That's the one you want to wait for, isn't it? I think so. Stage 3, no earlier than the 17th of May, so April. Oh, it's not too bad, not too bad. People can meet in groups of up to 30 outdoors. 6 people or 2 households can meet indoors. I don't quite understand where all these rules come from, but anyway, it doesn't matter. Pubs, restaurants and other hospitality venues can seat customers indoors. Up to 30 people can attend weddings or other life events, like christenings. Remaining outdoor entertainment like outdoor theatres and cinemas can open. Indoor entertainment, such as museums, theatres, cinemas and children's play areas, can also open. So that's good, isn't it? Performance and large events can restart, but with limits on audience numbers. Hotels, hostels and B&Bs can reopen. International leisure travel may resume, the word is may, and adult indoor group sports and exercise classes can restart. So that's very good, isn't it? But it's today. So if you've got a wedding coming up, you know, in the next sort of couple of weeks, 15 people, don't do any more. Up to 6 at the moment. 6, it's from the 12th of April. 15 people can go to a wedding. I'd rather wait till a little bit later, actually. Don't you think so? The 17th of May, you can do quite a few more, actually. Weddings up to 30 people, which is about the average amount of people you want to a wedding. Not any more than that, otherwise it looks like people have gate crashed. So you have to wait for it. But listen, today's good enough, isn't it? Today you can go and play tennis, basketball. The fact I can't play any of these, but I can do it because the government have told me I can. Stay local as much as possible. Well, that's all right. I could do the staying at home, but so today won't make any difference. I don't say. Not for me. Not much difference. Not much. But I like the idea of somebody organising outdoor sport for me. I'm all up for that one. All up for that. Rounders, netball, and what was the other one that I quite liked actually? I'm not sure about outdoor swimming areas. It doesn't sound like it's heated, does it? That sounds like it's freezing cold. Is Aura going outdoor swimming? Is she really? Wow. She's obviously set off early for this. Because I promise you, if they open at 7 this morning, there'd be queues now. Oh, it's a booking thing. Oh, right, even swimming pools. So presumably you have to book for golf, tennis and basketball as well. Because otherwise there's going to be too many people, aren't there? But booking for swimming, yeah, because they don't want too many people. And also bearing in mind, there will be some people who haven't had a wash for a year. And they'll be using that. If you see anybody with a bar of soap and a loofah, avoid them. Go to the other end of the pool. It's an awful lot easier. Ghastly, isn't it, really? But I mean, listen, at least it's a start. We've had a year of this blooming lockdown. Some people, I've seen them being interviewed on television, on radio, I've heard them, where they've said, we've been in lockdown for a year. Now, the latest from Suez, we like to bring, just in case you were thinking of sort of booking it for your summer holiday later in the year, that huge container ship that has been wedged there since Tuesday, that's last Tuesday, apparently is reported to have been refloated. Well, whoopee-doo. Videos posted on social media in the last few hours appear to show the stern of the Ever Given swung towards the canal bank, opening space in the channel. Maritime services company Inchcape also reported the vessel was freed. Whoopee! That's good news, isn't it? The animals might live. That's very nice. Well, I'm very happy about that. I mean, how did it get into that position in the first place? I've got no... I mean, is the captain completely an idiot? You know, or does he not sort of worry about things like that? That's good, though, isn't it? If that thing has been refloated, all these other captains who've been having a nice bit of a knees up, you know, on deck, you know, the Ombre Solaire, waiting. There's hundreds of them waiting. They're going to go. It's gone through. It's floating. It's going through. They've started the engine. Unfortunately, it just ran out of petrol. And no, they haven't. Well, they haven't said that yet. And then the other ones, it's going to take weeks to clear them. Weeks to get all these ships through there. Hundreds of weeks, or hundreds of ships. Hundreds of ships. So if you're down the line, do they go along and give them a ticket like you're waiting in the chemist? You know, okay, you're number 673. Yeah, or in the shoe shop. They do that in a shoe shop as well. Oh, well, there you go. You live and learn, don't you? But no, they'll all be queuing. I should imagine most of these other ships, they must have run out of food by now. The crew are going, we need to eat. Well, we've got loads of sheep downstairs. Anybody going for the sheep? Bless them, honestly. They don't have much luck, these sheep, do they? 1 minute they think they're going on holiday. The next minute they sit there in the baking hot sun. They've got to get them off the ship to sort of get their legs moving. Not that it makes any difference where they're going, okay? Don't like dwelling on the things like that. Front page of the Mirror this morning. It's an ex-mistress. Nothing worse, is there? I'm so bored with these stories. I know I'm not supposed to be bored, but I promise you, I couldn't care less. Listen, what somebody does. I feel sorry for these people whose life is so empty that they can't wait to tell you about their lurid revelations of, we made love on a sofa while his wife was away. And you look at her and you go, that's the best you've got to offer, is it? I mean, it really is tragically awful. And the Daily Mirror call it a world exclusive. Woman has sex with man. Woo! Goodness me. Ghastly. UK could be hotter than Benidorm, just a bit classier. Not that I think Benidorm isn't classy, but I've seen the programmes on the television. And the backlog in Crown Court cases has soared to an all-time high. Labour's calling for the... How many? 57,000 cases they've got. 57,000 cases. 18% have been outstanding for a year or more. Need to sort that one out, don't they? Definitely. And apparently pregnant women who drink as little as half a cup of coffee every day give birth to smaller babies. Well, this sounds brilliant. Smaller babies get more in the pram. They don't eat as much. A smaller baby. Did you know? I mean, how come we're in the year 2021 and now they go, if you drink half a cup of coffee a day, your baby's going to be smaller? I have to tell you, this is from America. This is the Eunice Kennedy Shriver National Institute of Child Health and Human Development. You can imagine what a marvellous person Eunice Kennedy Shriver must have been, because she gets a university named after her. She said it might be prudent to limit caffeine during pregnancy. Have you noticed? We're always being told now what you can have, what you can't have. Don't have this. Oh, that's bad for you. Mustn't have that, Steve, must you? That's not good for you, is it? Is it not? Oh, dear. Well, there you go. I can't have it. So here's more on this woman. We read some Shakespeare as a kind of foreplay, then made love on the sofa. I mean, why would somebody want to sell a naff, boring story like this? I'm sorry. I mean, did they pay you for this story? I mean, I don't know how these... I mean, it really is just tacky and naff. We slept together in his family home. It was fun, but it didn't sit right. Well, then, what were you doing there? Oh, I'd give up, honestly. Oh, there's another page, another 2 pages of it. 6 pages of this stuff. Oh, blimey, honestly. Marcus, you two are little superstars. This is Marcus Rashford, who's praised 2 young schoolgirls who collected more than 1,000 Easter eggs for charity. That's 1,000 smiles, says Evie, one of the little girls. Ah, good. Yeah, you see, you can be happy smiling faces because you've had an Easter egg. When I was a kid, we did like the Easter egg. Nowadays, they cheat. At one time, when you bought the Easter egg, the little packet of Smarties was inside the egg. Now, they put it separately outside. I bought one the other day, not for me. I don't do Easter eggs. Diabetic. And it had Rolos, and it was a packet of Rolos in the actual, not in the egg, which I was very disappointed about. Very disappointed about. Captain Sir Tom Moore's memoirs are an optimistic view of life from a remarkable man who rallied our country in one of its darkest hours. What a lovely man he was. I so wish that he was still alive today. And Tyson Fury, do you know boxers bore the pants off me. Oh, I've got to take a break. But I'll tell you what, even before announcing his deal to fight Anthony Joshua, he was given a boost to his finances. How much do you reckon? I'll tell you in a moment.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Monday. So, Tyson Fury. He got a boost to his finances last year. That was before he announced a deal to fight Anthony Joshua. How much did he get to fight Anthony Joshua? Come on, Joe. This is $1 million. $1 million would be good money, wouldn't it? $1 million would be very... Can you imagine if you get £1 million? £2 million would be nice. That'd be very... No. Not 1 million, not 2 million. 200 million. £200 million for one fight. Plus, he got a boost to his finances, even before announcing this deal, of 23 million. £23 million. Cash held in Tyson Fury Limited, used for his boxing business affairs, stood at 27,880,750. Can you imagine if you go into the bank and you go, oh, could you just do me a printout of my account? And they go, yeah, 27 million. I'll take it now. Yeah, I'll take it now. Whatever you've got in the vaults, I'll be taking. That was up from 4,939,000. But he still trails behind rival Joshua, who is Britain's first official £100 million boxer. His firm's called Sparta Promotions. Wow. Not very wise of Tyson Fury to have Tyson Fury Limited. It means that people can check on everything that you've got, you know, which could have been a lot better, actually. Can you imagine? £200 million deal to fight Anthony Joshua and a £23 million boost. Good Lord above. So I'm still trying to work out why Ant McPartlin whisks his fiancée Anne-Marie Corbett away in his new motor. He was at the wheels of an electric Porsche Taycan, which costs £84,000. However, the massive smile might slip when he coughs up $5,000 a year in insurance. You remember he was hit with a 15-month driving ban and fined £86,000 after he crashed into two cars in South London whilst drink driving. And his insurance now is only £5,000. I can't work it out. I mean, I should imagine there are lots of people in show business and jockeys, because they also fit. Radio presenters fit fairly high. And all he got for crashing his car was an £86,000 fine. OK, which you can understand. But £5,000 a year in insurance. That must be some sort of deal that they've done, that he can drive it only so many days or it's spread over. Can't work it out at all. He says here he should take his mind off that, but Ant admits he's not done much preparation. He said there's been no plans because he's going to get wed to his personal assistant, Anne-Marie. She must be delighted. This is a nice new car, isn't it? Yes, and the insurance only £5,000. Perhaps he can only drive it for a month every 10 years or something. That seems really cheap to me. Really, really cheap. Newsreader Kate Silverton has been counselling primary school kids over the past month and says the mental health role has been a joy, which is lovely. The former Strictly Come Dancing star is continuing as a broadcaster while volunteering at the London School. They're all doing it, aren't they? Everybody's doing this thing now, including Emma and Matt Willis, who have been trained as virus vaccine volunteers. I don't know how much training you need to go, OK, roll your sleeve up. Ow! Dear me. Boris Johnson has sparked a furious backlash, this is the Mirror, by saying people have been enjoying days off during the pandemic. Well, I'm sure some people have been enjoying days off. I'm quite sure. Top sports stars are urging people to take part in a fitness drive. There's all sorts of people. England Rugby Union prop Kyle Sinclair said, can't wait to see you guys get out there. Yeah, in your dreams. In your dream. Why do all these people sort of all of a sudden jump on a bandwagon and start saying, well, you know, really, should be out there doing it? Leisure, travel abroad or trips overseas to see a healthy family may not be as automatically allowed from May 17th as set out in the roadmap. Oliver Dowden urged people to holiday in Britain. Yeah, but where? Where do people go on holiday in Britain? Brighton. Yeah, he could do. He says Europe is facing a worrying rise in COVID. You know, that's what we might be having. What they need to do is check all the people coming into the country and make sure that they've had the COVID test. Don't anybody just wandering in. That'd be ridiculous. So they say here the law coming into force this week means anyone who tries to leave England before June the 30th without good reason faces a £5,000 fine. Can't wait to see how many people they're going to be inflicting that with. Travellers to the UK have to undergo tests within 72 hours of departure and on arrival and be released if they test negative on day 3. He said there are loads of opportunities to book keep booking breaks in Britain. Yeah, but where do you want to go? Where do you want to go? I mean, it's very nice to go, but people want to go abroad. They want a bit of sunshine. They want to go and lie on their sunbeds under an awning or something like that with an ice-cold drink in an ice bucket next to them, which you get abroad. But you don't get that here. You can't go to Brighton, sit on a very stony beach, can you? Trying not to inhale. And you end up with sort of, nobody's going to bring you an ice bucket with a load of ice in and some drinks or a milkshake. Perhaps you could ask somebody on the Volks Railway at the back. That might work, mightn't it? Actually, it's probably still working. Why not? All the other railways seem to be working. Seem to be quite good. What else have we got in the paper today? Line of Duty is really sucking diesel now. What in God's name does that mean? Sucking diesel now. Oh, it's doing well. That's some new local... Oh, it's an expression. Oh, right. Sucking diesel. After an action-packed episode last night, left fans reeling. So glad I'm not watching it. I don't want to reel. I can't dance anyway. Also, Water Laugh, ITV's new game show The Void, will feature contestants completing challenges whilst hovering above a giant water tank, trying not to fall in. Hosted by Ashley Banjo, who, not too sure about that. The producers, it's the same as the Cube behind the new show. It'll be anything but simple. Well, what was that show we were talking about the other day, which was hosted by Richard Hammond? Wipeout. Same sort of thing. They had to try and stay other things without falling in the water. Does Ashley Banjo have likability factor? I'm sure he's very nice and charming, but not another blooming game show, not another cookery show, not another antique show, not another Let's Restore Your Antiques programme. Thank you very much. I've had enough of that one already. Definitely. Also... Amir Khan. Did you see the Khan's programme? God, that was boring. Honestly, two less interesting people. And she can't bear to watch Amir boxing in the ring. Well, it's been some time. Because it's too tough to see him get punched. She revealed to her gobsmacked husband during this fly-on-the-wall documentary, I got into a fight and punched someone. That girl pulled my hair. Yeah. I mean, it's his parents that don't like her, isn't it? They didn't like her at all. And to be honest with you, Amir's mum, who's called Falak, is battling pancreatic cancer, also struggles watching the bouts at ringside. Well, don't watch them then. Don't watch them. You like the money, And then he says, a lot of people say, do you get your strength from your mother or your father? And I say, I get it from my mum. She's got a good left hook. So it's called Meet the Khans, Big in Bolton. Honestly. They'll put anything up on the television. I thought it was bad enough when we got that. Who was that footballer who did a reality-type show? Vinnie Jones. Oh, my goodness me, honestly. Anything less boring you'd be hard-pushed to find on the television. In fact, at one point, he just spent most of his time sitting there watching the television. That's not exciting. That's like watching Gogglebox, which is marginally exciting, but, it's all staged and it's all contrived. It's a bit like... The Only Way is Essex. They give them a scenario and then they sort of act it out and then it goes from there. Bobby Cole Norris has gone. That was good news, hasn't it? Never had such good news. There's about a few others. We'd quite like to see Chloe Sims go. She could disappear. Yeah, she's very boring. Nobody likes her. And also she's fairly ancient now. Bring in some young talent, but then they did bring in some young talent and that didn't work at all. Perhaps they just scrap the programme. I mean, they do get paid for it, but it's not very much. A dad whose 7-year-old son thinks he's a superhero after he saved a man's life has helped his father find a cutting-edge bionic limb. It's a £10,000 limb transforming this vicar's life. Bless his heart. His name's Aaron, and he wanted to help. He said, I'm so excited. Daddy can now build Lego with his super arm. He is my hero. No, you're the hero. You're the hero. You helped your daddy find that cutting-edge bionic limb. What a nice person. The wit and wisdom of a national hero, Captain Tom's Life Lessons, by Captain Sir Tom Moore, published on April 2nd. So, he's such a nice man, wasn't he? I feel a bit gutted, the fact that he's not with us anymore. Great shame. Great shame.
Who says you can't mix business and pleasure? Our American Express business cards let you earn points on your business transactions, from paper clips to online ad spend. Points that help you enjoy something pleasurable, like something like a nice relaxing massage on a spa weekend away. The card is for business, the points are for pleasure. Search Amex Business Card. Terms and annual fees apply. 18 plus, subject to status.
Leading Britain's Conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. 26 minutes to 7, Nick Ferrari and the team with you at 7 o'clock this morning. And actually, David Lammy is in for James O'Brien from 10. Goodness only knows where he's gone. Certainly can't be holiday, can it? Because he's not really a sort of a holiday kind of person. Well, he does he do holidays? I can't remember actually whether James No, I know. But when we did holidays, was he doing a holiday? Might have been actually, mightn't he? I can't remember. Somebody said he did go. I can't remember where it was. Perhaps he told me. I don't know. Front of the Telegraph this morning. Oh, look, it's people in a swimming pool at the David Lloyd Club in Acton as they prepare to reopen its swimming facilities. But you'll have to queue and you have to book. So if you've not booked, please don't go to your local swimming pool because and we've got quite a few round our way actually. We've got one in Richmond, and then there's one at Hampton, which is it's an outdoor pool. And I think there's another one somewhere. I can't remember where it is, actually. There's pools all over there. Oh, there's one at Brentford, just by the roundabout. I don't live near Tooting. Why would I go to Tooting? Goodness sake, honestly. What a ridiculous thing to say. And, so that'll be quite nice. But you've got to book. If you don't book, can't go in. It's no good standing there for ages and ages. And then you get there and they go, I'm sorry, have you booked? And you go, no. They should have people going down the lines, hopefully. Police and law enforcement are losing the war on criminal gangs behind a surge in scam messages. Scam messages. That means people who've sent you things, people pretending they work for the NHS, the Royal Mail. They reckon they conned people out of £97 million. 350,000 frauds reported to the Action Fraud National Helpline last year. And only 5,000 resulted in a prosecution. It's so easy to get caught by these scammers because they look so genuine. We used to get them years ago on your computer. I got no end of Russian girls who wanted to meet me. I can't imagine why. I wasn't remotely interested. And they would then sort of say, oh, Russian girls in your area want to meet you. I thought, why? Why did they want to meet me? Perhaps they've heard the programme. But no, we didn't bother with anything like that. But I mean, if they're netting that much money, it's obviously well worth it, isn't it? Well worth it. Plus, let's have a quick look at the latest corona figures. Daily coronavirus cases. That looks to me like 3,862, which is sort of down 1.7%, and deaths, total deaths, 126,000. Because people think it's gone away. That's why it annoys me when you get on a bus and people are on the bus and they haven't got the mask covering their nose, and it's quite clearly marked on the bus. Perhaps they can't read. Perhaps we should have the bus driver getting, it's saying to somebody as they actually get on the bus, this is not for you. I wish I knew how this. That's my phone. It's jammed. How does a phone jam for good? I'm trying to slide the power off and I can't. What's medical ID? Is that something new that we need on a phone? Well, it does say slide to power off, but of course I can't. I'm running my fingers across it and it's not working. Well, but I've got SOS, emergency SOS, but I don't. Well, I'm not an emergency just yet. And then above that, it's got medical ID. Should I touch that one? Oh, right, you wouldn't. You don't know what that is. And then it's got cancel at the bottom. So I touch cancel. That's had no effect whatsoever on it. No effect whatsoever. It's absolutely ridiculous. Yeah, we'll have to look in a bit. It does annoy me when things go wrong. That might have been something. I might be expecting something very important coming in from the hospital, telling me that, they've got me a ward private or something like that. But no such luck. You'd think by now the phone would have turned itself off anyway, but it hasn't done. The Guardian... Unlock the frocks, dressing for a social life, not the sofa. Yes, and Barcelona held its first big concert on Saturday since the start of the pandemic. They're all 5,000 people. They all underwent COVID screening, and they're all wearing masks. Bit of a result on that one. Boris Johnson will stress the need, they say, for people to be cautious today as we go towards easing lockdown restrictions, because unless you're still aware of things can go horribly wrong. We might go back into the same way that it's gone in Europe. England urged to get its trainers on. Do you know, I keep meaning to go and buy trainers, but why would that be funny? Is that, well, not for exercise, no, just for sort of comfiness. Just for comfiness. I feel like buying a pair of trainers, but I don't actually possess any. I don't have any trainers at all. and I feel a bit sort of a bit gutted. A white pair, yeah, sort of like plimsolls. That's what I need, isn't it? Do you know? I tell you, my phone has only gone funny when I plugged it into this thing at the side here. You don't think it's some sort of secret little cable that is sort of based? I've been hacked. Can you imagine? See if it makes a funny noise again. I've got. There you go. What the heck is that? What does that mean, for goodness sake? Is that the SOS? That means help. Help, I'm being kidnapped. Stupid phone, honestly. Saudi Arabia spent 1.1 billion on sports washing to distract the world from its brutality. Wasn't this, wait a minute, somewhere in the back of my mind, didn't they offer David Beckham money to be an ambassador or something like that? I seem to remember some time ago, and people were saying, David, don't. David, don't. And I wasn't sure where it went from there. But, the oil-rich nation has invested millions across the sporting world. I mean, the world's richest horse racing event, the Saudi Cup, the prize money is 20 million. But they've got money coming out the ground. I mean, seriously, they've got so much money. They could actually make it 50 million, and then they pay that. But in the meantime, they've had another 500 million that's come out the ground, which is good. Here we go. People on holiday. First lockdown, farther from Merthyr Tydfil. They're in their happy place. They say it's looking fantastic. And that's what everybody else would be saying, isn't it? We'll all be looking to finding places that we can go to in this country. Also, Surrey pupils force change on race issues. This is a Nonsuch High School for girls at Cheam. I know it very well. There was a palace there, I seem to remember, some years ago. Do you know how much it costs to put an advert in a newspaper nowadays? I should imagine it costs loads and loads. But every paper I open up, they've got adverts for hot cross buns. And hot cross buns are really cheap. But the advert must have cost thousands. Thousands and thousands. But, if you are slightly on the porky side, not for you, OK? No hot cross buns for you. It makes it a lot easier. Otherwise, you're going to be in terrible trouble. Terrible trouble. What was this one here? Oh, it's the same wait a minute, it's the same picture. Why is that the same picture? It is. Front page of the Times and the front page of the Telegraph. It's the same two people, Philippa and Therese, are among those getting back in the swim at the David Lloyd Club in Acton. So somebody's obviously taken a picture of them and then syndicated it to everybody, which is quite nice, isn't it, really? Also inside, Sharon Stone, The Truth About Basic Instinct. It was a rubbish film. I never got into space, but it launched her career, didn't it? Absolutely. And the Lonely Hearts app, perfect for those seeking a brief encounter. I know people seeking a brief encounter. I think that's quite nice, isn't it, really? And this is, have you heard of some of these sites here? Have you heard of Muddy Matches? No, Muddy Matches specialises in bringing together people in the UK and Ireland who have an interest in the countryside. That's lovely, isn't it? Taste Buds. Taste Buds, what do you think? No, surprisingly not. Aims to link people through their musical interests. It's called Taste Buds. I don't get that one. Mouse Mingle. Come on. You should know this one. Disney fans. Absolutely, Disney fans. Hater. That pictures itself on the catch line. Meets someone who hates the same stuff. Could be anything, I suppose. Disney, I suppose we're back with Disney again. And Bristeer. Asked on its homepage, do you have a beard? Well, my Auntie Enid would be typing yes to that one immediately. It says the app is connecting those with beards to those who want to stroke beards. Not sure about that one at all. And trendy dogs go blind through overbreeding. That's the trouble with the overbreeding. We've seen this time and time and time again. And they've got, these new studies examining how fashionably flat-faced dogs are going blind precisely because of the shape of their eyes. Vets warning many are not even able to close them properly. Some dogs couldn't even breathe. They had awful problems because of this interbreeding. Because people have got to have these dogs, haven't they? They've got to have these dogs. The girlfriend of Tom Parker Bowles, who used to work on LBC, Tom used to do a show here years ago, has died of cancer at the age of only 42. That was just 7 months after having cancer diagnosed, which is terribly sad. Terribly sad. And the Edward VIII coin, which I told you about the other day, I said it went for a record amount of money. 1.65 million for a coin, a rare gold coin. Must be very... Can you imagine having a 1.65 million thing? Fantastic. British Airways are the second biggest air polluter. According to a piece in the paper today, Lufthansa I think it'll be second. No, sorry, Lufthansa are first. British Airways second. Then it's Air France. Then Ryanair. Then KLM. Then Iberia. Then EasyJet. Then Virgin Atlantic. Way down the list, Virgin Atlantic. So BA named second biggest air polluter. Lufthansa created 19.1 million tonnes of CO2 in 2019. Air France was third with 14.4 million, and EasyJet was seventh with 4.8 million. Does it make any difference? Probably not. Probably not. And another walrus has popped up in sunny Pembrokeshire. So there you go.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Oh, mon amour. We now have a disaster with the iPhone. Because it's jammed, it's now called the police. So they're talking to we can't turn the phone off. And don't say hold this button down and that one, because we've tried that and it didn't make any difference at all. So we're still connected to the police. And they don't know what to do. We're just chatting away to the police now. We've got our own programme going along with the police, which is quite nice. So the papers today, maybe it's because it's Happy Monday and because it's we're all sort of ready to go out there and do bits and pieces. Boris Johnson is also preparing to step in to try to save thousands of jobs this week, as one of Britain's biggest steel producers stands on the brink of collapse. This is ministers drawing up plans to safeguard jobs at Liberty Steel after rejecting a request from the tycoon Sanjeev Gupta for a £117 million bailout. 5,000 jobs are at risk. Has he taken the phone? Oh, you've got the phone now. Perhaps we're still connected to the police, are we? This is unbelievable. You'd think there'd be something simple, wouldn't you? That you could just sort of push a little button and that would sort of turn the thing off. Have you tried striking upwards or striking downwards on the screen? Doesn't do anything, does it? Just completely jammed. Anybody had this one before? Do let us know. You're always the font of all knowledge. Families and friends are being urged by the government to resist the temptation to hug after the first big relaxation of lockdown restrictions. So, and also it's going to coincide with this mini heat wave. Mini heat wave being tomorrow, where it could be 24 degrees. 24, and everybody's going, that's fantastic, Steve. That's fantastic. How can you complain about 24 degrees? I'm not actually complaining about 24 degrees. It's just that, I shall not be sitting out in it. Trouble in store, 8 shops closing, even Tunbridge Wells has been hit. What lies ahead for John Lewis? Can it be fixed? Is it possible? Why have we fallen out of love with department stores? Why is... Oh, that's a point. Try calling my phone. You think it's fixed? How do you know this? Oh, look. Oh, it says something. Oh, how exciting. How did you do that? Sorry, we don't know. It just did it by itself. That'll be the police helping us out again. Big up the police. Big up the police. Thank you very much indeed. The Guardian, warning to England. I mean, I can only... re-emphasise the warning being don't take everything for granted, because this might go back pear-shaped again, in which case we're back where we started. Also, did you know that same-day treatment is available for your kidney stones? Oh. I wonder if that's what I've got. I don't know. We don't know, actually. We won't know until tomorrow. We won't know. Although, actually, I wonder if that shows up in a blood test. Might show up in a blood test, mightn't it? Actually, yeah, it could be on a scan. Also, Windsors have changed the royal family's diversity problem. Do you know? I mean, I was looking back at some old books a short while ago, and the royal family have always been embroiled in problems. There's the Andrew problem. We've had the, driving through a gate at Windsor because you couldn't be bothered to get out the car to open it. The arrogance is almost quite embarrassing. And then you've sort of seen Harry, but quite clearly the one who wears the trousers in that relationship, I think, would actually be Meghan. It's certainly not Harry. I don't think he even knows what's going on half the time. Rock hampering the effort to free the Suez Canal ship, but I can tell you it has moved. It appears, keep your fingers crossed, it appears to have been sort of refloated. Now, whether or not that's enough to get it out of the Suez Canal and the other ships to start going through, I've got no idea. I can't remember. We were quite amazed at how long the Suez Canal was. It's over 100 miles long. I thought it would just be a little thing. But, of course, if you have to go round, it just takes forever and a day, doesn't it? So that's why it's very good. Also, Fleetwood Mac, drummer's dream for all members to tour. Fleetwood Mac could be touring. They're all doing it now. All these old groups are sort of coming out of the woodwork. And people want to go and see them. Because up until now, you've had to put up with all the tribute bands, haven't you? Where they'll go, I forget what the Fleetwood Mac one is called, but they've all got different names. I've seen quite a number of things. It all started with the ABBA ones, Fabber and things like that. Bjorn Again, very, very popular. I mean, people wanted to see the things. I'm not sure whether, I mean, the Beatles is very good, and the Rolling Stones, very, very good. Very, very good. We've had them both on the programme, and they seem to work. But I don't know what the Fleetwood Mac... Well, there must be, because there's a tribute band for just about everything. We'll probably have tribute radio presenters shortly. Rumours of Fleetwood Mac. Is that the biggest tribute band? Rumours of Fleetwood Mac. That's quite good, isn't it? What amazes me is when I went to see the Beatles, they recreate the sound. Yeah, a tribute band to the Beatles. And the sound is absolutely spot on. You'd never know. They even do a brass section as well. And they dress up in the costumes and all the rest of it. You know, the mop tops for the first bit and then the Sgt. Pepper for the set. Really brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. Terribly clever. Clive will be thrilled that we managed to get the phone working, which we're very excited about. Very excited. You haven't tried turning it off, have you? Perhaps we should try turning it off again and then sort of reboot. I always do that with my phone. Do you do that with your phone? You know, when you turn it off, you reboot the system. So we managed to repair it. It's good, isn't it, really? Well, he says he repairs it. You watch, I'll get outside here and I'll be permanently connected to the police. With some poor person going, hello, we're still connected, Steve. Still connected. So the papers this morning, as I say, it's basically Happy Monday. It's a time for us all to rejoice. Get out there and go and play a round of mini-golf, which is very exciting. Plus the PM's new drive to help Britons live longer, because apparently during lockdown we've gone a bit lazy. We've gone a bit very lazy, which is not very good. Martin Bashir features on the front of the Daily Mail. They all offer the funniest prizes, don't they? Happy Monday for the Daily Mail, and they're giving away a luxury motorhome to go exploring in. I just can't see Daily Mail readers going, oh look, a caravan. How lovely. The Daily Star, the end of Wurzels. Yep, no more of these scarecrows sitting in fields. It's all electronic. They're about £12,000 now. They're called Robo-Crows. And it shoots green lasers from an 18-foot tower. And basically, when they saw the green light, they sensed danger and immediately flew away. So it does work. Mind you, it's 12 grand. So it's not exactly cheap, is it? Really, not at all. And the Summer of Love, yes, unfortunately, dreary old Love Island's coming back again. People are going, oh, that's fantastic, because they've all been waiting for ages. I think it's aimed at people who don't appear to have a job. And so they say it's going to come back again, and it'll be wherever it's going to be. I don't know. Can't be abroad. Can it be here? I've got no idea. Don't really care. I never watched it in the first place. Never watched it in the first place. But apparently Jersey, Cornwall and Devon were considered as locations. And they fear that the show might have to be filmed in the UK amid restrictions. Why don't they just drop it? Do us all a favour. Who cares? Who cares? I mean, it was full of dreary people. It was just basically, people have taken their own lives on the back of some of these reality shows. I mean, have you ever heard of Finn Tapp? There you go. Finn Tapp apparently won. Laura Whitmore will host. Last year she fronted the first winter series in South Africa, won by Paige Turley and Finn Tapp. They call this a job, do they? Walking around in a bikini. I'm obviously in the wrong job here. I need to get myself a bikini. A crocheted bikini. I should have a word with Tom Daly. He can sort me out. I'm still thinking that I should have gone for the crystal-studded right-hand glove worn by Michael Jackson, which sold for £80,000. £80,000. That's unbelievable. And a rookie driver faces losing their licence weeks after getting clocked after being clocked at 116 miles an hour. Not the speediest. I saw somebody on the television the other day. They were doing one of these police interceptors, and this car was doing 180 miles an hour up a motorway. Luckily, they got caught and put in prison. It's very embarrassing, isn't it? Very embarrassing. And an air ambulance crew on an emergency call-out were abused by yobs who tried to grab the blades of their helicopter. They landed at Arboretum Park in Derby, and a few individuals tried to grab the blades. Who are these stupid people? I mean, are they really the Limited Intelligence Brigade? They seem to be all over the place, don't they, really? But they were trying to touch the blades. Highly dangerous, I would have thought. But far be it for me to say that. And International Space Station astronauts played Moonlit Skies, a track by Cardiff student musician Sally Robinson. And that apparently is supposed to be very, very exciting. Very exciting. And the over 70s, barred through driving through ill health, might be on these special things where they sort of stop you doing everything, which is not so good, is it? I got to go. No Little Bit Extra podcast today, so make sure you download the Global Player. All right, okay. Am I too early to do this thing? Oh, right, yes, he is supposed to be here, actually. I was looking at the clock thinking, is he doing it from somewhere else? I can do it slowly. I'm very good at doing slowly. So, we're all, makeup and hair, as they say. So there is no Little Bit Extra podcast. It will be back with you tomorrow. I have it on very, very good authority. So make sure you download the Global Player and you can listen to all the podcasts. In fact, if you download my podcast, you can have one every day and it will last you 19 years. That's how popular I am. Morning, everybody. Welcome along to Wednesday, the 31st of March. Please, please, please do not... I knew this. Why did nobody else know it? There's a couple here who fed their dog chocolate, a chihuahua. It's a life and death situation. Dogs and chocolate, no. But people go, oh, feed it, go on, give it chocolate, it'll like it. No, very bad for it. I love the woman who made an order with Aldi and it was delivered, bless her heart. She ordered daffodils, easy to go down the local council. And when the food turned up, she couldn't find the daffodils. And she said to her husband, where are the daffodils? He went, daffodils? She opened up the fridge and there they were. He thought they were spring onions. And you wonder why the nation's in the state it's in at the moment. Gordon Ramsay's opening a new branch of his pizza restaurant. And Kim Marsh warns girls not to go too far with plastic surgery. Why do people do it? Oh, I've had my boobs done. I've had my lips done. I've had this done. I've had that done. Don't do it. Of course, as I say, how you put that through on the tax. Huh. Can't wait. All these people, you've got a tax bill coming up very shortly. I wonder how many more bankrupts we're going to find out. Brian Harvey, remember Brian? Baby, won't you go and stay another day? Went out with Daniela Westbrook. They were two peas in a pod. He's plotting a musical comeback. My advice would be maybe not. Maybe not. We don't really need to have that at all. A rogue alien planet, here we go, could be hidden inside the centre of the Earth. Where's this come from? Another bunch of weirdos. I'm sorry. There's an alien planet. That explains a lot. And Wetherspoons are axing 44 items from their menus when the pubs reopen in April. We've yet to find out what the items are. Vegetables, apparently, the producer tells me. Vegetables. So vegetables, you want me to get vegetables? Yes, you will. We're trying to find the story. It's very difficult to find. But the producer thinks he might have got that. Also, forget investing in Bitcoin. Oh, Poppet, thank you. Could you get me a tea as well? I completely forgot to go and get a tea. I know, I'm a fool. No, not as dark as normally you make it. You've never known anybody make a cup of tea like him. It's like tar macadam in a mug. What was I doing? Oh, yeah, forget investing in bitcoins. Buy a Banksy. Oh, here we go, Wetherspoons. You must have had this on the mind, because I didn't. It's not in the papers today. So they're axing 44 items. Go down. Oh, that looks nice, doesn't it? And so curries, mixed grills and steaks are all off the menu. And so they're doing a reduced list of meals when they open, so staff can socially distance. Well, they're not sharing the meal with you, are they, as well? Apparently, 44 meals are missing. That includes most of the breakfast options, 2 of the chicken burgers, and all the curries and grill items. Pub classics, including steak and kidney pie and all-day brunch, are also off the menu. What does that leave? The plate. Leaves the plate. So, off the menu. Here we go. So, what's on offer on the full menu? Eggs Benedict, Miners Benedict, Mushroom Benedict, bacon butty, sausage butty, scrambled egg on toast, beans on toast, small beans on toast, breakfast wrap, veggie breakfast wrap, toast and preserves, and Moma porridge. They're missing, are they? Well, it's not worth going there, is it? Meal deals: Tuesday steak club, Thursday curry club, Sunday brunch, fish and chips deal Monday to Thursday. Deli deals: brie, bacon and smoky chili jam panini, grilled halloumi and sweet chili sauce wrap. All missing. 11-inch pizza. I mean, let's face it, who can't manage 11 inches? Come on. Extra toppings: red onion, mushroom, sliced chilies, pineapple, mushroom, sliced tomato, garlic and herb-dipped mozzarella, ham, chicken breast, maple-cured bacon, pepperoni and roasted vegetables. So you might as well get a piece of toast out and sort of stick it in the toaster. Fresh from the grill, simple steak, signature steak, 5-ounce gammon and eggs. Mixed grill, large mixed grill, 10-ounce gammon and eggs, barbecue chicken melt, surf and turf. Fish and chips, freshly battered small cotton chips, and small Whitby breaded scampi. That's the only reason for living, is breaded scampi. Okay, what is left on this menu? Even 5-bean chili, steak and kidney pudding, small veggie all-day brunch, small ham, egg and chips. How is it possible to do a small ham and egg and chips? Creamy mushroom risotto, British beef chili, simple Mangalorean roasted cauliflower and spinach curry. That sounds nice, doesn't it? Chicken tikka masala, simple chicken masala. Nothing, I don't think there's anything left, really. Small southern fried chicken strips. Boring. That's out the freezer, isn't it? That's not like, you don't make that. They say Wetherspoons are cutting the number of offers available, which means that you can pick up a free drink with the meal, so they're cutting that. The daily 2 to 5 fish deal, Tuesday steak club, Thursday curry club and Sunday all-day brunch deals will no longer be available for the time being. However, customers will still be able to enjoy the Fish Friday deal with a free drink on offer with every portion of fish and chips ordered. Well, big deal. I bet 99% of you listening are going, are you serious? What? Thank you, Poppet. Thank you. You love dark tea, don't you? How can you make tea that... It's not physically possible. I didn't know anybody could make tea this dark. It is the colour of creosote. Seriously. We could be doing I said to you... Look, I don't know. I'll have to explain it another time. What you do is you put the tea bag in the cup, okay, hot water out the tap, because we have a hot water tap here, and then you do that, and then just splashy poos of milk. Splashy poos of milk. This one, there's like you've waved the milk bottle over the top of it. Seriously, this could take enamel off my tongue. Because I spent most of my time in hospital yesterday. And that was exciting. I've never been on that thing before. I went on this machine where first of all, she said to me, oh, just pop in there, Stephen. She said, take your trousers off. I thought, oh, here we go. I've had this before. And then put a gown on. Well, of course, the gowns do up at the back. I don't know why they bother, actually. But anyway. And you wear them for about 10 minutes, and then, of course, it's got to go in the laundry. They must spend their entire life in a hospital. And I have to lie on this thing, and then this machine I moved through so it can scan me and all the rest of it. And so I said, I always ask them the same thing. Will we get results now? And the answer is no. They said, oh, you'll get results in a couple of days. Well, they must have thought it was serious enough because I've got another appointment for next Thursday. I'm back in for something else. I can tell you what it is, actually, because I'd never heard of it before. I don't mind sort of having these sort of things, but I just like to know exactly what it is, because now they've got access to your telephone. It's actually good, isn't it? I think it's great. So you sort of fill in with all your details. Wait a minute. Pop this in here. Bear with it, because you probably all had this at home. If you don't have a mobile phone, how they contact you, I'll never know. You put your date of birth in. I always see if I can fib, but of course you can't fib on things like that. And then the year, because when I was waiting to be seen, everybody else comes in, and there weren't many people born in my year, which didn't actually bother me overly, but there was an awful lot of ill people. So postcode is wrong one, and then wait a minute, and then and then and then and then. Let's go, and then it goes, okay, view letter. So you clip, so this is it. So I've got what are they calling this? A flexicystoscopy. A flexicystoscopy. I don't like the sound of it, but I will have a local anaesthetic. They say you'll not be put to sleep. That's what you think. I'm going for the sleep bit straight away. If you intend to drive to the hospital, you can drive home afterwards. It's not advisable to arrive before your appointment time, and it's 11:15 in the morning, so that's great. I'm good at 11:15s, but I don't know what a flexible cystoscopy is. The appointment is here we go. Involves a telescopic examination of the blood and urethra. Local anaesthetic. Do I need to make the patient as comfortable as possible? Oh, most people... Right. Where is this going? Is this going where we think it's going? Is this going where... It just says it's... wait a minute. It says, oh, right, both involved. You lie down on a sweaty... oh, right, lovely. And, oh, lovely. Water maybe... sounds horrendous, doesn't it? Oh, lovely. Well, I tell you what, you go in my place. I'll recommend that you go there. I love the way that you're going to lie down on a thing and they're going to start cleaning you. Hardly worth having a shower, is it really? You know, they obviously just don't trust me. But apparently after it's been done, how long does it take? How long does it take? It's disgusting. I like to know these things. Is it a long procedure? Put it this way, there's always people going in and out of this department, so I mean it must be fairly popular, mustn't it? And if just a few minutes, wow. And where are they going to inject? Not sure about the injection bit. Even though it's local, they say some people find it uncomfortable. I shall scream the place down if necessary. But loads of people have it. I keep it because he said yesterday, do you feel uncomfortable? I thought, not really. You know, I said it's okay, so I haven't felt anything really. And everything that they told me, because I had this charge nurse, I think, doing it the other day, and he'd had his coronavirus jab. And I said I'd had mine. He said, did you have any symptoms? I said, nothing at all. He said, I was in bed for 2 days. And I said, perhaps it's because I'm on all this medication. It kind of counters it out, because everybody I've spoken to who's had the coronavirus jab has had, you know, a cold, a flu for a couple of days, or a very sore arm. Well, I didn't have anything like that at all. I'm dreading this other one on Thursday. Hope it's not filmed. I don't like it when they film these sort of things. Of course it doesn't hurt. They're giving you an injection that's 10 feet long. You've got an image. Not sure I want to see it. Do I want to see this image? I love the way people are writing and going, don't worry, Steve, it's fine. So, wait a minute. Oh, okay. Right. And you don't feel anything. Looks like an awful lot of tubing. I think I'll cancel. I think I'll go on holiday or do something like that. Somebody said 15 to 30 minutes start to finish, Steve, not painful. Oh, good. Little Julie says, hope all went well yesterday. Obviously not. Obviously not. If they've got me in again very quickly to do it. But I mean, we've got to find out what it is. Although strangely, when I came back from the hospital yesterday, you know, I've had this horrendous, you know, you go to the toilet and it hurts and all the rest of it. And it's like, I mean, I could barely do bus rides. I came back yesterday. I hadn't eaten anything for, well, since the night before until 2 o'clock in the afternoon. The following day, I hadn't eaten a thing. Of course, I went berserk, absolutely berserk. And I sort of thought, okay. And somebody says they put a camera and a tube down your willy. Oh my God! Perhaps we'll bring in a brass band and blow up balloons. It'll be nice. Actually, you could do the balloons, can't you? You're very good at balloons. The balloons are still up. That's from the 17th of March. Take you an hour to blow them up, but I mean, that would be easier. You could do this as well. Oh, I can't think of anything worse. Sounds horrendous. Steve, I've been listening to LBC for nearly 40 years. My mother listens to you as well. Did you used to have a show on a Sunday afternoon? Might have done years and years ago, Darren. Yes, might have been years and years ago. Might have been. In the days when, do you know, to be honest with you, funny you reminded me of that, because I remember thinking what the audience figures were like all those years ago when I had a Sunday afternoon show and everything else. And we never bothered about the audience figures. Now they've ballooned beyond all belief. I mean, it is absolutely phenomenal. Hundreds and hundreds and thousands of people are listening. You know why? There's nothing else on the blooming radio. There's nothing. There's other people that try and imitate. Not very good. Somebody says no injections, says so. No injections. They've told me. Injection. But it's a local anaesthetic. That'll be nice. Perhaps I could take somebody and hold their hand. That's what we should have. I'll take the producer. He seems to enjoy this sort of thing. You can come and hold my hand and say, don't bother looking, Steve. Should be fine. Oh, my God. This machine yesterday was, I mean, the machinery they've got now is phenomenal. They slid me into this thing. I sort of went in automatically. And then I heard this voice in my ear. It was like sort of Captain Scarlet and all the rest of it. Breathe in and hold it. And release and breathe normally. So you think, well, I wonder what impact that's having. Answer, appointment next Thursday. I don't care. I don't care. Peter said, I had it done a month ago. Yeah, but people like you are desperate for things like this. You see, I'm not desperate for it. I'm not not bothered by any procedures. Listen, I've lain there with my arm on a sort of a stretcher thing to one side, and I've had them in sort of slide up my vein, a camera and a stent. And if you can have that done, and you don't feel a thing. I felt nothing. Injections are marvellous. Take them home, have fun with your friends. You know, you don't need any of these sort of things. It's amazing what they do now. They sort of go, and you won't feel anything. He said, I'm going to give you this wash. I thought, oh, here we go again. So anyway, I produce a bar of soap. And he said, no. He said, it's going in your arm. I think it's called a cannula. And it goes in the arm. And I said to the girl doing it, I said, I had my blood taken from there the other day. She said, that's all right. And then she said, I'm going to put this stuff through. We'll put half through when we're on the machine, and then we'll wait 10 minutes, and then we'll put the other half through. She said, you'll feel a warming. And I said, she said, have you had this before? And I said, wait a minute. When I had my stents done, I've got 4 I had done originally, then another 4. They gave me this stuff. They put it in, and he said, you're going to feel a warm glow over your whole body. And it will start up here in your head, and it will go all the way through your body. It's like somebody's drenched you with a hot shower. And I went, oh, right. So, of course, I was bracing myself for this, thinking, I don't mind a hot shower. And I was sort of waiting, and he said, right, I'm now putting the second lot in. I said, oh. I said, am I supposed to feel something? He said, you should feel this sort of drenching through. But I didn't feel that at all. But that's what it's supposed to be like. I had it on the stents, and by God, you feel it. It is like somebody's got the shower head, and they've gone all the way down your body. I wouldn't call it a lovely experience, but it certainly doesn't hurt or anything like that. But loads of people waiting for x-rays yesterday. Loads of people. Why do they always give you little cubicles to change in? You try taking your clothes off. You know, well, just your trousers. I put them in a bag, walked in there, without realising the back of my gown was all open. I'm showing myself in my pants walking down with my shoes and socks on. What I must have looked like, I can't imagine. Gorgeous, I thought. Absolutely gorgeous. But anyway, so I was very happy. Very, very happy.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Right, I'm going to go on holiday now for about the next 10 years. I've decided. I love the way that you're all writing and going, Steve, it's fine. It's fine. And you think to yourself, because there's loads of hospital procedures which take place. I mean, you know, you very rarely are in there and hear somebody going, You know, you're always well covered. But thank you very much indeed for all your all your guidance on it. It's amazing how many of you had it done. But I don't. I mean, listen. If it's only 15 to 30 minutes, yesterday was probably about 30 minutes as well. I would think in total. And I thought that was good. But God, was I starving when I came out. I was going to buy myself a hot chocolate because in the hospital they've got a Costa, and there was a kid. And I thought, I can't be bothered. I'll just get outside because the sunshine was on, and I thought I'll get home. So I got home, nipped into M&S, bought a few things that I thought I could cope with, and then went home and stuffed my face. But actually, I got the best night's sleep last night that I've ever had, which I thought was really odd. At one point, I got 2 hours. In fact, I looked at the clock thinking, I've had 2 hours sleep. Unfortunately, I woke up sort of early, so I'm obviously sort of doing all sorts of things, which is not good. Amanda Holden set to host a show for singletons years after she appeared on, Blind Date. So that'll be quite nice. 300,000 pupils become eligible for free school meals. Weatherspoons are acting what seems like most of their menu. I can't believe it. There's hardly anything left, is there? Dawn Neesham's column will come around to a little bit later on. Michael Ball talking about how he coped during lockdown. Anne Widdecombe talking about Kate Garraway and Piers Morgan. And what was the other one? The James Bond fans having to wait 3 years to find out the replacement for Daniel Craig. I can live with that. I'm not particularly bothered, actually. It's not going to make any difference to us, is it? All they'll do is just go, they try to make out that the whole country is involved in it. Whoever they pick will be absolutely fine, and you'll end up liking them. You know. Peter says, could you do the rest of the show without mentioning willies, wires and cameras in the same sentence? Absolutely not. This is the medical programme on LBC. We do medical and we do food. That's why it's very popular. If you don't like it, you have to go find something else. Because that's what we've been doing for 40 years, and we do it very well indeed. Next time you're in the hospital, ask to take 2 gowns and wear one back to front. That way you're fully covered, says Martin, who's a radiographer. I always give my patients 2 gowns. Actually, luckily, because I was lying on my back, it didn't actually make any difference. But they're very sort of revealing gowns, aren't they? In fact, when I had my stents done, No pants. No pants. They actually sort of said, can you remove your pants? And I thought, is it absolutely necessary? You don't want to sort of start exhibiting yourself. Not at my age, honestly. All looks like it needs a good iron. Oh, dear. So, anyway, so that's something to look forward to, isn't it? Can't wait to tell everybody about that later on. The driver who broke the speed limit 66 times in less than a year. And still driving. Phenomenal, isn't it? I love it when you read about all these different people who still make the papers every day. Katie Price is in one of the papers today. Do you know what she's talking about? She can't work out why her and Peter Andre split up. I mean, seriously. Get a brain. Get a brain. Every one of your marriages splits up, dear. And then every single person goes down the same route, you slagging them off. Every single one of them. Except Peter, when you went, oh, I think Peter's the one. In fact, she even wrote to Peter to try and get back with him. Like he was married to lovely Ems. He wasn't remotely interested. Better off without her. Far better off with her. Every single one of her marriages splits up. It's like all her businesses. They all collapse. It's as simple as that. So pictures in the papers today. Some people in the park, they think it's all over. No, it's not. I wish it was. I wish it was all. They're all out there. Nobody mask wearing, all sitting round in groups. Unfortunately, nobody's socially distancing. So expect a resurgence. I'm only guessing. Very rarely wrong. Very rarely wrong. Also, what have we got here? What did I hear the other day? Didn't somebody phone up David Lammy and ask him why he was claiming to be English and black? And David Lammy had to say to him, no, I'm British and black. And this person didn't get it at all. I begin to wonder whether or not there's some quite mad people in this world. But anyway, thousands ignoring the advice yesterday, gathering en masse. Well, be it on yourselves. Be it on yourselves. I mean, you've still got to socially distance, but, what can we do about it? What can we do about it? Potholes. Also a surge in the Med sees 200 rescued in boats. These are more migrants off the coast of Malta. Plus, the watchdog, which I was talking about this yesterday, says the officers did behave, this is police officers, did behave correctly at the Sarah Everard vigil, where they treated women like this. I mean, there's loads of people who were sort of saying, no, they were too heavy-handed. But the section of the crowd that hurled the abuse at the police were nothing to do with Sarah Everard. They were people there to hurl abuse at the police. I firmly believe that. Loads of people who were there basically whipping up, hatred against the police. People do that nowadays. People whip up hatred against the police. They do it to all sorts of people. They're called trolls. They'll sort of make up a story about somebody and then wonder why they get a solicitor's letter through the door. Because they sort of go, well, I'm sure it's a free speech country. Unfortunately not. Defamation against police officers or anybody else. Priti Patel said some of the footage from the vigil is upsetting. I've asked for a full report. Yesterday, she says, police acted in the right way. It's important people don't prejudge without the full facts. Yeah, absolutely. Make sure of your facts. If ever you're going to tweet something or you're going to sort of, pick on the police or whoever, politician, it could be anybody. I should imagine Boris Johnson gets more than most. Or Piers Morgan's had death threats. Piers Morgan gets death threats. What you do is you find the person. If you've got them on an email, you issue a solicitor's letter and you say, see you in court. I tell you, they back down like there's no tomorrow. New pressure on Prince Andrew. God, he's not still around, is he? Driving out with face covering yesterday, and then later on he took it off. Well, he can do what he wants, I suppose, as long as he's driving on private ground, doesn't make any difference to me. But Ghislaine Maxwell has demanded to be given the original of a photograph featuring herself, Prince Andrew and Virginia Roberts, the teenager who claimed she was forced to sleep with the Duke. This is going on even longer than I imagined. They've now got more pressure because there are new criminal charges against her. She's still in prison. We haven't even got as far as court yet. I'm sure it will do at some point, but my God, it really takes its time. Also, primary schools, the latest, become embroiled in the rape culture storm after former pupils posted claims of sexual assault. Lord above. Honestly, it just gets worse. And also in their own twisted lyrics, I want a beating. These are lyrics from people like Chris Brown, Pharrell Williams, Robin Thicke, Solo 45, Justin Bieber, Rihanna, Ariana Grande. All of these people have put in what you might consider obscenities in songs, advocating all sorts of things. There's a line here from Cardi B, who has won a Grammy. I'm not picking on anybody in particular. There's loads of them here. Cardi B, lines like, "Spit in my mouth, tie me up like I'm surprised." And your children are buying this garbage. Seriously. Chris Brown. He's best known for the horrific picture released after he beat up his then-girlfriend Rihanna in 2009. His latest song, Go Crazy, includes the lyrics that suggest he's filming or photographing his partner. Pose for the flick, damn it, bust it, baby. Watch you do it on a spit. I mean, your children are buying this garbage. Seriously. Justin Bieber. Oh, don't even bother with Justin Bieber. But they're all doing it. Rihanna. All these people who are so well known. Even I've heard of them. Miley Cyrus. You know, and I can't read it. It just suggests too much. Is it any wonder, writes Dominic Samuels, that teens who listen to today's pop songs revelling in porn culture are confused about sexual behaviour? Isn't that disgraceful? Absolutely. But I never listened to. In my day, it was all, you know, we skipped through the meadow, and we bought some buttercups. You know, then we all went home and had a cream tea. You know, you wouldn't have found the famous Five indulging in all that shenanigans, would you? Five Go Mad and Have Sex on Kirin Island was certainly not one of the books in my library. Even Winnie the Pooh was fairly tame. Christopher Robin, of course, we're not too sure about. But anyway, you know, it was all happening in the 100 Acre Wood. Pooh and Eeyore and Piglet. Don't read into anything. Nothing was going on. They were just good friends. Okay? But, you know, if that had had sort of sexual connotations, our parents would have forbidden us from reading it. All right, Noddy and Big Ears could be another one. I'm not too sure about them, but I'm sure they were fine. And then Tinkerbell and Peter Pan and all these. It was all innocent. You know, who's been sleeping in my bed? Who's been sleeping in my bed? Who's been eating my porridge? And so it went on, and we all knew who it was. It was that little Red Riding Hood. She just moved into somebody's house. She was a squatter. She went in there, and she decided to eat their porridge, and then when she woke up, there's 4 bears standing round her bed. Well, you don't think you stood much of a chance there, did you? You know, who are you? I'm Little Red Riding Hood. The hell you are. You know, you have to worry about these sort of things. Did you see the programme yet? Oh, I'm late for the news. I'll come back to you. I've got to tell you about the programme about lions and tigers last night, which was on the television with Ross Kemp.
At Virgin Active, there's something for everybody. Whether you like to work up a sweat in a strength and conditioning class, or tone your limbs in Pilates and then head to the spa, we can help you find your thing. From swimming to boxing to gentle jacuzzi bubbling. Whatever gets you moving, it all counts at Virgin Active. Join now and get your first month free. T's and C's apply. Offer ends October 31st.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I got it wrong. I'm going to have to hold my hands up. I never get things wrong, except when it comes to fairy tales. It was Goldilocks, not Red Riding Hood. Red Riding Hood was the I'll huff and I'll puff and I'll blow your house down. Yeah, well, you smoke, so you might not be able to. Steve, I can't sleep again, so always grateful for you. Daffodils. My friend Michelle Collins, yes, put on her social media a month ago the aftermath of her having eaten a lovely salad where she added a daffodil by mistake. She was so sick afterwards, says Lulu. It was one of those videos that make you smile. To be honest, they did look like spring onions. Gosh, I've known Michelle Collins for, donkey's years. It's funny, isn't it, when you sort of... I saw her on television yesterday. Was it yesterday? No, the other week in something. And I remember thinking, gosh, Michelle, I've not seen her for ages. You know. And somebody says, you've never heard any screaming at a hospital. The screaming in the car park when you return to the pay and display machine to pay the car parking charges, says Nick. That's why I deliberately took the bus. Waj says, locked into the spike, listening on my headphones, looking forward to moving into my new home. Oh, good luck. How lovely. That's a nice thing. Fantasia, the 3 fairies you were talking about. Did we discover that the other day? I can't remember, Corey. Is it the 3 fairies? Were they in Fantasia? They were ever so pretty, and they've got all stardust that sprinkles out behind them. And I now can't remember what they were in. Was that Cinderella? I thought they were... There they are. Flora, Fauna and Merryweather, the 3 good fairies. I've known 3 good fairies. And they were in Sleeping Beauty. I thought they were the prettiest characters in there, because every time they talked, they were tiny, and all this glitter sprinkled off behind them, and I thought they looked fab. I thought they looked really good. So, thank you. You were wrong, though. Sleeping Beauty. Steve, be a brave soldier. That's the first stage of your road to recovery over the next week's second stage. One at a time, son. One at a time. Good to hear you as always. You're like a spring lamb, says Kim. God, I wish I was. I only decided at the last minute to take yesterday off, mainly because of the procedure, and I thought, no, best that we don't go into work, just in case. The Three Piggies. Is that the three little... What did the Three Little Piggies do? I remember, who's afraid of the big bad wolf, the big bad wolf? What were the Three Piggies? What did they do? They didn't huff and puff, did they? Sorry? Well, the big bad wolf. Did they live in the house? Ah, wait a minute. The Three Piggies lived in the house, and they did, who's afraid of the big bad wolf, the big... Do you know, I met a girl at Universal years ago. We went there on a trip, and we were interviewing loads of people, and she had one of those immediate cartoon character voices. And she talked to me like that, and I remember thinking, that is such a cute voice. And she wasn't putting it on, she actually spoke like that. And I remember coming back thinking, that's cute, isn't it? You would know what career you were going into if you got one of those sort of voices that makes you sound like a cartoon character. Who's afraid of the big bad wolf, the big bad wolf, the big bad wolf? Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? Tra-la-la-la-la. Do you know, I can amuse myself. Joe says, sorry, wrong again. I'll huff and puff comes from the Three Little Pigs. We've just said that. That's who's afraid of the big bad wolf. It's not the three pigs who were blowing the house down. They lived in it. The big bad wolf was going to huff and puff and blow the house down. I'd have got the 12 bore out. I'm sorry. You know, it's one of those sort of things. What have we found? Did you know detectives are investigating a gang of international Lego thieves? They steal Lego. Well, there you go, because apparently they can sell for thousands of pounds. Police in France launched the probe after two men and a woman were arrested while stealing boxes of the toys from a shop near Paris. These ones are sought by collectors. A detective says that... Sorry, I did the voice. The Lego community isn't just made up of children. There are numerous adults who play it. They raided stores, then went back to Poland to sell their haul. How much does it go for? Why don't they just go and buy it and then sell it in Poland? It seems to make more sense, doesn't it? We used to have Lego when I was little. We only had red and white. I know you can get all sorts of colours now, but we just had red and white. We're a very poor family. We didn't have anything like that. Steve, says Robert, wrong twice in 10 minutes. Huff and Puff is the Three Little Pigs. Are you deaf or something? Are you the stupidest person, Robert? We've just said the Three Little Pigs and the huffing and puffing. The big bad wolf was blowing the house down in the Three Little Pigs. Who's afraid of the big bad wolf? Hello? Brain to Robert? God in heaven. I hate it when people can't engage, honestly. It's so balmy. There you go. Joe says, I'll huff and puff comes. We've just told you the Three Little Pigs. Hello? Are you listening in delay to this programme? It only works the one way. And I'm always right. Also, raise your glasses. Drinking wine may cut the likelihood of cataract surgery. I've had that. Twice. Perfect. It's wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. And Samantha Brick. Samantha Brick. Why do we know Samantha Brick? Oh, wait a minute. Samantha Brick. Isn't she this journalist that wrote a piece years and years ago and then turned out to be the most boring person we'd ever seen? There was something about her. I can't remember what it was. She was single. She didn't want to go out with men or something, and it was all very worrying. But she's done Would You Spy on Your Partner Before You Even Dated? That's who Samantha Brick is. I knew she was somebody. Couldn't remember. Shirley Jones. You remember Shirley Jones? She's probably best known for... she appeared in loads of Hollywood films. She played over here at the theatre. She was the mother in The Partridge Family, with David Cassidy as a son. I think I love you. What am I so afraid of? I'm afraid that I'm not sure of what there is no cure for. Did you ever see The Partridge Family? Really getting on my nerves this morning. They were a family. They were a musical singing family in America. They all lived together in the same house, and they went off singing. And David Cassidy, who was very, very pretty. Have you heard of David Cassidy? Oh, good. And he was singing, and each record he would sing they'd go off to do a fundraising day or something like that, and the whole family went and pretended that they played and sang. And David Cassidy had all the hit singles. How can I be sure in a world that's constantly changing? How can I be sure? Look at them. Look how pretty he was. He was prettier than all the rest of the family put together. And that's Shirley Jones there and the 4 children. David Cassidy was so, so pretty. Not as pretty as me, but he was very, very pretty. And he came over to this country, and he did a tour over here. And what did the press pick up on? Not the fact that he was very pretty, the fact he had spots. And he covered them with orange pancake. So they kept looking at him going, what's odd about him? He was wearing, because if you work on American television, the makeup is so good that even if you've got little blemishes, I've got one or two, it's a case of they cover them with makeup, and he was covered with makeup. But the girls went crackers. You know, it's as simple as that. Sorry, but your error came claiming Huff and Puff was doing Little Red Riding Hood. Yeah, we did that, Robert. We dealt with that one ages ago. Are you a bit backwards or something? You're on medication. You must be on medication. We cleared that one up ages ago. Listen back to the beginning of the programme. You might sort of catch up, I think. Also, Joe says, you said Little Red Riding Hood. That was ages ago. We've moved on from that. What am I dealing with the people who are sort of in the leavers class at school or something? Or in my case, they were known as stupid yet not savable. You know, they did people who weren't going to get any qualifications. They just shove them in that class there and you can go and do something interesting. Honestly. Sue Ann says, I hate the Partridge Family. I loved them. I thought they were great. I also loved, who are the other ones? Here's the story of a lovely lady. All of them my hair gold like their mother. That was very good. We like that one as well. Yeah, you don't know what that one is, do you? Not a clue. Not a clue. Winnie the Pooh was very tame. I liked his voice. He had a sort of grumpy voice. Didn't he, Winnie the Pooh? Very grumpy voice. A bit like the people I'm working with this morning. Very grumpy voices. I don't know why. It's not necessary, is it? Also, happy birthday, Ewan McGregor. Famous for getting his bits out on film. In fact, sometimes it didn't even call for it, and he would do it. Anyway, Shirley Jones, by the way, is 87. She was the only singer to be put under personal contract with the musical theatre songwriters Roger and Hammerstein. Wow. Also Anita Carter, youngest of the Carter sisters, who toured with Presley, rumoured to have had an unrequited love for Anita and performed with Johnny Cash. Wow. They recorded 250 songs. Quite, look at you. Not remotely interested, are you? Couldn't care less. You couldn't care less. You really couldn't. If I said, sorry, if I was Joan of Arc, you wouldn't lean over and spit on me to put me out. It's as bad as that. I quite liked Joan of Arc, but I hated the film. I'm sure she can't have been that drippy. You know, I mean, it was all a little bit sort of precious. You know, I'm not going to relinquish my... forget who she was played by now. It could be Grace of Monaco or somebody like that. But anyway, I thought the film was just awful. I'm not surprised they ended up sort of having to burn her at the stake. She was very irritating at the time. But she went down in history. And I think that... Do you remember Leif Garrett? Certainly. Brady Bunch, thank you. Yes, Leif Garrett. Certainly. You don't remember Leif Garrett? No. No, try that one. Leif Garrett. He was another very, very pretty boy. That's what people were into, because the majority of people who bought records were girls. The girls were the ones who... I mean, not now, because now you've got the girl groups bought by the boys who fancy the girls in the group. That's how it works. But in the early days, it was all the... It didn't matter. You know, you have to sort of play along with it. And Leif Garrett was another very, very good-looking one. He turned up on the toe. Look at him. I mean, look. He was so pretty. He looked like... Oh, my God, is that what he looked like now? He's aged. That's the trouble, isn't it? You see people from years and years ago. It's like people on reality shows. You see them from ages ago, and because they keep repeating things, you think they look like that. Then you see a picture of them and you go, my God, they've let themselves go. That's how it works. It's television. You know, it must be awful for somebody on a reality show. They must spend all their time sort of, you know, writing to all the TV critics. The moment they go, oh, I don't like so-and-so. Oh, you mustn't say that about me. You know, that's the kind of stuff, isn't it? Antonio says, nice to hear Steve back. Is he cracking up with his Red Riding Hood chants? No, we're not doing Red Riding Hood. We moved on from that ages ago. Last year we moved on. God, blimey, honestly. You do worry, don't you? You do worry. Some of these people, I mean, perhaps I can recommend people for hospital treatment. Might be the easiest thing. Oh, break.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Says somebody who the years haven't been kind to and looks different is Pete Doherty. We saw a picture of him the other day in the paper, and he put it down to cheese on toast. And I said, don't eat cheese on toast. It's very, very fattening. Ask a friend of mine who has lost a phenomenal amount. She used to, you know, she would love cheese and crackers and stuff like that. But if you go to Yorkshire, what do they have cheese with? No. They've taken this extremely boring Fred Siriex or something, a mere maitre d', and they're now dragging him around the country. It's a bit tedious. And he went off with Nadia Hussein, who's very good. We like her a lot. And they were doing cheese, and they kept giving him little samples. You go, oh, it's so small. Why is so? And you go, oh, shut up, for goodness sake. You're having a little sample of it. You're not eating it. And he said, you have some crackers and bread. God, that was a funny accent. And they went, no, this is Yorkshire. What do you have cheese with? Fruitcake. You have cheese with fruitcake. That's how you're supposed to eat it. Am I facing the wrong way or something? You're from Yorkshire. You're supposed to know this. No, of course you haven't, because you're not a true Yorkshire son of the earth, are you? You're obviously one of those people who's not really. I think you're a hybrid. I think you wandered in, and they went, do you want cheese with fruitcake? You went, don't be so stupid, Steve. Cheese with fruit. That's what they have in Yorkshire. So they don't have crackers. And you had to try and convince Fred, whatever his face is. And very dreary, boring person. Steve, I am in awe. I am in awe, says Dave. Well, that's nice. You stay being in awe. And somebody says, I like Shirley Jones in Carousel. And right, I've decided, actually, somebody says, you never say you get anything wrong, but you got the Little Red Riding Hood wrong. I'm now going to bar you. Okay? And anybody else who writes anything about Little Red Riding Hood, I'm going to bar you. Okay? Be warned. Because you won't be able to write to anybody for a long, long time. Somebody says, have I accidentally tuned into James O'Brien's Red Riding Hood hour? You're barred. There you go. It's as simple as that. I don't waste any time. I just point at it and go click, and you vanish from my screen. Which means that not only do you vanish from my screen, you vanish from everybody else's screen. You try and get it back. Go on. Dare you. Da, 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 da. Shh. So Wetherspoons, actually, having told you they're axing half their food, they're going to create 22,000 jobs in an expansion which is costing £895 million. I went to Wetherspoons once in Twickenham. We have a Wetherspoons. I thought, do you know, I just fancied an early morning breakfast. So I went in, sat at a table. 10 minutes. 10 minutes. You know why? There was no sign. You're supposed to go to the bar and order. So I walked out. Never been back since. And would not. Because you think one of the waiters bringing over their delicious food, because it's very cheap, would have come over and said, you need to go to the bar to order. So I just sat there like a lemon. Never to go again. Thank you very much indeed. So what did... Oh, yes. The programme about lions. Ross Kemp was doing a thing, and he went round to see people who work with lions and tigers. And the Lacey family are in circus. One of the boys is working on a circus on the continent, and he works with lions and tigers, and they're his special animals. And he took Ross Kemp into the cage with him. You could see Ross going, not sure about this, because there above them on a pedestal is a huge lion. Now this one, not Martin Lacey, it's the other Lacey boy. He puts his mouth in the head of the lion. It would be easy for the lion to just clamp its jaws down or take a bite out of him, but they don't. Frightens the life out of me. I don't care what anybody says. Every time I hear a lion roaring, I think, ooh. He said at one point the lion reached out and put its claw right through his hand. Because they've got big claws. They don't cut their claws or anything like that. But they were looking at people who sort of worked with wild animals. You know, lovely though it might be. You know when you see little lion cubs, they're so cute, aren't they? And I remember seeing a programme on the television where in Australia they had 2 of them in this man's house. Well, these things grew like there was no tomorrow. I mean, the mess that they created, you couldn't believe it. In the end, they had to sort of put them back into the zoo type thing. It was one of those sort of safari type parks. And I thought they looked lovely when they were little. When they grew, they weren't so exciting. They were a little bit scary. And some people think, oh, I'll just keep one. It'll be a little pet to me. No. It's a wild animal. Never turn your back on lions or tigers because they stalk up from behind. They were showing, it was another David Attenborough programme the other day. I'm strangely drawn to them. I don't know why, actually, because there's nothing particularly, exciting about sort of watching lions stalking. But they got to that stage where the wildebeest moved on, and the lions, once the wildebeest have moved, their larder is bare, completely bare, and so they become emaciated. Lions, tigers and bears, oh my. What's that from? Oh, that's how it goes, is it? Lions and tigers and bears, oh my. I've got no idea. I thought you just made it up. Anybody know? Lions and tigers and bears. Oh, my. OK, do tell us. You seem to be the font of all knowledge. Unless, of course, you've been banned, in which case, not your day, is it? And so it was interesting. And I was watching these lions, which got so thin that they needed to feed the cubs and everything else. And a couple of lions, if they get really sick because they can't eat, and they become skin and bones when you see what they look like when they're fat. And all the wildebeest had moved on. There was nothing left. So they were resorted to chasing warthogs. Apparently warthogs are a bit of a favourite meal. And I don't really think either way about warthogs. And I always think, why can't they sort of save these animals? But I mean, otherwise you can't stop evolution. You can't stop things changing. That's how they have to feed. And so one of these lions just sort of, it couldn't keep up with the rest of them, and they had to make a decision to leave it. So they left it, and it sadly passed away. The others found some warthogs, and they decided, they're very organised lions. They're very, very organised, very dangerous, but very organised. And they separated a warthog. Well, this thing screams like there's no tomorrow because it's being chased. And then it trips over. And it was at that moment that the first lion, because they've not eaten in God knows how long, and that to them, it's like us coming across a KFC in the middle of Antarctica. It's a similar kind of situation. And so they then pounce on it. The other one pounced. All I kept thinking was, this poor warthog. There's no way it's going to get away. There's no way it's going to get away. It's really awful. Antonio says, would love to be barred by Steve. Well, you've had your wish. You've had your wish. There you go. Lions and tigers and bears are homage from The Wizard of Oz. Apparently. So, and somebody else says Wizard of Oz. So 2 people, Wizard of Oz. Fancy you knowing about The Wizard of Oz. I thought you'd be all there being Dorothy, clicking your heels and going, oh, Aunt Em. Come on, Toto. Actually, he is the sort of person who would actually have a dog called Toto. He would. I mean, there's nothing particularly bad in something like that. It's just that he's that sort of person. Because now, what actually happens in The Wizard of Oz? What happens, a little way into the film that makes it unique? It doesn't. I can't remember of many films that do this. Come on, what happens to it? What happens to it? Apart from the fact that Dorothy was a bit older than the part she was playing. Come on, what happens? Come on. It goes from black and white to colour. The film is black and white at the beginning, and then it goes into colour. Of course, she had no end of a job with all the little people. We are the Munchkin Town. They were all drunk. She had no end of trouble with them. They had dreadful drinking problems. Because if you watch carefully on The Wizard of Oz, you'll see a lot of them are little people, dwarves, but then they used children as well. They had to. They ran out of dwarves. But they enjoyed a good drink, and apparently she was, she had a few problems with them. It still made it a good film, though. Oh, Aunt Em. And that's where Wicked comes from, the show Wicked. Actually, all the shows are coming back into the West End. Yes, which is good news. That might mean Joe Allen's is back. Oh, please, God. But the trouble is, all these people going out sitting in park, you're killing it stone dead. I'm looking at people in Southend. I mean, all right, so it speaks for itself. But it was absolutely packed. I mean, it's very good for the businesses down there. But so many of them can't open. They've got to wait. But if I was down in Southend yesterday, I'd have had my fish and chip shop right by the front. I'd have been banging out fish and chips till the cows came home. That's what people want, isn't it? Even though it's a hot day, you want a giant sausage in batter. That's the thing that you want, actually. Giant sausage in batter and a portion of chips. Yum, yum, yum. Or a piece of fish or a pie. Pasty. Pasties are a bit messy, though, because they tend to fall apart. They're not as stiff as you want them to be. And you like pasties. They like pasties. They're very happy about that. Also today, Michael Ball talking about how he copes during lockdown. And the record-breaking heat will continue today before disappearing in time for the bank holiday, when you could have snow. How exciting is that not? How exciting is that not? Do you know, I was written to the other day by somebody who said, oh, I'm in the same business as you. And I thought, oh, that's nice. I get a lot of letters from people in the business. People who sort of, they sort of say, oh, I'm a radio presenter. I go, oh, right, that's okay. Because I get loads of radio, especially at this time of the morning, loads of radio presenters listening because they go, that's a good story. I'll use that on my programme. And then it turned out when we'd investigated who this person was, because nobody had heard of them, It turns out they do 1 hour a week, and that's apparently down as a radio presenter. We laughed like drains, I can't begin to tell you. Funniest thing ever. Funniest thing ever. I mean, honestly, you're not a radio presenter with 1 hour a week. I know people on hospital radio have got more hours than that. I do 6 days a week. 6 days every week. You know, for years. For years. Apparently, recently I saw a YouTube movie called There's a Tiger in My Garden. About a couple who have fully grown cats as pets, says Reggie. Oh, I don't think you should keep them as pets. Definitely not. Far too dangerous. News.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Wednesday. It's the 31st of March. So tomorrow we do the pinch and a punch for the first day of the month and no returns. And my good friend, super agent to the stars, Jonathan Shalit, he wrote to me the other day. I thought he was joking. Because I'd said on the programme that I don't possess any trainers. I've never had any trainers. I've sort of reached this age, but I was thinking perhaps I need to go and get some trainers just to make walking a little bit easier. And Jonathan Shalit wrote to me. I'm going to tell you this because I couldn't believe. I thought he was joking, and he said, "I've ordered your classic Nike trainers." So he's bought me a pair of trainers. Because he wrote to me and said, what size feet have you got? And he said, you should get them in the next few days. I mean, seriously, I didn't ask. He just volunteered. So I'm going to get a pair of Nike trainers. I've got no idea what colour. I haven't dared ask. Isn't that nice? That's so sweet. Jonathan, that's so sweet, really. Honestly, you don't have to do that. Oh, do you want the money? And... next time I see you, I'll buy you a cup of coffee. There you go. How about that? Now, there's a man who's lost weight. Actually, Jonathan, you might be able to help me. I don't know if you're still listening, because you only just sent this a moment ago. But he seems to have just about everybody on television and quite a lot on radio. He has a lot of radio presenters on his books. And you can always tell when it's a Jonathan Shalit client, because all of a sudden they start getting loads of publicity in the newspapers. You'll read little stories and you go, I bet that's Jonathan. I bet that's Jonathan's. And it always is, actually. It always is. And so what's happening on the Good Morning Britain thing? Have they decided on who? Because there are stories in the papers today that they don't want to lose Susanna. They're very worried about Susanna. So they've sort of let her take over. So I don't know where we are from this, because I know that Jonathan's got clients down there. But he would know. But I mean, that's so sweet, honestly, really. I think that's really touching. Really, really touching. Sometimes you do something little. You know, sometimes something could be little for you, but it's big to them. The boys bought me a plaque. That's all I can tell you, because we lost the last one. It got whooshed away. So I'm taking it home this time. And it's the same as the last one. So we've complete with spelling mistake, but we have got it. And I thought they don't earn very much money. Of course, I shall pay for it in the long run, as you can tell. Yeah. It's really sweet, isn't it? Really nice. Don't have to do things like that for me. See, it only goes to people say, "Oh, do you really get on with your team?" No. I don't know why, actually. I have to be honest with you. If they came anywhere near me and phoned me over the weekend, I'd call the police. It's as simple as that. I do not want to be stalked. But, you know, we've come to... I think we've actually bonded enough to go for a sauna later. You know, that's the kind of thing. I've invited Corey to the hospital. He was showing me pictures of what my operation next week is going to look like. And I said, and he said, "Oh, it looks all right." I thought, well, it's not being done to you, is it? And so I said, well, I'll tell you what, why don't you come with me and you can sit there and we can sort of hold hands. And you can go, "It's all right, Steve, I'm having... No, it looks... And, you know, but that's what working on radio and television is. Ask Jonathan Shalit what the secret is of making successful radio or successful television or successful anything. I don't care what it is. It's the same that is applied to everything. You could be a successful, you know, shoe salesman, or you can be a successful this or that. You can do all sorts of things. Selling clothes, working behind the scenes, being a successful producer. There are so many things that go towards making it. I mean, secretly, they might hate me, but when they're working with me, we're all buddy-buddy, you know. It's like, oh, this is so exciting. You know, we had to, you know, I trust them about that far. You don't seriously think. Steve, you've never had a Fabergé egg? Fabergé. What do you mean, a proper Fabergé egg? No, I haven't. Never. I've seen a few. There was some over here for an exhibition some years ago. Oh, they were beautiful. They are stunningly beautiful. You know, the ones that have got all sorts of things. I mean, Fabergé, look at it. You know, they're just beautiful and ornate. I think the royal family have got quite a few. I don't know how many were turned out, but it's a nice kind of thing to have, but you'd have to keep it locked away in a vault. You really would. I mean, I think they're absolutely beautiful. I mean, you can buy all sorts of copies, but to get a genuine Fabergé egg is like, that would be lovely. Kim says, it's been freezing up here. The Campsies and Ben Lomond are still dusted with snow. Bonny looking, mind you. Yes. Yes, it is very bonny up there. Have you read about the lion called Christian? Oh, I read that when it first came out, the book. The two boys, the Australians, they bought a lion in Harrods. You could buy exotic animals in Harrods, and they bought a lion cub, and they called him Christian. They had a shop called Sophisticat at World's End in Chelsea. At the very end of the road, they had a pine shop, and Christian would lie in the window. And people used to go by on the bus and go, Mummy, Mummy, look, there's a lion in the window. And they go, don't tell fibs. And it was. They used to take him out walking. And then if you remember, and you can find this, you can find this on YouTube, they took him back. He actually got too big. He then turned into a proper grown lion called Christian. And they've got him from a cub and they looked after him. They took him exercising, I think, in the vicarage grounds because it was an enclosed wall. Then eventually he went back to where he would have come from had he been born over there, and they went back to see him. And by that time, Christian had a family. He had a family and he had cubs, and they went to the place where they thought Christian would come back to. He was looked after by somebody over there, but he was effectively, he'd gone back to being a wild lion. And you watch this on YouTube, and I defy you to say anything about the bond between these boys and Christian, because he saw them and he came over the top of a little hillock and he looked, and then he looked again, and then it clicked. He knew them, and he bounds towards them like he's about to eat them and throws himself at the boys, and they're hanging on to him. It's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. You're now checking it out, aren't you? It's the most beautiful thing you've ever seen. The lion called, and that was the last time they saw him. He might have been attacked by other lions, we don't know, but whatever it was, that was the last time. But it was the fact that he'd remembered them from his childhood. Something clicked inside him to go and run at them. It was really, really amazing, absolutely amazing. I loved it. I loved the book. I've still got the book somewhere at home, actually. Steve, enjoying the show, thank you. Bay City Rollers, you know the single they conquered America with, says Kathy. Wasn't Keep On Dancing, was it? I know that the Bay City Rollers never sang on their first 2 or 3 hits. I think Keep On Dancing was the first one. Keep on dancing. They were hugely popular. You know, girls used to scream and shout. The Osmonds got exactly the same. But the Bay City Rollers, SATURDAY. And I used to love that. Gonna keep on dancing till the rock and roll on Saturday night. Saturday night. Ooh. Look at him, honestly, look. Henry's in. He's just as well I never wore my pink shirt today. I was going to wear a pink shirt today. It's no good. He's worn his pink shirt. We are still... Do you know, you can't let my balloons down. Once they've been blown up, don't pick... If you burst that, you're in big trouble. Okay? Do not burst it. I think it's good luck to keep... Not one of them has gone flaccid. Not one of them. Look at that. Beautiful. We've still got them in here. This is from the 17th of March as we head into April tomorrow, which is lovely. Steve, did you see the Panorama programme about COVID testing in Milton Keynes? No, I didn't, actually. What was the name of the cool wine bar on the King's Road? Was it Blushes? Not in my day, no. The Pheasant Tree people went to in my day. King's Road. It was a really good song written by Jim Dale, which is Dick-a-dum-dum, a dick-a-dum-dum, dick-a-dum-dum, a dick-a-dum. We found it on the programme ages and ages ago. And gotta go for Piccadilly, gotta Piccadilly for a day to do it in. And it's such a cute little song. It sums, for me, It's sort of, people say when you get a bit older, you start losing your mind, whoever I am. And I remember sort of thinking, that sort of sums up the 60s and the 70s, going to the Chelsea drugstore, which is it's a McDonald's now. But when I went there, the girls I shared a flat with, they used to dance there as go-go dancers in the Chelsea drugstore. I mean, to be honest with you, I always thought it was quite funny calling it the Chelsea drugstore. And it was just, they danced on podiums with lights above and lights underneath, which you got in a lot of places. And it was just amazing. London, I've always said, people have said to me, who was it? Was it Dr. Johnson said, when you're tired of London, you're tired of life. Never a truer word spoken in jest. You can never be bored in London. Except working on this programme. Because there's always something to do. There's always something to see. We work in every day when I'm not ill. I walk down the road and I go past Trafalgar Square. And I don't even appreciate it. I see St Martin in the Fields. And I think, St Martin in the Fields, National Portrait Gallery, National Gallery, Nelson's Column, Whitehall Theatre, Whitehall, down there, used to be the Whitehall Palace. The only bit left, as you know, go down Whitehall to Parliament Square, take a left at the bridge. You can do it a bit further, at the bridge at the bottom, so you're going to go over the bridge, and then take the first left, so you're going along the embankment, and you'll look about 100 yards down there, and you'll see a set of steps set back on the grass. And that is the steps for the old Whitehall Palace. The river used to go, our river was twice as wide as it is now. And those were the steps the boats would pull up, and you'd get out and go into the palace. And the steps are the only thing that remains. Go down a little bit further, go down the embankment, come out the station, turn to the left, and there's a set of gardens there, beautiful gardens. And in the gardens, a water gate. Because behind the Watergate was a huge house, big mansion, and that was where you pulled the boat up. And that's how wide the river was. It's twice the size that it was at the moment. I'm full of useless information, I'm afraid. But I mean, you can never be tired of London. There's always something to see. I've often said, if you want to do something, get on a boat and go down the Thames. Go to Greenwich. Just go and have a pizza. Have a cup of tea on the boat. Get off the other end, go and have a look in the Naval College, go and have a look where Nelson lay in state, have a look at the Painted Hall. Loads of things you can do, which don't cost you an arm and a leg. Or 2 arms. Steve says, Roger, I was at Heathrow when the Bay City Rollers arrived one day. The whole place was full of young girls. Oh, my God. The same for the Osmonds. The same for Bros. Bros's offices used to be down in Covent Garden. You couldn't move for all these girls. There'd be a few hundred girls down there, especially in the school. They just hang around outside hoping to see Bros. Yeah, Bros, woo. And then sort of Bros sort of came back, and they had their shows, and that's the last we heard of them. The DVD did better than the shows. The DVD was great. I loved the DVD. I thought it was very funny. Very funny. Denise says, can you say hi to make my daughter Chloe feel better because she had a major extraction on Monday and you're her bestest? A major extraction, not a wisdom tooth. Not a wisdom tooth, good Lord above. Katie P's had liposuction, bum lift, boob job and new gnashers. Why doesn't she invest in fitting airbags to take the impact when leaping over small walls? Yeah, she's doing a thing, isn't she? Isn't she doing a food programme on the television, which I think is actually quite sweet. And so I'm going to be getting can't wait for my Nikes. I've never worn Nikes in my life. Look at this, I've reached the age, 47, and never worn Nikes. Have you got Nikes, boys? Are they Nikes? Wow. You got Nikes on as well, Corey? Not at the moment, no. Oh, God. Don't we count things like that, do we? How nice. Cool, I should be the best dressed person in town, ladies and gentlemen.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Thank you. Catherine says, Steve, well done. Saturday Night is that Bay City Roller song. S-A-T. One of my favourite songs, actually, Catherine. Really. S-A-T-U-R-D-A-Y. Night. Gonna keep on dancing till the rock and roll. Saturday night. On the happy days. Happy day. I've got a poem for you. I completely forgot to do it. I do beg your pardon. I don't like to miss anything out on the programme. You know what some people are like. They like to pick up on anything that we do on the show. Never getting it quite right. But on the poem, this one's very apropos. Very apropos. It's by Richard John Scarr, and it's called Clumsy Undertakers. Please accept our sympathy, the undertaker told the wife. Your husband was a splendid chap. I knew him all his life. But when carrying the coffin down the stairs, they gave the banister knob a bash. Knocking it off the banister posts, it fell to the floor with a crash. The coffin lid flew open. The corpse sat up with a start, for the crashing of the banister knob had restarted the dead man's heart. And he went on to live for 10 more years and then expired again. And the people who came to collect him turned out to be the same. As they carried him down the stairs, the widow went down before, and lifting the knob from the banister post, laid it quietly on the floor. Nice, isn't it? I like undertakers. I should never actually sort of personally meet any. Well, yes, I have actually. I've met quite a few undertakers. I used to work in a department store years and years ago, and we had an undertaking department in it. And I remember thinking, I think you've got to be it's like nurses and people who work in hospital. You've got to be a special person to do it. But to be an undertaker, I think is seriously taking it the next step. They seem to be they never look very happy. They never look very happy. They're always they're very good at doing what they do. I mean, it's a vocation. I'm totally convinced it's a vocation. Kim says, Nike, you'll feel like your feet are being kissed by angels on a Christmas morn. Ooh. I should be very excited by this. I can't wait to see them. Can't wait. Joanne says, it's my mum's birthday today, Sandra. It's also my sister Sam's last day of her cancer treatment. So please give him a shout out. Mum loves listening to you. Very grateful, says Joe in Hornchurch. Absolutely. Anybody. I see people all the time. And as you know, my mum had cancer. So I'm very well versed with cancer. Thank you very much indeed. I know what people go through, and I know how difficult and traumatic it is for people to deal with. But actually, I read a very good book some years ago, and I think it's called Living with Cancer. I think some people say, oh, cancer, it's automatically, a sort of a death threat or something like that. It needn't be. It absolutely needn't be at all. Steve, on an old Price is Right with Brucey, the top price was a Daihatsu car. Try finding one of those now. There was a woman on there the other day. She was a Blackpool landlady, and she won a car. Within being on the programme, 2 minutes, she was called down, she got the price right, and then she guessed the car and she won that. Then she got the Showcase Showdown and she won another car and a holiday. She won 2 cars. 2 cars. I mean, I think it was worth about £29,000 for both of them. I love The Price is Right with Brucey. One of my favourites. Steve, with your knowledge of London history, you could easily become a part-time tour guide with a big bus tour company. You could even do the odd magic trick for the punters, says Nick. The trouble is I'm interested in London. I'm very interested. Still one of my favourite places, and I try to take people there. It's not easy to just sort of walk in. But there is a building off the Strand, and what's it called? It'll come to me later. But do you know what they've got inside in their little theatre? They've got a Roman road. They've actually got part of a Roman road. It's cobbled, and it's small, and that goes underneath their theatre. A Roman... I mean, how exciting is that? Do you think so? I remember I went there for an ex-producer of mine's wedding, and I remember, I think he showed me, he said they've got a Roman road here, knowing how much I love stuff like that. And they've got part of this Roman road, and it's all cobbles and everything else. It's lovely, isn't it? Let's take the producer there and leave him. He'd like that, Roman road. They were showing you a programme on Pompeii the other day, and how a lot of people left there, then they came back 4 centuries later. And I quite like that, actually. I've never been to Pompeii. I like anything to do with history, anything. And there's loads in London. Loads in London. There's a Roman road in London. I'm sure there is. In East London. Good chippy. Oh, it's called Roman Road. Oh, right. Yeah, but is this a proper Roman road? No, it's not, is it? That's the thing. They call it Roman Road because that probably would have been the road through London. Because everything was straight. Apart from the soldiers. And I couldn't resist it. I just used to... I like the idea. I like seeing the history. Go to the Tower of London. Do go to the Tower of London. Go to all these places. You learn so much. You really do learn so much. I promise you. Steve. What else we got? Seagulls are going mad here. Did you leave out a battered sausage, says Bex? Certainly. Waste a sausage. Are you mad? Absolutely not. Absolutely not. Daily Star today. Let's find out what Dawn Neesom's on about, shall we? Come on, let's go for it. Apart from Dawn French and Nadia Hussein have started a scone or scone war with Fred Siriex. He outraged fans by revealing he lathers cream on before jam, then dunks the scones in tea. Tacky. I'm a bit bored with him now. I've seen him on too many programmes, and I think we can live without just for a little while. Just for a little while, and then sort of, do something else. Here's all these people in the park wearing wholly inappropriate outfits. Wholly inappropriate. Nobody socially distanced. I mean, it's just absolutely unbelievable. Amazon are flogging COVID stamps that could be used to fake vaccination cards so people could wrongly claim they've had the jab. Oh, don't like that idea, thank you. And Kim Marsh warning young girls to not go too far with plastic surgery, including boob jobs. Well, some people, and it only applies to women, if you've got little boobs, you want bigger boobs. Unfortunately, you've got to go to the right place, and you have to talk to... If you go abroad to have it done, they'll just do it for anybody. But they should actually check all these things first of all. She said she shot to fame in Pop Stars, joining the band Hearsay. She said she got a boob job as there was nothing there after she had kids, but admitted they made breast cancer checkups a lot harder. So she went from 34B to 34D. It's called breast augmentation. Breast augmentation. But the trouble is nowadays people want these sort of things, don't they? They want, nose jobs. Nose jobs used to be fairly common. Now people sort of say, oh, what would you have changed about yourself? You don't want to look peculiar. You really don't. You've seen the way that poor old Katie Price looks. Not good at all. A messy bedroom is a complete turn-off for a romp, according to fussy northerners. Oh, who wants to go into a messy bedroom? Always make the bed. I make the bed every morning when I get out of it. Always. Fluff up the cushions, the pillows. I've got one of those, what's it things? Like it's memory foam. In fact, all my cushions what? That's funny, is it? You think that's very funny, having memory foam cushions. Seems to work for me. Rocketed 66%. What? The number of smuggled puppies being saved by animal charities. It's getting worse and worse, isn't it, really? Here is the boat on the Suez Canal. It's now freed. So that was good news. They've also arrested all the crew. God dear. It's not good, is it? Ruth Langsford has revealed she was sexually assaulted at the age of 11. Good Lord. She talked about it the other day, and she said a man put his hand up her skirt on a tube train while another flashed her as a child. Oh, my goodness. That's awful. She said the tube was my mode of transport for loads of people. Mind you, I was on the bus the other day coming back from the hospital. This girl gets on. I couldn't tell you how old she was. She could have been 14, 15. I've got no idea. She was wearing the skimpiest pair of cut-down jeans. Skimpy. Skimpy. And a little low-cut top. And I thought, for some people, this sends out the wrong message. Definitely. It worries me. Funny you mentioned Leif Garrett, Steve, because I listened to Leif Garrett. I was made for dancing. That's the best song from the 70s, and Born to be Alive by Patrick Hernandez. I know that. Crazy for these songs. I like La 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 Tarzan Boy by Baltimora. That was my favourite. I like that a lot. Steve, he had a big hit, Leif Garrett. I've just looked him up on Wikipedia. I was born in 73, so the 80s and 90s, more of my era. I love the song Jessie's Girl by Rick Springfield. Have you ever heard of Split Ends? No, I haven't. But I was disco, because I was working in disco, so that's why I knew all the music from those things. So I'm very good at Beat the Intro. Dale and I used to play it all the time. He was marginally better than I was, marginally better than me. And Jackie says you should let the bed air first before you make it. Oh, I do. I turn everything back. The duvet is turned back, folded in half, and then I sort of fix the ground sheet. Not whatever the ground sheet makes it like camping in the garden. The whatever they call it, and then when I go back, then I just make the bed. I just sort of fold it back over again. I like that. The BBC will mark 10 years since the death of Amy Whitehouse. 10 years since the death of Amy Whitehouse. Can you believe it? Me neither. But it's going to be a tribute covering the real Amy. She was only 27 when she died. Too young. Too young.
Here in the UK, we sell amazing products and services the whole world wants.
At the Black Farmer in Devon, our produce is enjoyed on both sides of the Atlantic.
We're McKinnon and Saunders from Manchester, and our puppets are watched on 6 continents.
So whether you're new to exporting or experienced, explore global growth for your business with free support from the UK government. Access information, training, events and expert advice to help you find new customers overseas. Visit great.gov.uk to get started.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
26 minutes to 6. I keep thinking it's Monday morning. I've got no idea why I think it's Monday morning, because it's Wednesday. It's the 31st of March. Dawn Neesom's column today talks about, she says, have a cracking Easter weekend, folks. Just remember to never, ever read the nutritional content of any chocolate egg or hot cross bun, and that no one over the age of 5 should try wearing an Easter bunny outfit, no matter what Amanda Holden and Ashley Roberts tell you. Best TV cop drama by a long shot finished this week. All I can say, says Dawn, is that the final episode of Unforgotten will never be forgotten. Nicola Walker and Sanjeev Bhaskar are utterly brilliant. I love him. I've talked to him quite a few times. And she says here, what was she talking about? Debates to be had about the sexualisation of children via easily accessible web and TV porn, social media's constant stream of semi-naked selfies, pop stars known more for what they wear than when they sing, and hookups meaning more than relationships. She said, not for the first time recently. I'm grateful it was all so much simpler when I was a kid. What we all have to be wary of now is we don't criminalise all boys as rapists and coddle all girls as helpless victims. She's absolutely right. Absolutely right. And she talks about Boris Johnson as well. And she talks about happy Monday, happy blooming Monday. And so she says, you've got to be kidding me. At what stage did life become so insane we're expected to be pathetically grovelling grateful that we're allowed to stand in the back garden with your own mum, but not hug them? No huggy poos. We like Dawn Neesom's column. Always right, always right. Lottery winner Neil Smart almost missed his £1 million win because he thought it was a scam. Do you know, I got something the other day. Can't quite work out if it's a scam. It's from British Gas. And it says, you haven't paid your bill of £42. If you don't, and we have to ask you again, we're going to charge you another £25. And I thought, wait a minute, you're on standing order. Why would I be paying this? And then it sort of put down various options, none of which seemed to go anywhere, including the one that says, call this number. And you could. I thought, I don't think so. I'm not calling them. Well, I did try calling a number, but it doesn't connect to anything. Yeah. No, there is no other number. It's just got a number on here, and then it's got an app or something like that. And then it says, oh, put down your post. I thought, oh, no, thank you very much indeed. No, thank you. I should be checking with the bank later, just to make sure. What else we got? We got Maura Higgins giving her tum a spot of sun. It's just another posy picture. The hair's looking a bit bad, actually, Maura, at the moment. The 30-year-old says golden hour has been after a minute after the apparently short-lived sunburst. Well, that's the trouble with sun. It comes in, we all sit out there and go, ooh, sunshine, sunshine, and then it goes away again. And so it's cold weekend. And of course, as today is Wednesday, tomorrow is Thursday, all of a sudden, and it's going to be cold again. They say it could be snow. I know, I think it's ridiculous as well. Louise Redknapp says spiritual healing helped her get over a divorce. And she invited pals to bury prayer sticks in her garden. God, it's never ending, isn't it, this one? He's got another girlfriend, OK? He's very happy with her. She's gorgeous. And so far, she's said nothing. Nothing at all. Steve, do you remember when you tidy up the bed to empty the Robert Dyer's extra long hot water bottle? It keeps going for ages. Really? Keeps going for ages and ages. Kim says, I'll keep the little boobs, Steve. Used to run, now I walk a lot. Don't want constant black eyes. Oh, I agree with you. And Steve, when I was 15, I got a job at the Old Windsor Safari Park in the school summer holidays to earn a bit of dosh. Head ranger looked like Crocodile D. Said, right, we're off to feed the lions. So we got in an old Land Rover with dustbins full of meat in the back. As he drove into the lions' compound, he looked across and said, right, get out and feed the lions. Yes. They knew it was feeding time. They have a thing now that's all covered in wire, and you stand in the back and empty the stuff. They're only after the what's it, the food after the what's it. They're lions, for God's sake. They just want to eat, don't they? But and Dawn says, welcome back. Bless your heart. Thank you. Thank you. I've got a pair of Nike trainers on the way. Ooh, look at me being all flash. Talking of David Cassidy this morning, and as your Columbo knowledge is great, did you know the fine Jack Cassidy is his dad? Yes, I did. Jack died at 49, says Angela. Yes, I know all about David Cassidy and his dad, and I quite like, because when I was growing up, David Cassidy obviously was, and he brought out a remix of all his songs. He sang them all again, and then he died, and I remember thinking, but he's not even old. Not even old. Amazing. Martin says, you mentioned the steps by the Thames and how much wider. Reminded me of the steps on the Barbican Plymouth, where the Pilgrim Fathers set sail. The actual spot where they set sail is the ladies' toilet in the nearby public house, the Admiral McBride. Listen, the more information you have about where you live, the better it is. My round, says Kevin, covers all the city and the West End. I never get bored of seeing London 6 nights a week, and I get paid for my sightseeing tour. I even give you a wave as I drive up the Charing Cross Road past Global Towers. It's a shame, actually, because I'm not in that studio anymore. But you wave anyway. You wave anyway. In fact, the only thing you can see from the Garrick Theatre is LBC's control room, where they'll all be later on for next programme. But my studio, you can't see me at all. Really, that's a bit disappointing, isn't it? I feel I should be seen, but not heard. There are cameras, but I don't think they're transmitting this one into the reception. When I had 2 days in Big Boy's studio downstairs, I was transmitted into the reception. I completely freaked out the security down there. Steve, it's now 3 days of non-stop rain in Loch Arran. Great for ducks, says Craig. I know we're sort of going for sort of sunshine at the moment, which is quite nice. At 20 to 6 in the morning, getting ready for sunshine. I wonder how many people went sick the other day. I wonder how many people went, I don't think I'll bother going to work. I think I'll just take the time off and have a bit of a time. Susie says, years ago, a friend of ours who was a funeral director retired. At his retirement party, you wouldn't believe the jokes and loud laughter. Yes, I really would. I really would. Roger says, I like Tarzan Boy 2 by Baltimora, but my favourite was Movie Star by Harpo. Yeah, dun, 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 dun. I love that too. And also, what was the other one that I quite liked? Oh, Cotton Lloyd and Christian, I Go to Pieces. And the Walker Brothers, There's No Regrets. And it was only years later I discovered that their name wasn't Walker and they weren't brothers. They weren't even related, which I thought was very, very disappointing. Very disappointing. All these things, I loved it. I mean, the old pop music from years ago was just so much better. I mean, it was, and they played their instruments. I don't think nowadays people can actually play instruments. Obviously there's musicians out there, but, a lot of people can't. You just go into a studio and I can remember somebody saying on television, Louis Walsh, he said, it doesn't matter, you can't sing. We can do that in the studio. They're looking for the image. If you're good looking, you're going to appeal to the girls, and the girls will appeal to the boys. So that's what they're looking for, an image. Whether you could sing or not doesn't make any difference at all. They can fiddle about with that in a studio, and they've got people who will take your photographs, make you look fantastic, dress you. It's like the old studio system from donkeys years ago. Jonathan Shallett will know. All about that, where they would take somebody and they did if you were filming in the morning, 5 o'clock, you were called to the studio, they would do your hair, and for a lot of the people, they would put glitter in your hair so that your hair shone, and it caught the cameras. Oh, God, it must have been a nightmare, sitting there at 5:30 in the morning, having your makeup done and hair done. Oh, dear, it was ridiculous. Craig says, Steve, by going to work, you mean going from their bedroom to their dining room and opening the laptop while still in their underwear? Well, they're trying to get a lot of people back to work. I mean, I do know people who do work from home. I don't think they can wear their underwear. I mean, I was trying to work out whether or not you could cheat the system. If you're somebody who works for a bank, could you actually work from home, but in fact get loads of time off? Because I have a godson who works for one of the banks, and he does fraud, and he's working from home. He has a contract that says you're working from home, but they know if he moves his mouse, they can see him moving his mouse, so they know if he's not working. You have to work properly. You have to work properly. House hunters seeking a peek at one 3-bedroom semi can see the neighbours being raided by armed police. The drama was caught by Google's Street View camera. Hilarious. after a mass brawl. It's now linked to a Rightmove listing for this property. The site advertises the home as a 1930s semi-detached house of character. $375,000. You get a lot more out of town. The listing includes a map to click on, but in fact all you see are police officers, police cars and officers with guns. Going to encourage you to move into the area, isn't it? Not. And dog owners, please, please, please. I did this at the beginning of the show. I'm more than happy to do it again. And the thing is, please keep your pets away from chocolate. Okay, this Easter, because there's a chihuahua, little tiny chihuahua. He's called Bailey. He ate an egg. And he's now needed life-saving treatment because this cacao plant, cocoa, its chemical theobromine is toxic to dogs. Mother of 5, Tracy from Chatham, said 2-year-old Pooch Bailey started acting strangely after guzzling a chalky egg. He became really lethargic. Soon after, I found torn-up Easter egg foil with all the chocolate gone. She rang the PDSA when the incident happened. He was rushed in as an emergency and given treatment to induce vomiting. After a few hours, he was allowed to go home. So be warned, do not feed your dogs chocolate, okay? It can be absolutely fatal. Absolutely fatal. Meet 4 slimming people. It's just another plug for a slimming company who found they could smile again when they lost weight. But it seems to have taken most of them absolutely ages. It's just basically an advert for another slimming company. Listen, you want to lose weight? Little, often, exercise. Okay, there you go. That's free. Absolutely free.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Steve, says Emma, are cats the same with chocolate? I don't know. Do cats eat chocolate? Are they allowed to eat? I mean, to be honest with you, if it's bad for dogs, it must be bad for cats, isn't it, really? Somebody says, I'm pretty sure it's a scam from British Gas. Well, I mean, it just seemed odd because I've never had that before. All my stuff is paid automatically. You don't seriously think I'd have to pick up the phone and speak to somebody. Steve, did you know if you stand within 20 yards of the ice cream cone on Trafalgar Square, you're live streamed on the internet? Oh, well, there you go. Not too worried about that, actually. Steve, during lockdown, many of the London guides have been taken to given virtual London walks, says Elaine. I've attended many. They're great work, very well over Zoom, and helps the guides to continue to work during these hard times. It is hard times, isn't it? And I think we tend to forget that it is hard times. James Corden set to make a comeback in a league on their own. He's so big in America. So big. And Freddie Flintoff and Jamie Redknapp feared they'd be eaten alive by the Loch Ness Monster whilst filming a league of their own. They headed to Scotland to hunt the fabled non-entity. And they've got a picture of the Loch Ness Monster. It's just a load of old rubbish, isn't it? You might as well have drawn a spaceship over the top of it. And also, in fact, the whole thing is plugging things here. They had to dress up in traditional outfits to play bowls. People like bowls. I've got loads of people listening at the moment who are big fans of bowls. I couldn't do it. It's not for me. I mean, to be honest with you, I don't even understand how it works. I've really got no idea. I'm absolute rubbish at things like that. I mean, I don't mind sort of watching it in a peculiar kind of way. I don't think I want to watch it for too long. Be better actually with a bottle of something, but as I'm not drinking, doesn't make any difference. Football legend Thierry Henry has spoken about his decision to quit social media in protest at tech giants' failure to keep users safe from abuse. He wanted the platforms to act against anonymous racism and bullying and hopes other players join his boycott. The trouble is now you get people who will bully people like Thierry Henry and Troy Deeney. Anybody like this, anybody who's in the public eye will be trolled by woke trolls. And sometimes they just do it because they're nasty. And other times it's because they've misheard something or they've heard something about somebody, so they sort of jump on a bandwagon. Very dangerous territory to move into. Very dangerous, because the moment somebody like Thierry Henry gets targeted by a troll, it's defamation of character. And he's got the money to take you to court and completely destroy you. So just be warned. But you do get people who are, unfortunately, permanently stupid. They can't help it. It's not their fault. Steve, do you think the Royals, 70 years and over, will be included in the UK driver's licence age requirements? No. Of course not. Absolutely not. No. I mean, as long as they're driving on their own land. Steve, cats are lactose intolerant, so I don't think chocolate is good for them, says CJ. And Steve, great to hear you sounding better. I'm not, but I mean, I'm doing a very good act. Very good act. Our daughter Olivia is only 22 and has become a funeral director, whilst in her last year of her degree. She studied her national funeral director's qualification and very fortunately, after dropping her CV to local companies, was offered a job with a family director, a firm in Hertfordshire, because most of them are families. But sometimes they've been taken under the umbrella of big insurance companies. That's how it works. But she loves it. Her work colleagues are lovely people. Could be more proud of her. Andy, Zoe and sister Lucy. I think it takes a special person to do that. I watched somebody once. They went to a local funeral director, and this girl joined. She wanted to learn embalming. And I remember thinking, that takes a brave person. It's all right being a funeral director. You know, we have a lot of funeral directors who listen to this programme because they'll be up early to make sure that somebody's ready for their final journey. And very well they do it. We've had letters from funeral directors. I mean, I think they're terribly good at what they do. Terribly good at what they do. And that's how it works. Steve, Troy meets Thierry. They can take down videos you don't own. Why not hate too, says Thierry. And as I say, it's a global issue, not just enough about race. But the trouble is, trolls don't know that they're actually trolls. They have no idea. I've never written to anybody in my entire life. Why would you bother? What a waste of time. Steve, cats cannot eat chocolate, says Martin, because it contains ingredients, caffeine and theobromine, both of which are harmful to cats. In large amounts, it causes death. Well, I mean, to be honest with you, I don't think you should be feeding cats chocolate in any way, shape or form. 0553. Thank you. Sarah Vigil report blasts the cops' critics. Oh, it's another picture of Summer Montes Fulham. Here she doesn't seem to actually do anything, does she really? I always try to work out what she does for a living. They just put her down now as an ex-barmaid, which I think probably sums her up. And here she is, went to the pool to call off as the temperature soared. Seems a bit boring, dear. People went outside. So she's got that one wrong. Meghan and Harry are planning a home birth for their second child after their hopes for Archie to be born at Frogmore were dashed. I don't think we really want them back in the country, do we? I think they could stay in America. That'll be good. That'll be very good. Also, Susanna Reid turned into Good Morning Britain's solo star as bosses build the entire show around her. They're so desperate, it says in The Sun today, to ensure she doesn't quit. They wanted to take control of the breakfast programme. The executives are keen to promote their popular competitions man, Andy Peters, as they continue to rotate their current roster of staff for the next 6 months. And last night, a source said Piers' sudden departure has, of course, put a rocket up everybody. What ITV need now more than ever are calm heads and someone to steady the ship. That's how they do it now. So they could be Andy Peters, could be Alex Beresford, could be all sorts of people. We'll wait and see. But I mean, good for Susanna Reid. Listen, she had to sit there waiting while she was allowed to get a word in. And, she's been... They don't want to lose her. But mind you, I mean, why would she leave? Why would she leave? John in Kent says, I'm an embalmer. I'm often listening to you as I'm working. Oh, good. Seriously, I did watch somebody being embalmed some years ago. I don't think I'd ever want to go and ever learn how to do it. Thank you very much indeed. I think you're very, very brave and very good at doing it. Funny thing is, the Americans are more into embalming than we are. Over here, it's a bit of a novelty to have somebody embalmed, and you pay extra for it, obviously, because they want somebody to look nice. But in America, it's quite standard. They do all sorts of things over there. They have people made up and, everything. I'm going to have the producer done before he dies. And Steve, I keep getting those Royal Mail scam texts earlier today on another one. They said they fell for it, I heard, and $4,000 drained from their account. Well, that's it, you see. If I don't recognise something or I don't know about it, I don't touch it with a barge pole. They can go whistle as far as I'm concerned. Definitely. Also, the new documentary on Amy Winehouse. Fans of Elvis will like my little bit extra today. Jane Moore's column talking about Prince Harry is now a chimpo. A chimpo. Have you ever heard of that before? Which apparently is how the Americans refer to the role of Chief Impact Officer. She says, imagine a plush office, company car and 6-figure salary, and all you have to do when somebody wanders in for a whinge is say, cheer up, mate, might never happen. She said, where do I sign? I mean, she's absolutely right. Absolutely right. I shouldn't imagine even Harry knows what he's doing for a living, but he's doing it from home. So expect nothing. Also, rumours abound that Chris Martin and Dakota Johnson are engaged. If so, it'll be a welcome news for his ex-wife Gwyneth Paltrow, who has since remarried and says of Dakota, "I love her." I can see how it would seem weird because it's sort of unconventional. Unconventional. There you go. And Jennifer Arcuri, a vivacious American businesswoman, first popped up on the media radar. She refused to discuss the exact nature of what was being described as her close friendship with Boris Johnson. And after being ghosted by the now PM somewhere between the end of his marriage to Marina Wheeler and his latest relationship, she upped the ante. "I've been nothing but loyal, faithful, supportive and a true confidant of yours. I've kept your secrets and been your friend," she said in a TV interview. Go away. I'm so bored with these people, honestly. So you went out with somebody. Dreary, dreary, dreary. John says, totally correct about the American attitude to embalming. I know, and the only reason I know that is because I remember seeing a programme on it, and it's almost normal over there. For us, it's still a bit of a novelty, but it's a way of making somebody look nice. And all it is removing the blood and replacing it with formaldehyde, which sort of gives you back more of a natural look, because some people, as John will tell you, people look different after they die. They're still your family members or brother or sister or mum or dad or whatever, but the embalmer is a very clever, talented person. But in America, they do the full makeup, the hair, they do absolutely everything. So as I say, we're having the producer done. Might have him done this morning at 7. Wonder what he's going to look like. We can always have a good guess, can't we? How tall are you? What have we got one in stock? How tall are you? 6 foot. Oh, we'll find something to fit you. We'll take a short break for the news at 6. I'm Steve Allen. Last hour of in conversation.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Morning, everybody. Morning. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's LB. I nearly forgot where I was at the beginning. Coming up to the news, the other side, I completely lost the thread. How bad is that? That's a good sign. Steve, I never get conned. I keep my money safe by having it all transferred to Prince Zorgad III of Kenya, who's investing it in a diamond mine. I'll be a multimillionaire before Christmas. I know. I've also got, I think it was a member of the president of Nigeria's subculture stuff. He's investing 110 million. He's going to give me 10 million just for letting them use my account. So I'm going to be a multimillionaire very quickly. All very exciting. And Steve, I received a text message from the post office asking me to follow a link. They had a parcel to deliver, but I needed to pay $2.99 additional post. You see, you've got to be so careful with these things because they make them look so believable. They used to be rubbish before. There was always a spelling mistake. But, the gas one looked decidedly dodgy as far as I was concerned. Oh, investigators had placed the captain and the crew of that container ship under house arrest. Union officials fear that the 25 seamen will be scapegoats for the chaos which halted international trade through the vital waterway for 6 days. I think there's something like 350 ships who are sort of backed up in this thing. Ridiculous, honestly. Absolutely ridiculous. And trustees milked an armed forces charity for cash before it was wound up. And just 750,000 of £3.5 million raised reached the charity. 2 trustees, now dead, swiped at least 250,000. I saw something on the television the other day, and I have to mention it because I was quite intrigued by it. And it was something for the British Heart Foundation. And it said you could win a £3 million house. And I remember thinking, wow, that sounds like quite a good competition. A £3 million house. And you buy a ticket, so it's like it was a lottery. And then it said, British Heart Foundation, £100,000 will go to the British Heart Foundation. I remember thinking, where's the rest of it go? Because if you're running an advert on the television adverts cost a small fortune nowadays. I don't know how much. I've got a rough idea what radio adverts cost. And I remember thinking, so I can go to, for example, I don't know, saving golden cocker spaniels from fate worse than whatever, and I can say, listen, I'm going to give your charity £100,000, and I just want to, can I use your logo? And they go, yeah, and you go, okay, fine, I'll give away a house. Because when you look at Loose Women and you look at all these other programs, they're giving away, I think Andy Peters had one the other day, there was a camper van, £50,000 in cash, and I remember thinking, how much are these these competitions generate. Must be an awful lot. And then it says at the bottom, this is running over This Morning, Loose Women, GMB. It seems to run over quite a... They must generate a fortune, mustn't they, really? How much is the National Lottery jackpot, which is tomorrow? For the, not the National Lottery jackpot, the Euro Millions. What are we up to now? Because I think my driver this morning said it was a rollover. I've got very excited by that because I've never won anything on it. I mean, well, I tell a lie. I won 16 quid the other day, and then 2 lots of £2.90 or something. It's hardly worth bothering. But I always sort of like to check on these things. So how much are we offering today? You can't find it. Euro Millions is no, you're in the wrong thing. What are you watching there? I don't know what that one is. Yeah, go to. No, don't ignore that. Go to Euro Millions draw. No, just go to National Lottery. Actually, go to National Lottery. Okay, go on to that one. There you go, National Lottery Home. Ignore the... Oh, you're determined to do it, aren't you? Okay, so you see, it won't tell you because you've gone onto the wrong bit. I'll have to do it myself, actually, make it so much easier. We'll be here all day trying to find out. I thought that it was rolling over again. I'm pretty certain. I can find out quicker than you can, and you're on the blooming internet. Do you think it's going to be 100 million? 100 million? Can you imagine if it was 100 million pounds? That'd be nice, wouldn't it? I could buy a few Christmas presents for people this year. I can think of quite a few people that I'd like to buy Christmas presents for. What would you buy somebody if you won that much? Yeah, there you go. British Gas, your bill is overdue. I've never heard them write to you like that before. But anyway, I'm sure they seem to know about these sort of things. But I shall check it later on because I think it's a Swizz one, as they say. You have to check all of these things. So somewhere here, because I did buy a lottery ticket the other week. That's why I got disappointed, because I remember thinking, oh, I can win so much money, and it was up to about 96 million, I think. I remember thinking, good Lord, Bob, what on earth would you do with that? I mean, if you're an elderly person, you're likely to have a cardiac, aren't you? Somebody says, oh, by the way, you've just won 100 million. You go, what in dickens am I going to do with that? And the answer is not a lot. Here we go. I have to wait because I can sign in on my lottery thing. There we go, and we've signed in. So tonight, quadruple roll over. Euro. There you go. Euro Millions on Friday. How much do you reckon? Come on. 70 grand for Euro. Are you mad? So it was 96 million the other day. Stupid boy. Dream come true money. 105 mil. Good guess. Wrong. 123 million. yeah, right. 123 million on Friday. Honestly. What would I do with that? I'd buy the team their own hairdressers so they could always get their hairdressing done. 123 million. David in Shropshire is very excited. Very excited. I don't know what you do with it, first of all. I'd have to bring presents in for everybody here, wouldn't I? I'd give them all a voucher. I don't know who for. So, you sort of give them a Selfridges voucher or a Harrods voucher or something like that, for £10,000 each or some... A bit extravagant, isn't it? No, we can't do that, no. I'll just buy them all a bottle of booze. No, then they'd all accuse me of being mean. So you can't win, can you? What about family? And what about the begging letters? I suppose I'd carry on sending those, but I don't really know what else you'd... 123 million, I don't know what I'd do with it. Very worrying, isn't it? But you could have... What would you like? If I said to you, Corey, listen, I've just won 123 million. What would you like as a gift? What would be an appropriate gift for you? A camper van? What are you going to do with a camper van? Oh, like a Volkswagen camper. Oh, right, okay, like the one Andy Peters was giving away. You'd like something like that. What would you do with that? You'd camp with it. Where? Oh, right, the Peak District. Oh, okay. Okay, that's easily solved. What do you want, Jake? If I said you can pick something, what would you like? Flat in London. Okay, you're pushing the boat out on that one. That's not going to happen. A flat in London. Yeah. I wonder how much an average flat in London is nowadays. They're probably about 400,000, aren't they? 123 million, though. Can you imagine? I think the shock I'd have to... I might as well go and live permanently in hospitals. Make it so much easier for me. 123 million, I tell you. We're all very excited by this one. Anastasia says, Steve, never trust trustees. No, I think you're probably right, actually. Steve, one Christmas years ago, a friend of my brother's pushed some chocolates through the letterbox while he was at work. His dog ate most of them, became really ill, took him to the vet, cost him 180 quid, says Susie. Luckily, he survived. It's so dangerous. It really is. And yet people don't think, do they? They don't think about that. Steve, I received an email, supposedly from the NHS, asking me to book my COVID jab and provide my credit card details. Oh, that is a hoax. You don't have to pay. Sorry, on the microphone then. Did I do that? Because I haven't got my muff on. That's why. And provide credit card details. No, Victoria, you don't have to pay for COVID. It's free. Steve, as we're out the EU, does that mean we'll not have the Euro Millions soon? I don't know. I can't answer that question. I'm sure somebody will. Steve, and I've just noticed this one as well. Do you know if you go to a beach in Spain this summer, you'll have to wear a mask? The new rules could apply to people who are sunbathing or even swimming in the sea. So if you're going to España, better take some masks with you. You can just imagine, can't you? All these people going, oh, I'm not going to wear a mask on the beach. You don't want to mess with the Spanish police. Let me just tell you that now. You know, if they say that's the law, I mean, at the moment, if you're, out and you're not wearing a mask, you'll be arrested. They don't mess about. I know you think that, I can get away with that, but I promise you that you can't. UK's biggest girl group is Little Mix. So Leanne, Jade and Perry will transform into men in their new videos. Well, everybody will except Jessie Nelson, who quit in December. To do what? We haven't quite worked out. I think she's going solo, but whether or not there is room for solo, I do not know. There's also a terrifying cousin of a T-Rex, a Tyrannosaurus Rex, with huge claws and razor teeth that's been discovered. The elephant-sized creature lived 80 million years ago and was among the top predators. Do you know there are certain people in this world who don't believe in dinosaurs? They believe it was all fake. They don't believe anything. Smaller than a T-Rex, this one is. It sort of translates into one which causes fear. I'd love to have been around then, wouldn't it? I mean, Jurassic Park seemed like an absolute dream as far as I'm concerned. Darren says, if you win 123 million, not sure what to do with it, you could give me a few million. Yeah, whatever. Got this from Amazon. I've won £1,000 prize. Do survey and supply bank details. No. Don't supply bank details. I mean, you'd have to be mad. Doesn't matter who it is, does it, really? You don't supply your bank details to anybody, least of all your bank. Least of all. Mark says our area has seen people calling at the doors telling us we've not filled in the census, so they've come to collect the fine. Yeah, whatever. All of those sort of things.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
Andy Peters has just written to me and he just says the camper van is one of the most popular competitions we do. This week it's a Mini and £50,000. He said he'll take that one as well, Andy. A camper. You see, he'd like a camper van. I didn't think he would, but no accounting for taste. No accounting for taste. But that's what he'd like. Also, Steve, imagine what people's suntanned faces will look like if they've got to wear a mask on the beach. It's going to look most peculiar, isn't it? Steve, if you won Euro Millions on Friday, 125 million, 123 million, that means you can give all your listeners £1 million each. Good God, we've got hundreds of thousands of people listening. You need to bring yourself up to speed, mate. Goodness sake, honestly. I wouldn't bother getting up in the morning if there's only 125 people listening. Good Lord. Way ahead of that one. Way ahead of that one. Biggest audience at this time of the morning. Thank you. Here's a lady called Anne Larkin. She was conned out of some money by romance fraudsters months after her husband died. She believed she was targeted on social media whilst lonely and grieving. She got a payout from a death-in-service policy when healthcare worker hubby Graham unexpectedly died of liver and kidney failure in November. Anne was then contacted online by a man called Clinton James, who commented on her picture that she'd taken. He said, he told me he was a military doctor in Yemen and lost his wife and daughter in a car crash, so we bonded over our losses. The ex-special constable said he started asking for money so he could move to America to be with his son. She agreed to loan £1,000, but that went up to £30,000. She said Clinton wanted a relationship, but I just wanted somebody to talk to. She then said another man on Facebook sparked up a conversation about photography. He asked me to help fund his project, which involved building houses for homeless people. She sent him money, but only realised it was a scam when he asked her to sell her home or car. He stopped sending Clinton cash, she did, as he was speaking about smuggling diamonds into the UK. Anne reckoned she was tricked out of nearly £500,000. She said the police think it's a group working together. Always is. Always is. One doesn't manage to get it. It goes on to the next one until eventually they just beat you down. She said, I feel heartbroken and ashamed. Listen, if it sounds too good to be true, it is too good to be true. And, she claims she lost about £500,000. You've got to see the warning signs. You've got to see the warning signs. Census form, I don't know how much longer you've got on the census form. It should have been in by the 21st. I don't know why you're being so slow about it. I mean, goodness sake, everybody's had it for ages and ages. All these people who then go, I can't sort of send in my census. It's so easy to fill in. It doesn't take any time at all. Richard Bacon is talking about his cocaine, his sacking, his new shows and TV streaking. And I don't know what he does actually now. I've got no idea. But he's one of Hollywood's most in-demand producers. Is he? Speaking to The Sun from his mansion, he issued a plea to Channel 4 bosses to let him back for the Big Breakfast House for its 30th anniversary. He's 45 now. He lives in a mansion. Whether he owns it, I don't know. A lot of people rent their stuff in America. So he's a producer in the States now with another programme. And this has got, I don't know who's in it actually, Lawrence Llewellyn-Bowen and a few other people. But I didn't recognise who they all were, actually. It's called This Is My House. I remember this one. This is the one where people say, this is my house, and you have to convince somebody it's your house. So there you go. So it's got loads of people in it who are sort of famous, including Bill Bailey, Judy Love, and Taskmaster's Jamili Maddox, and a guest judge to work out who the real owner is. They win £1,000 if they can work it out. That's it, but it's an old format. Well, I thought it was an old format. Things seem to be going rather well for Dermot O'Dreary after he landed gigs as a part-time presenter on This Morning and host of The Pet Show. But he was all set to front another ITV Series 2 featuring family members going head-to-head on a once-in-a-lifetime bonding trip. But after putting the show into development, bosses have now called the whole thing off, which is a shame as it sounded quite a good idea, says The Sun writing today. The show would have seen Dermot reunite different generations of families kept apart for a year by the pandemic, whilst challenging them to use their different skills to overcome tasks. Excited pairs, including grandparents and grandchildren, aunts and nephews, parents and kids, were already auditioned for what would have been a prime-time slot. I don't think he's a prime-time presenter. I don't know why. He just looks uncomfortable. He looks a little bit uncomfortable on This Morning. He doesn't sit comfortably. It's like I was watching somebody on, must be QVC actually the other day, formerly a friend of Katie Price, I believe, Gary Cockrell, who's a makeup artist, and he just looks uncomfortable on television. He looks like he's been dipped in some dark teak bronzing agent and everything else. He's all a little bit prissy. But he was a friend, I think, with his boyfriend of Katie Price's. Then I think they fell out, and I don't think they're friends anymore. So I read. I mean, it might be wrong. Who knows? But the interesting thing is he's now selling his sort of cosmetic wares on the television, but he just doesn't. He's not a natural performer. All the stuff he's coming up with is what I call flim-flam. This is very good. This just blends into the skin. It's this. And I remember thinking, I don't know, do you know as much about this as you're pretending you know about it? I saw him on yesterday. Also, I'm a Celebrity runner-up. Emily Atack was shocked by some of the quiz challenges when she became a Celebrity Juice team captain last series. And it's all a bit double entendre, isn't it, actually? Which people complain about nowadays, which is always a shame. Plus, the latest series may have ended with the tear-joking death of its central star, but ITV has confirmed cold case detective show Unforgotten will live on, which is good news. Plus, all aboard for new laughs. BBC Three has commissioned horror comedy Wrecked about a teenager who transformed into a sleuth when his sister goes missing on board a cruise ship where a string of bloody murders takes place. It's a 6-parter, shot in Northern Ireland and one of several new Beeb commissions. Do you know what? I thought they were supposed to be saving money, not commissioning things all the time. Mind you, if it gives people work, I suppose it's sort of better. Everything in the newspapers, I always find it quite interesting, actually, when you look at all the things going on, and it's sort of basically, they know that lots of ladies read newspapers, so many of the features that they do are on makeup, hair, diet's terribly popular. Terribly, terribly popular. And I love looking at all these adverts for pillows. There's one here, buy one, get one free. And it's they've sold 50 million of these pillows. You get 2 for the price of 1, so it's $59.95. You can get pillows much cheaper than that on the television. When I've watched Ideal World or QVC, they have unbelievably cheap pillows. I think what were they doing the other day? I found something, and it was a duvet for like 23 quid. A duvet in large size. Not that easy. Not that easy. Another one here. Wait a minute. I have to check all these things, actually. What do Eminem and Tutankhamun's embalmer have in common? They're both tight wrappers. Okay. And a lawyer cabled his client overseas. Your mother-in-law's passed away in her sleep. Should we order burial, embalming, or cremation? Back came the reply, take no chances, order all 3. So why are we still doing, all these years later, mother-in-law jokes? Some people's mother-in-laws are absolutely charming. Charming. Ask Jonathan Shalit. He'll tell you he loves his mother-in-law. But we still do mother-in-law jokes. I was watching an old Royal Variety performance, and Frankie Howard was on, doing an act, which you would think he just wandered on stage. Listen, the reason I was phoned up by Lord Delfont is so this went on for about 15 minutes. And in the end, he said, so I'm not here to do my act. He said, I'm just here to tell you why I was asked to come on the show. He said, I thought I was going to be sitting in the royal box with the Queen Mother, but obviously not to be happening anytime soon. And it went, and then at the end, he didn't really get his complete round of applause, because he went he said, I'm just here to introduce somebody, and he introduced Wayne Sleep doing a dance piece. And I remember thinking, you should have had more applause, because your act was very carefully crafted. Some of it's very, very carefully. If you look at his stuff, my godfathers, what is this a picture of? This is a load of people in a park, all touching each other, in Cambridge, in London, in Southend, in Leeds. I mean, perhaps they've never heard of socially. Perhaps they think it's all finished. Perhaps they think we don't have COVID anymore. Amazing, isn't it, really? I'm quite frightened by these sort of things, quite frightened. But it was the warmest March day, and of course you know what the Brits are like. If it's a warm March day, we have to get out there and take our shirts off. I don't know why. We just do it all the time. Also, what's this one here? This is Chief Inspector of Schools in England asking for greater powers to monitor independent schools over potential safeguarding issues. And look, there's the LBC logo. Page 3 of The Guardian today. Sorry, page 5 of The Guardian. And who is it? David Cameron. Speaking to LBC in 2019. He told friends he was bored after leaving Number 10. You just get a picture of the back of Nick's head. But it shows these. And that's the studio I was in the other day, actually. I can never read anything in there. It's all too far away from me. All too far away. Seeing red. Nike's suing over these Satan shoes containing apparently a drop of blood. I don't get this kind of stuff. It's called art. It's called art, and I'm not totally convinced that it is actually art. Plus the Times talking about new looks, because now apparently you're going out buying clothes and doing all these kind of lovely things. And there's a couple of people here, Carlin Norrin and Jemima Picton, lying on a huge rug, heading for Bournemouth as the temperature approached record high. I think the highest for goodness knows how many years. But, it doesn't do it for me at all. I'm really not bothered about the sunshine. In fact, I can almost actually, I can cope with sort of rain. At least the car looks clean when you get a bit of rain, and that's about it. I'm not wild about driving in snow. So if we do get snow over Easter, I shall be in a very grumpy mood, but I will be here throughout the whole of it. I know that's what they were predicting. I mean, who knows whether or not they're being truthful or not. I don't know. I don't understand how they can get it all wrong. If they've said snow, why isn't there snow? Donny says, why does everybody go to Brighton on a Sunday, for goodness sake? Well, I'll tell you for why. But, well, if for Londoners, it's the closest place. That and Southend would be the closest, I suppose. Steve, my sister used to work for Ideal World and then QVC. The Christmas presents we all received were fabulous. They had a shop for display items that the staff can buy, says Susie. Oh, I mean, most companies do that, don't they? I used to work for United Biscuits years ago. We had a shop where you could buy all of this stuff really, really cheaply. Jonathan sent me a picture. Oh my goodness me, look at this. He sent me a picture of the Nike shoe that I've ordered. I can't show the boys because it's not big enough. There you go. You see that? Look at that. He's very impressed. Next door, they're very impressed, Jonathan. That's lovely. That's not fair, he says. No, it's not. He's my friend. He's my friend.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
You're listening to a podcast from LBC.
I found out the Nike shoe now. It's called Mid 77 Vintage. Jonathan Shallett says, people will comment how cool you are, Steve. I know, but only due to you. Only due to you. I mean, I've never been called cool in my entire life. I don't think so. If I have, they've actually kept it very, very quiet. Hot day yesterday brings out the flip-flops, shorts and Ray-Bans. A few days later, they were sporting snow boots, parka coats and goggles. Yes, probably. Did you know that woman Hitler is an anagram of mother-in-law? Why are people so anti-mother-in-laws? That is absolutely amazing. And some mother-in-laws, we just make jokes, don't we? Les Dawson used to say, he said, the mother-in-law's coming round. We know that because the mice have thrown themselves on the traps. It's like, I went to this hotel. I knocked on the door. Somebody opened the door and said, can I stay here? They went, yeah, and shut the door. All the old ones are the best. All the old ones are the best. But I like the idea of the mice throwing themselves on the traps. The mother-in-law's coming round. You used to get that. Even in some of the Carry On films, they used to do jokes about the mother-in-law. You see them being chased down the road. I seem to remember somebody being chased by I think in Carry On Camping, the mother-in-law turned up. She got chased down the road. But you're right. Flip-flops, shorts and Ray-Bans. And then a few days later, snow boots, parka coats and goggles and hand warmers. I've got a hand warmer. I love my little hand warmer. I bring it with me all the time. Because they said the weather's going to be nice today, so I wish it was raining, actually. I'm secretly hoping it's going to be raining. I have to try and remember which junction I have to come off to go to my brother's place. I go there, I've not been there for ages and ages, so you'd think by now I would know exactly where I was going, but I'm rubbish. Another one here. Grab yourself a pair of show-off Gucci trainers for $8.99. The shoes can't be worn in real life. They're a virtual pair. So what they do, owners of the Gucci Virtual 25 scan a camera over their feet and the bright pink and green high-top shoe appears. They're between £400 and £900. People spend a fortune. I can't believe people spend this much money. It's quite frightening. Sarah Vine says yes to a chewing gum tax. Disgusting stuff. I agree. You know all those little marks on pavements, all those little... that's all chewing gum. I mean, there must be people around here literally chewing it, spitting it, chewing it, spitting it. I think spitting is... I saw somebody at the bus stop the other day. I'm afraid I had to tell them off. They went, spat. I went, oh, you're disgusting. But there you go. But, there's no way that dog owners have an excuse for leaving their animals' mess behind. So why can't people take their chewing gum, as we used 2 years ago, and you wrap it in the paper you've taken it out of, and you throw it in a bin? Happy days. Steve, have you seen the Alan Turing film, Breaking the German Enigma Code, called The Imitation Game? No, but we were talking about Alan Turing only a few days ago. Also, Julie, happy 60th birthday today from Anna, Daisy and Poppy. So happy, honestly, very, very young. Phil Vickery says, Steve, read the mother-in-law jokes. Tommy Cooper once said, I bought the mother-in-law a Jaguar for Christmas, ripped her to pieces. Everybody does it, don't they? I mean, I'm not jumping on a bandwagon. Phil did something interesting with hot cross buns the other day. I can't remember what it was, but somebody said to me, he did this really good thing with hot cross buns. I remember thinking, I found I threw them away. I can't risk having hot cross buns, but I mean, seeing them toasted and a photograph of them with butter on them, just about sort of sorted my day out. Just about sorted my day out, and I absolutely loved it. The Archbishop scotches Harry and Meghan's story about them marrying in secret. He said, I'd have been in trouble. And I'm afraid, given the choice, I have to believe him. And Phil has shared a photo with me. Oh, I say. Goodness sake, what on earth is that? It looks like it's full of calories. It could be a hot cross bun burger or something like that. Looked very, not for you, Corey, or for you, Jake, but for me, it's obviously present day today. That looks lovely, doesn't it? Oh, delicious. Can't you do 100 and... Oh, my goodness me, how many calories? 1,329 calories each. Definitely not for you boys. I'm all right with it, though. No. Do you know, I nearly went and bought an ice cream the other day. Can somebody tell me why in hospitals they don't have a man in the hot weather standing outside selling ice lollies? They've done a roaring trade. I came out of the hospital yesterday and I wanted an ice lolly. Nobody had any. I had to wait till I got home, and by that time I'd forgotten about it. But I just fancied an ice lolly, a whole fridge full of ice lollies. You could make a fortune. Lollies. Oh, dear. Morning, Steve. The trainers sound cool. Can we have a photo, please? You will have when I've got them on. I will be the cool boy on the block. Okay. Steve, my wife said Tonya Woodford asked me to eat my last mince pie left over from Christmas yesterday, sitting in the garden wearing Ray-Bans, flip-flops and shorts. Mince pies. Actually, you should be all right for Christmas if it's got booze in it. If it's got booze in it, then it's okay. It's okay. So you will get a picture of the trainers once I've got them. We also had the chewing gum man in Barnet. He laid on the pavement doing amazing art on the gum. I saw a guy years ago. You know when you go abroad, you go to sort of hot countries, and there's always somebody who has a talent for doing something. And this particular bloke spray painted pictures. And very good he was too. And you looked at it and you were watching him do it. I love the smell of spray paint anyway. And he did this thing and it was sort of spacecraft. And then you could only see it. He was really good. He just and then turn it around and mind you, that's the only thing he did, spacecraft. And he sold these pictures. People go, I'll buy that one. Every one he made, he sold. It's like sometimes in the summer we have to suffer in Trafalgar Square with people who do chalk paintings. They're the most boring people under the sun. Seriously, the most boring people under the sun. They do the same picture every day and then just leave this pile of old rubbish. And they sit back and admire it. And I always walk past and go, that's rubbish. Yeah, they always do flags and things like that. You think, oh, it's ghastly. I was speaking to a friend the other day, Steve, says Tim. He was saying his mother-in-law's an angel. I said, you're lucky. Mine's still alive. Oh, dear, they're getting worse and worse. Simon in Austria says Euro Millions will continue, as will the Eurovision Song Contest, because the UK is still in Europe. I mean, does anybody know what our entry is for Eurovision this year? It's occurring shortly. Were you aware of it? I wasn't aware of it. I feel a bit cheated. I used to love the Eurovision Song Contest. I really did. I used to sit up and watch it. And I've heard of certain people who have sort of parties for Eurovision, which I think is taking it a little bit too far. Okay, so this is who we think is our Eurovision entry, okay? We think he's called James Newman. To be honest with you, I don't want to be rude, but I've never heard of him. And he's our Eurovision entry. You don't know? Oh, he is. What's the song called? Oh, that's a picture of him. Here he is. Oh, lovely. And the song is called Embers. Who is he? He's an English singer-songwriter based in London. 2014, Brit Awards won the Brit Award for British Single of the Year as co-writer of Waiting All Night, a song for the English drum and bass band called Rudimental. And that's it. So in 2014, he got a Brit Award. And all these years later, he's doing Eurovision. Well, I've never heard of him before. Isn't that bizarre? He's also had a song called My Last Breath. Please don't make me say it. Please don't make me say it. I've never heard of that before. So James Newman is our song called Embers. Well, where's anybody heard? How are we supposed to vote for something if we've never heard of it? Do you know how the song goes? Could you sing me a line of it, Corey? No, not a clue. Embers, there have never been such embers. I mean, I just can't think of... I mean, it sounds boring already, doesn't it? Embers. I mean, it'd be nice if we won, but most people just try and avoid Eurovision Song Contest. It's been the kiss of death for so many people. But I like it. Steve bought the wife a new chair. Still hasn't plugged it in. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Actually, I looked at an electric chair on the not an electric chair, but a chair that was electric, and it tips you back, and I thought, oh, I could fall asleep on a chair like that. I'm very good at falling asleep. Very good. In fact, I might go in a minute. I don't know. Face mask, says Mike. Why do some people just throw them out? Put them in a bin. Yes, you see them just on the floor. I agree with you. Put them in there. People don't know what a bin is. They're stupid. I wouldn't let anybody on a bus who wasn't wearing a mask or who didn't know how to put their rubbish in a bin. They just leave it on the floor. It's like people. You get off a train and somebody's left a half-finished cup of coffee on the train. And you think, I'm sorry, are you particularly stupid? What sort of job have you got? Alison in Clayhall says, try New York bagels. Bagels. Cinnamon and raisin bagels toasted. Oh, stop it. Don't tempt me with these things. Seriously, I'm not supposed to have them. Have you had your jab? Mick says, yes, Astro. The other one. That one. That was very good, actually. The song is called Embers. His brother, John Newman, is a famous singer, says Jackie. I don't want to show my ignorance, Jackie, but I've never heard of John Newman either. Doesn't help, does it, really? Because shouldn't we know somebody? Shouldn't it be somebody who's been in the charts and is very fit? Not somebody who's co-written a song. I'm hoping it's going to be somebody that... I mean, mind you, if I hear the song, I tend to like all the ones nobody else likes. Seriously, I'm known. Somebody will say, oh, this is... I mean, I like the Engelbert Humperdinck song. Just me alone. Me alone. It's, it just... for some reason, I don't know why. I've obviously got different musical tastes than all these other people who claim to know about it. But I like watching Eurovision. I think these are quite good. I still watch back now the Eurovision when Ireland won and they brought on Riverdance, and it brought the place down. Steve, who created the Carry On films? They're still hilarious to this day. There was a little... They used the same people. That was the trick to it, using the same cast in all the films. You'll only find in some of the early ones people only appeared in a couple of them, but most of the cast appeared in many. In fact, actually, everybody thinks that Barbara appeared in loads and loads of Carry-Ons, and she didn't, but she certainly made an impact. As they all did. I thought they really worked together. I'd love to have been on the set with them. Morning, 10 to 7 is the time. Very interesting. Channel 4 have a forthcoming Paul Burrell documentary. Curiously, it does not feature an interview with Paul Burrell. At the end of the programme, it says, Paul Burrell chose not to take part in this programme. Paul believes that he has remained faithful, loyal and true to Princess Diana. Is Burrell, who continues to trade in Diana's tittle-tattle, angling for an invite to July's Kensington Palace statue unveiling with William and Harry? I believe that one when I see it. No, Paul Burrell, who just sold her down the river. I've never known anybody. Sings like a canary. 84850. Steve, if I complain to Amazon about a £5 book I've never received, am I a Karen? Oh, no, that's not Karens. Good Lord above, Karens. Oh, you have to go onto YouTube. Definitely to find some of them are absolutely disgusting. They really are. There is one woman, and she lives on America is full of private estates. It's all gated communities, and this particular bloke happens to be Chinese, and he's on this estate because he's visiting his parents. And this woman says to him, "Who are you? How did you get in?" And he said, I've got the code for sort of the gate. This woman goes, well, who are you seeing here? And she makes a big deal about it. In the end, she calls the police. And he explains to her, he says, my parents live here, so I'm visiting. So she says, where? What's the address? I mean, they're like that in America. I mean, there is the classic one, which you'll love if you go online and you find out the absolute racists in America. Good God. There's one woman. She won't let this guy come into his own apartment. Who are you? You've just walked up here and you're just trying to come in and you've buzzed yourself in. Well, who are you? On what flat are you? I'm not letting you in. And she tries to bar the way. Eventually, she follows him all the way to his flat in this huge complex. And he says, don't ever do that ever again. You make yourself look really stupid. This is going up on the YouTube, and up on the YouTube it's gone. You watch her. She's really horrible, really horrid. Also born on this day, John Fowles, the novelist. You know, he did The French Lieutenant's Woman, The Collector with Terence Stamp, and the Magus star. Is it Magus with Michael Caine? Also in 1889, the Eiffel Tower was officially opened by the designer Gustave Eiffel. And in 2020 on this day, very significant, the Duke and Duchess of Sussex formally stepped down as senior members of the royal family. There you go. And the world has rejoiced ever since. I can't see any sort of social benefits in any of this at all. Bit embarrassing, really. And so loads of food on offer. Oh, I tell you, every time I see a picture of roast potatoes, I get quite excited. Having not sort of had proper roast potatoes last year, we had roast potatoes, but it wasn't as good as it actually could have been. But it was lovely. Take my word for it. It was absolutely lovely. It's the only thing that we actually got because I missed 2, if not 3 or 4 Christmas lunches. I do love. Apparently, James Newman's song "Embers" is smoking hot, says James. Did you know that the cheese sausages you ate in Vienna are 4,000 calories? 4,000 calories. I'm not at all surprised. Käsewurst, delicious. I don't care, though. To be honest with you, I mean, it's not that I eat them every single day. I actually sort of will pace myself on them. One every week, I think, is actually quite enough. Somebody says the Engelbert song was fantastic. Well, I thought so. But unfortunately, I was the only one who thought that. Please don't break coronavirus rules. It's going to be, I think it's going to be good again today. Is it Saturday? Is it going to be good today? What's our weather forecast for today? Can we sort of find out and see? What's the weather forecast today? I want to know if people are going out there and sort of, apart from listening to James Newman's song, which could win it for Eurovision. Although, actually, we're not having much luck finding too many people who've heard the blooming thing. Right, here we go. Let's have a quick look. What have we got? Today is Wednesday. Oh, doesn't look very promising, does it? High today could be 22. 22 is good. Double it, add 30. 44, 74. That's okay. That's all right. I've got air conditioning in the car. I'm not one of these sort of sitting outside doing the sort of, the sunbathing thing. And mind you, I don't think all these people in the parks were doing sunbathing. Steve, morning. A few years ago, I called my mother-in-law fat. She still resents me for it. I'm not at all surprised, actually. Not at all surprised. A lot of people telling me about James Newman's song. Steve, I thought Bonnie Tyler's Believe in Me was a good effort for UK. Also, Blues Entry. I'd forgotten about that, actually. Forgotten about it completely. And Steve, there was a 20-year-old who bought a house opposite to Karen, and Karen said he was squatting and called the police, and her plan backfired. My favourite was a white woman who called the police because there were 2 black men in the house next door. It turns out one was the estate agent and the other one was going to rent it. And they said, he's renting it. Well, I've never seen them before, she says. These people, what are they on? Well, I think we know what they're on, actually. So the politicians criticised as the Met's policing of the Everard Vigil has been cleared. Scotland Yard exonerated. That doesn't seem to have gone down too well with everybody. And Britain is a model on race for other countries with children from ethnic minorities, outperforming their white peers at school. The Commission on Race and Ethnic Disparities, formed last July after the rise of the Black Lives Matter movement, said Britain had become a more open society and that racial inequality had narrowed in education. Well, there you go. Mind you, I have to be honest, and I don't know whether you've noticed this. Have you noticed over the past year, we're seeing far more prominent black faces on the television than we've seen before in a long while. A long while. It's taken ages. Loose Women is sort of leading the way in this. At one time, it was occasionally you might have got somebody of colour on the programme. Now, it's leading the way. You don't see it on any other programme. I mean, this morning I've done it with Alison Hammond, but there's loads of other. All of a sudden, you're seeing more and more people. You're seeing more and more presenters, more and more people sort of saying, oh, look, a person of colour. It's taken us long enough, hasn't it? But it's amazing how it just has changed in the last year. I notice it quite a lot on television now. But I can remember a friend of mine used to work for a television company, and the person who was running the actual company said, I want to see more ethnic faces. This is looking too white. Can we sort of try and sort of display a little bit more? Thank you. And slowly getting there. Euro numbskulls at it again, according to the Daily Star. And today is going to be Hot. I don't do hot. But it doesn't matter, actually, because it's not going to affect me. I'm not going to be sitting out in it, as far as I know. Up to 6 people or 2 households of any size are now allowed to meet outdoors. So who are these people sitting in parks? Do they think that it's gone away? It worries me somewhat, that because I know it hasn't. Anyway, I've got to go. I do have a Little Bit Extra podcast. I have 2 podcasts every single day. You can download them. Today on my Little Bit Extra podcast, Ben Shepherd will not stop interrupting co-presenters. Terrible. I never interrupt anybody on this show. Well, it's a bit difficult. Nicola Pelt shares snaps of her kissing Brooklyn Beckham. Dreadfully boring, dreadfully tedious, and very dull. It's also revealed Elton John loves a certain yeast-based spread. I'll put it this way. Saturday night's Marmite. Very funny. Very funny. That's a line anybody else can use.